All right, we are live. Greetings, everybody. We are indeed. Thank you all very much for coming to join us for this rather unusual stream. This is going to be a very different format than usual. And here we go. Let me make sure everything is good. Now we should. Monotone, Mantisman, introduce yourselves to the fine people in chat, please. Let's make sure everyone can hear you.
Oh, uh, okay. Hello, I am Major Monotone. I'm a marine biologist in training, and I am also a small streamer. I do stuff here occasionally, like video games and also science. And yeah, wow, it's been a while since I've done that.
Well, because we've dragged you out of your marine biology lab to Boston for the
That is
past nine
true.
days.
Thank you.
Indeed.
And
Yeah.
Mantis Man.
Well, I am Mantisman. I paint miniatures. I play miniatures games. I'm a mod here. That's about all I got. I work in a tabletop game store and play lots of games a lot.
Oh, come on, don't sell yourself short. You're a craftsman and you know it.
Well, I mean, yes. Question mark. I guess I do technically craft things. That is true.
You do indeed. So, let me first bring up to
Hello, Waltz Queen.
actually, even before we bring everyone up to speed, let me ask chat, because we should probably address that before anything else. How is everybody's audio balance here on stream? Is anyone too loud or too quiet? Is anybody drowning anybody else out?
I do tend to be loud, so I apologize in advance.
Well, I'm taking care of adjusting all of the audio levels in Discord and in OBS,
Mm.
so you might be a little bit louder in person, but that should all be taken care of through the magic of technology.
No way.
Nanomachines, son.
Everyone sounds good.
They
Excellent.
ad- they adjust to any audio level.
Perfect. All right,
Wonderful.
well, the report from chat seems to be positive, so I will leave things as they are for now, unless it becomes apparent that changes are necessary. Mantis Man is a touch soft. Okay, well, we can boost him just a little bit. We'll give him another 10%.
Test. 1, 2, 1,
That
2.
should hopefully round that out. I would like to apologize to everyone in advance for the unusually poor quality of my own voice. That isn't the audio equipment. That is because I am recovering from the flu, which I caught from my young cousins at the family gathering that we had for Passover a few days before I left for PAX East. And there's just no avoiding that. Every year that I attend that gathering, I get sick, and it's always something I catch from the kids. And
Children are vectors for disease.
they are just little carriers of plague and pestilence, much though I
Plague
love
rats,
them.
a lot of them.
They really are. So you'll all have to forgive me if I pause periodically so that I can mute my microphone and cough and sneeze. And unfortunately, Mantis Man and Monotone are going to have to just put up with that, because I'd have to click several buttons to mute several audio sources in order to spare them that. But they've been very good about that this past 9 days.
I was
putting up
about
with
to
me.
say, at this point, it's the norm. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
I regret that the two of you have had to witness me in such a disgraceful state, coughing, sneezing, spitting into garbage cans. I've been a mess this past 9 days. I've been the flu hits me very hard, and
I am surprised you were on your feet as much as you were, with how deathly you looked for some of this trip.
well, there's a fine balance between taking care of yourself and pushing yourself just enough that you can still function. But my problem is, anytime I get sick, no matter what it is, like I could skin my ankle or stub my toe or dislocate my shoulder, and no matter what it is, my body goes, "Hey, how about a runny nose, though?"
Oh,
That'll
And
fix it.
like with the flu, it's worse because it's like a double proc of runny nose. It's the normal runny nose that I always have anyway, and then it's the, oh no, the status ailment bar built up, and now Now,
So this is the Scarlet Rot version. Is
yeah,
that what
it's
we're
like
talking
stacking
about?
poison and scarlet rot or poison and plague at the same time, depending on which Souls game you're playing. It's been that kind of thing. So I am more or less in the recovery stage now,
Get
but
out, Tuna.
poor Mantisman and Monotone have had to put up with me these past 9 days wandering around Boston, just in an absolutely disgusting, disgraceful state. And
Oh,
I cannot express how disappointed I am that they had to see me like that.
If anything, it speaks to the tenacity of one spy,
it
with how
does.
you're able to stay standing and moving around such as you were.
So the secret is I had an HP regeneration ring on every one of my fingers and toes that whole time.
Oh, that's why that's why your hands clinked every time you grabbed the subway bar.
Yeah,
That's what's
it
going
wasn't
on.
all of the hidden weapons I was carrying. It was just all of
Hmm.
the stacking HP recovery accessory. No,
Of
but
course.
anyway, chat, welcome. Thank you all so much for coming to join us for this. And I want to get to the thank yous for everyone's contributions and generosity before we go any further. So, to that end, where are we picking up here? We're picking up. Oh God. Oh, all right. So, 20 days ago to 25 minutes ago, that would be Lord Floofin. Thank you for the resub. Nate, Mel, Mantisman, thank you for the resubs. Dylan, thank you for the resub. Red, thank you for the resub. Burning Jalapeno and Drake Alan, thank you all so much for the resubs. And I believe that catches us up on thank yous and shout outs for the time being. Red Rock Bun, welcome. Oh no, Red Rock Run. I'm sorry, I read that. Oh, Sam.
Greetings, undead warrior.
And Sam, thank you for the gift sub to Undead Medic. I very much appreciate that. Yeah, Echo Drop, you joke, but I ended up making multiple trips to CVS and going through like 3 or 4 different medications before I found one that worked and that I was able to stick with in order to get my symptoms more or less under control. But I managed, and it was not a total loss. It was not a complete failure. I was able to get Monotone and Mantisman to the show and to get them to experience all kinds of cool stuff. Yeah, back in the US, Red Rock. I just got home fairly early this morning, and the past, well, I've been there for probably the past 2.5 weeks. I flew out a little bit early to catch my family for Passover because they were doing a Passover gathering, and it was the first time they'd done so since the start of the pandemic. So it was like our first time getting to see each other in 2.5 years, and I didn't want to miss it, and they would have been really sad if I'd missed it. So I flew out a little bit early, and then afterward I stayed at my parents' house for a few days until it was time to head out for Boston for
Thank
PAX.
you. Yes, sincerely.
Lord Louise,
I mean,
it seems I'm the only other person other than the kid
Well,
who I caught it
thanks
from
for that.
that got the flu from that gathering. Everybody else was fine, but they probably all had flu shots more recently. And the thing is, I was supposed to get a flu shot when I got my COVID booster, but that was back in November, and I got to the doctor's office to get the booster, which went fine. And when I asked about the flu shot, they said, "Sorry, we're out. We're having supply chain issues, and demand has been unusually high." So I said, "No problem. I'll come back later." And then later, the project I've been working on picked up, and I never ended up having time to go in and schedule another flu shot appointment. And the flu shot only really protects you for about 3 months. It doesn't last that long. And so even if I'd gotten it back in November, it probably wouldn't have done me much good now. So my lesson is from now on, every year that I fly out to Boston to visit my family for Passover, I'm just going to make darn sure that I get a flu shot a few weeks ahead of that so that I'm protected for both Passover, which is when it seems like I really need it, and for PAX, which, I mean, honestly, this year, PAX was super, super strict about their safety. We'll talk more about that. We'll get to that, but all right, let's see. Ha! Very good, Red Rock Run. Yes, I see somebody else is familiar with the Passover story. It was very different from all other nights. I'll tell you that. Um, no, Lord Louise, getting out of the country right now is not what's difficult. Getting into the country, getting back in, can be difficult. Let's see. Hang on. We got a couple more. We got at least one more sub. Oh, Waltz Queen, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Illness aside, I did enjoy it, and Monotone and Mantisman are going to tell you all about their experiences as well. And
Yeah.
I see that Anon gifted a sub to Mayonnaise is Good for You. Monotone, can you please just ban that account when you have a minute?
What, ban Anon?
No, ban Mayonnaise is Good for You.
Oh, I can't do that. Or
Um,
maybe I can.
yeah, you can. You can. You are a mod. You're authorized.
I mean,
Why would I ban a subscriber?
It's somebody who was gifted a sub. They didn't subscribe them. And frankly, I know who this is. I know who you are. I see you over in your little Bay Area ramen stand. I see you doing this.
Who could that be?
we know you're here.
Wonder what the shenanigans are all about there. I wonder. Gee. So,
Gosh.
Tuna, don't worry about it. Believe me, I completely understand. It's totally okay. And yeah, it's one of the things. It just goes with the territory. Whenever you're at a gathering where there are lots of kids, and this is my mother's side of the family, so it's the Jewish side of my family. And one thing about Jewish families, particularly more traditional Orthodox Jewish families, which their side of the family is they take that line from the Old Testament about how thou shalt be prosperous and multiply. They take that very literally. And so that every Jewish family, you know, every husband and wife, they tend to have at least 3 or 4 kids. And I have 4 cousins in that family who are generally around my own age ranging to several years older. And each one of them is married, and each one of them has 3 kids. And so 3 out of the 4 of them were in for Passover this year. The fourth lives in Israel, so it's a little bit trickier for them to fly in. But the rest are in the United States. They're in various parts of the East Coast, Pennsylvania or Boston, or you know, they're closer. So out of the whole family on that side, there were 9 kids this year, ranging in age from about 5 to 12 or 13. And having that many young children around is just begging for somebody to catch something.
Yeah.
It is essentially
Immune
guaranteed.
systems are sturdier, and thus the things that get a hold in them get a hold in us a lot easier.
Yeah, and kids also spend their time in school where they are exposed to...
Surrounded by a bunch of other kids that are also plague rats.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. It's just... Hey, Denim, it's just that kind of thing where, like, there's no way to avoid being exposed, so the best you can do is just try to protect yourself and take preventive measures, which I did to the best of my ability, but I really would have liked to have gotten in a flu shot a little bit before that, because that might have prevented any of this discomfort from happening. But be that as it may, the family gathering was good apart from being ill, but the real draw here was I had an opportunity to take 2 of my moderators, the good Mantisman and Major Monotone here, to their very first, well, I think it was the first for both of you, PAX event, right?
Yes. I've never been to a video games convention before on the whole, really.
Ever.
No, I've done a fair few tabletop gaming conventions and things like that, but as far as video games go, this is my first one.
And Monotone, I know that I met up with you during a previous year for PAX, but you didn't actually go to the show, did you?
I went to the show briefly. I was only in there for like 2 hours. And it was a pretty slow year from what I understood, so didn't see a lot that at least sparked my interest. Also, it was kind of overwhelming, the little bit that was there.
Well, boy, if you
So-
thought that was a slow year, you should have seen this year. Oh, wait, you did.
Uh,
We'll come to that
Yeah.
as well, but yeah, it was just that the opportunity came up kind of out of the blue, and we had discussed it in a not entirely serious context in the beginning. But the more we talked about it, the more it began to seem feasible that we could meet up. And eventually, I said, well, I mean, if we're going to talk about it, why don't we just do it? Let's make it happen, and I can get you guys content creator badges, which I thought was going to be a lot more hurdles to jump through this year than it was. So for those of you who were not on my Discord and were not present for me trying desperately to give away free badges for PAX this year, what happened was this was the first year for a couple of years that Penny Arcade was holding PAX East in person. They did it online the past couple of years, and I kind of skipped out on that because, it's online. I'll catch up on it later. I'll watch the trailers elsewhere. But this year, they were really strict, and they didn't allow anyone in who couldn't produce proof of vaccination, and they had really strict requirements and procedures and regulations for anyone who was going to attend the show in person or be on site, which I was really glad for, because at a con on any normal year, you're at fairly high risk for getting sick. And it just seemed that, COVID or no COVID, these procedures are just good for everyone's health at a convention.
Yeah,
And
like all of the stands were spaced out. There was plenty of space to get past everyone. Masks, except in like designated eating areas, and it was just like, hey, this is actually kind of nice. There's not 15 people within 2 feet of me making me want to scream.
yeah, and there were
It's
just
good.
fewer people there this year, so it was actually, for the first time that I've ever attended to PAX, and I've been going for a number of years, it was the first year where there was actually enough room during the show to maintain social distancing, like to stay 6 feet away from everyone consistently. And I mean, I thought that was really great. I'm not a big fan of super crowded spaces to begin with. I can deal with it if I have to, but having a little bit of breathing room consistently was just really, really nice this year. And Mantisman, I know you felt that way, and Monotone, I
Yeah.
imagine you probably did as well.
100%.
Yeah. Well, Tuna, I mean, surrounded by idiots. When you go out in public, you're always surrounded by idiots. That's just a given. But the everybody was more sparsely scattered this time, and it made for a much more relaxed and laid back convention. Which brings me to the format of the stream, because we're going to go through some of my footage from the event and from some of the other places that we went before and after PAX itself. And what you guys are going to see in the footage and also in the pictures that Monotone and Mantisman have taken and have been so kind as to compile into albums so that I can show some of their pictures on stream as well. Yaomi, you can have it. I'll pass. We are going to be going through some footage and some pictures, and you guys will see just how sparse the crowds are this year. And I mean, I have footage from other years on YouTube, and you can go back and look at that, and people are just as Yami described, crammed in like sardines. Whereas this year, not so much. Not so much. So
Yeah, like from what I can tell, there was a few less exhibitors, and that opened up floor space. And the only day that was sold out was Saturday, right? Everything else was there were still tickets for sale.
yeah, and we should probably cover a little bit of the background there. So the Penny Arcade, the company that runs PAX, or I guess it's Reed Pop now, they were apparently really hurting for attendance this year. They were doing their very best to draw people in, but this was the first year ever that when I submitted my content creator application to PAX, they were like, hey, we would really love it if you would take these 3-4 day badges and just give them to members of your community, because we really want people to go to PAX this year, and we're expecting a much lower turnout because of COVID and because of all the additional vaccine requirements. And I tell you guys what, it was all I could do to find 3 people in my community who wanted those badges. Any other year, they'd have been snapped up in a heartbeat.
Mhm.
But this year I spent like a week trying desperately to give them away to my community, and like nobody wanted them. I was
Yeah.
practically having to beg people to take them. And eventually,
Please have these. Please, they're free.
yeah,
Please.
and eventually I found exactly 3 people who were possibly kind of interested in going and might have been willing to use the badges. Although, at least 2 of them are here in chat now, and I know that those 2 did go. The third I'll
And
have
at
to
that
catch
point,
up with.
they then offered me and Monotone 3 badges to give away as well, and we were just like,
Did they? Did they offer you guys
yeah,
badges to give away too?
they offered me badges to give away to my community. I'm like,
Yep.
if I had one, sure.
That's incredible. Did you end up giving them to anyone?
I couldn't find anyone. Like,
Ah.
most of the people that I know are over here across the pond, and I'm like, no one's gonna arrange everything with like a month's notice to go out to PAX.
Yeah,
That I could
boy, it
find
sounds like
anyway.
you had your hands full just getting your passport sorted out.
Well, that was an ordeal, but that we'll blame that on the UK Postal Service. Uh,
Yeah. Yeah,
Ooh.
exactly, Denim. It's exactly as you described. Like, please, goodness sake, guys, take a badge. I can't discount them any more than free.
I will pay you to take
Yeah,
these
here,
badges.
I'll give you a badge and $50. Please, just
Use it as a train fare or something. Please come.
you know, I thought about trying to negotiate with them, but you had to submit the information for them in advance and reserve them before the show. So, but yeah, no, Red and Nate, no problem. I'm glad you guys enjoyed the show. I'm glad you guys got to go even just for the weekend, and I'm grateful to you for accepting the badges and putting them to use rather than letting them go to waste. Yeah, Yami, I can appreciate
Believe
that.
me, Yami, your pain is known. you you are seen here.
Mantisman can tell you that whole story later.
Ooh.
And Sam, that's quite possible that was part of the consideration, but I think it was more just there were a lot of people who just didn't want to get vaccinated or who'd gotten one vaccine and weren't fully vaccinated, and they didn't want to bother doing that to go to the show, which is fine with me. I would just as soon only go to a show where people are fully vaccinated. I prefer that, frankly. So I'm perfectly happy to have the non-vaccinated folks sit this one out. And again, the end result was it was a much less crowded event, and those of us who were willing to make the token effort to, get a vaccine here and there and, get a booster and wear a mask, it was a much more enjoyable show for the rest of us. So I feel
Yeah,
like,
it was great.
we came out ahead by the time all was said and done. But
It felt very personal.
Hmm?
Like
Yeah.
it felt very personal with like how few people there were. I don't know.
Yeah, like anytime we wanted to speak to someone, they were just like, "Yeah, sure, we'll have a chat."
yeah, and
Yeah.
you guys
Like,
did quite a lot of networking at the booths, which I'm very pleased that you were able to do.
yeah, it was great fun. I think there was literally one game that I kind of wanted to play that I couldn't, and that was the new Baldur's Gate expansion for obvious reasons. That
Oh, there
was
was probably a
very
really long
popular.
line at that booth, huh?
Yes, there was.
It was like
Yeah.
the
Yes,
only
there
booth with a
was.
line.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
there
it
were.
was not small.
No, well, what happened this year, to bring everyone else up to speed on this, almost all of the AAA developers just pulled out of PAX this year. They just weren't there. They were, it was almost exclusively indies. And in some ways that was good because it gave the indies a chance to take center stage and to get a lot more of the play and the publicity that they wouldn't have gotten if they had been overshadowed by the big AAA studios like Square or, Nintendo or Sony. So it was almost an exclusively indie PAX this year. And there were some really cool games on display, games that looked cool. I had to wander around the show floor. We're going to go through that footage here in just a moment and check out some of the booths. But as far as stuff that I would probably stream, I didn't really find anything. So My footage, my coverage of the show this year is just general coverage, whereas the two of you ended up going into more specifics and you did some deep dives at some of the booths for games that you've already been interested in or had wanted to follow up on, yeah?
Yeah.
It was kind of weird in that the two games that I was most excited for are games that I've already played.
Hmm,
It's just one is coming out with a DLC and the other is actually coming out as 1.0, which is very exciting.
really?
Yeah, baby.
Yeah,
World
we
of
can get
Horror,
into
let's
that.
go.
World of Horror, let's go, baby. Yeah.
Oh, is it
Um,
World of Horror that's coming out in 1.0?
it is.
I
It's
see.
really cool. It's all coming together.
That's fantastic.
Hmm.
And yeah, Red, that's why it was only indies you saw. I think that the biggest names at the entire show this year were like Gearbox, Devolver, and the Baldur's Gate booth.
Yeah, a BioWare showed up with an official merch stand.
Did they?
It did.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Oh, that did make me chuckle. I was like, BioWare, yeah, I love Mass Effect, I love Dragon Age. Oh, it's merch. I mean, it's cool. I guess I would have liked to play something, but fine.
Right? Hey, at least you could get yourself a nice t-shirt, right?
Let's
I mean,
go.
I already had the jacket. I didn't need the T-shirt.
Well, there you
Gotta get the
go.
full look, dude.
So I'm gonna for the two of you, I'm gonna share my screen so that you can see the same thing that I'm seeing, so we can talk about the same
Okay.
stuff.
Sure.
And that way, you guys won't have to be 30 seconds behind watching the stream on Twitch.
Ah, okay,
Excellent.
okay.
All right, so
Chat still got my eye on you.
we are going to start here, and this is just the kind of walk around of the show floor. So we're gonna probably pause this at the appropriate points where there's something to see or to talk about. Yeah, they take security very seriously there, Prof.
Oh, that guy was great.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's
he was great.
it seems like there's a lot more merch this year and fewer games. Like the first couple of booths that we ended up walking by were just merch.
Hmm.
Yeah, there was a bunch of merch stuff. The tabletop section was a little bit smaller than I was expecting as well, but
Yeah,
there was
and
still
like
quite a bit on offer.
and all of this stuff here, this is product demos and stuff where you can try out the new hardware. This I think was graphics cards.
Mm.
This one.
Yes, there was a lot of hardware people like showing off their new graphics cards with a whole assortment of games and custom PC people where you could. Well, we watched several people slam their face into Tree Sentinel on Elden Ring on the highest settings.
Yeah. And yeah, Lord Luis, it was a smaller show than usual in that there were fewer exhibitors, there were fewer vendors, and the vendors were spaced out a little bit more.
Hmm. Yeah, almost everyone had a little alleyway that you could go between, which is pretty
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah, there were more I guess alley is the right word. There were more alleyways between booths this year than there were previously. They used to be packed in more tightly, but this year it was much more spaced out.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
forgive, please, the shaky quality of the footage. Some of this is just it's difficult to walk around with a camera and not crash into anybody. But like here, they were demoing gaming laptops and PCs, and all the big fancy shiny stuff. But it was a lot more of this year, and a lot less. Hey, check out our new game.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You know it, Afro. Yeah, try out these graphics cards you can't buy. So it made me really happy to see this here.
Oh yes.
And they had demos of the game, but they also, go figure, they were selling merch. Like, look at this.
Yeah, it was great.
Oh, that plush
Like
is cute.
the plush is adorable.
And they had
Love
little.
the abandoned can of Coke as a distraction there. Sorry.
Yup. They had these little figurines. I think these might even have been some of these might have been amiibos, but then they've got physical versions of the game now, which I just thought was the coolest thing. I'm so happy that they were able to do physical releases for this game because it deserves it.
Yeah, it's great.
If
It
you
is
guys
a
haven't
wonderful
tried out
game that
Crypt of the
I'm terrible
Necrodancer,
at. It's a wonderful game that I'm terrible at.
yeah, join the club. No, it's the same
Okay.
game, Mel, but they've finally gotten proper physical releases for it.
Mm-hmm. And I believe it comes with all the expansions. I mean, it's gotta come with all the expansions.
It does, yeah, and I believe this is also the version that includes the Zelda content as well. So,
Oh, sick.
yeah, because you see, you can get it for the Switch, and
true.
the Switch version has all of the Hyrule stuff on it. It looks like.
Cadence
So,
of Hyrule, right?
Yes, Cadence of Hyrule.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that might be either included or there's some other package that they were. So it's a fantastic, fantastic pair of games. And if you haven't tried them, absolutely try them. They're great. The developers are great.
Mhm.
But it mostly is stuff like this. Like Crypt of the Necrodancer was one of the biggest indies at the show this year, which should give you some idea of what other sorts of indies were there.
This one, by the way, can I have a moment just to talk about Phantom Brigade here?
Yeah, go
This
ahead.
this game is exactly what I was hoping it would be. Um, I remember the two best friends talking about it on their podcast when it first got shown off, and I was like, "This feels like it's for me." And I got to play the sort of 15 minutes or so of the tutorial, and man, that is a game that is like surgically and clinically designed to appeal to me.
It's
It is
nice when it
great.
feels like a game is tailor made for you, huh?
It's wonderful. It's turn-based mech combat, like a cool, I guess a bit transistor-esque combat system where you're doing actions that take certain amounts of time. The actions can overlap with each other. It's great. It looks really cool. I wish I'd got to spend more than just a tutorial with it.
Yeah, yeah. We only had an hour for media people at the beginning of the show, and I'm sure the hour wasn't enough. And yeah, Mel, the Zelda one is a different game. That's Cadence of Hyrule.
Mhm.
This, I think, was the Baldur's Gate booth, was it not?
Oh, yes, it was.
Yes, it was. And by the time I got round to here, there was a substantial queue. Every day we were there.
You
Mhm.
probably got here after the media hour or late in the media
I
hour.
did, yes.
Yeah. This is, I
Yeah.
recorded this like right after walking into the show floor at the beginning of the media hour, which is before the general public is let in. And it's your only chance if you're media, if you're a content creator or press or a journalist. It's basically your only chance to go to the booths that are the most crowded. I tried kindling this bonfire, but it didn't work. I guess there were just too many enemies around.
Oh, wonderful.
But
Gosh.
I'm sorry to hear you guys weren't able to catch this booth before it got super crowded.
It
Um,
was. If I'd thought about it, I should have gone there first, but I didn't,
Mhm.
and thus I was punished.
Nah, that's all right.
Yeah, we mostly just wandered about to get a good look at everything that we wanted to look at later on, without the having to fight crowds to do so.
Yes, which for the most
Yeah.
case we did. I think there was like maybe I had to wait in line like 10 minutes for Phantom Brigade, and everything else we just sort of walked straight into.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, honestly, you lucked out that you only missed out on Baldur's Gate because it could have been
Mhm.
much trickier. And Waltz Queen asks, any good costumes? Yes, there were, but they were apparently there on Saturday, which was the one day we didn't bother going to the show because it was
Because
the
it
one day
was
that badges were
crammed.
sold out, and we didn't want to be in a packed house.
But the man
But
himself let
yeah,
me solo her.
there were many wonderful things put up on Instagram and social and Twitter of the cosplays that were there, and we did see a few kicking around. But yeah, Saturday was the day, and they
Mhm.
were wonderful.
Yes, somebody
Mhm.
showed up cosplaying Let Me Solo Her, and then someone else cosplayed Renala or Rena, didn't they?
I
Yeah.
think it was Ronnie with the
Ronnie.
forearms
Someone,
and everything.
yeah, someone showed up as Ronnie. Someone showed up as Melania. So that was an
Oh,
amusing
we
photo
should
shoot
have. I
opportunity.
hope Millennia and Let Me Solo Her ran into each other.
They
They
did. There was a
did.
wonderful photo shoot. It was
Oh,
great.
fantastic, excellent. Nice to see
Yeah.
they're still pushing the Lego games here as well. I thought that was funny.
Yeah.
They don't
I
really
mean,
count
those
as
are like
indie, but
incredibly popular all the time.
they are.
And they're
Yes.
actually surprisingly good.
I've never
is what
played
I-
them. I personally don't see the appeal, but oh, Red says,
you
I
get
guess
the-
yeah, Red, you must have been there Saturday and Sunday, you and Nate. Red says they had a really good Master Chief cosplay on Saturday.
Oh, cool.
Nice.
Go figures, we
Yeah.
missed that. But honestly, I think we were still probably better off not having gone just for dodging the crowds. And Monotone, you had some schoolwork you had to do that day, I think, too, didn't you?
Yeah, I had to put a damper on things with real life for a second.
I wouldn't
Well,
call that
such
putting
is
a
life.
damper. It just gave us an excuse to play it safe that day.
That's true. That's true. We got to take it easy.
Mm.
We did. It was nice. Having that little bit of a break in the middle was probably for the best, I think.
Yeah, I feel like going to the show all 4 days in a row is pretty tiring.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Yami, I wanted to get footage of that last one because it said Mantis on it, and I wanted to, get Mantisman some.
I think we made that exact same joke when we walked past.
Oh, did you? Perfect.
Yeah, like, hey, look, this has been made for me.
I'm glad I didn't miss the opportunity then, or I'm glad you guys did.
Exactly, Waltz Queen. Exactly. You got it.
And for some reason, Discord had a booth there this year.
Yeah, it was like a lounge thing.
Yeah, you could go and chill out if you had a Discord thing. I'm not sure.
The
what
way that it
was.
worked in previous years was if you ran a server and you were a partner, you would go show them your partner badge on your phone, and they would give you like a t-shirt and a hoodie and some merch,
Oh, sick.
which I did the last year that I went. But since Discord moved the goalpost for their partnership eligibility requirements, I no longer qualify, so I didn't bother stopping at their booth this year because,
Oh,
Oh,
damn you, Wumpus.
No problem, Dylan. Enjoy. I also see that everybody seems to want to have a bonfire at their booth.
sure. Yeah, actually.
They really want to make sure you can level up when you want to.
I also
you
noticed
gotta-
that there were 2 different castle booths, which
Yes.
was
Dead
which
Cells.
really caught me out. I was just like, I'm by the castle, and it was which one? Oh, there's more
Thank
than
you.
one.
Yeah, there was Dead Cells had a castle-themed booth, and then
Yeah.
Baldur's Gate had a castle-themed booth. And yes, Jalapeno, we're gonna get. That's gonna be after the show.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right, Red Rock. So Tiny Build, I think, probably had the biggest booth at the show this year because they're a publisher and they publish for a lot of different small indie studios.
Mm.
And theirs was interesting. They set it up like a carnival, which was an interesting choice.
Yeah, like it was cool. They had some interesting looking sort of party style games going on. Me and Monotone watched some insane people be very good at rhythm games on them for a while.
Like
That was
the guy, the guy who shows up just to play rhythm games and leave.
yeah. We just watched one guy just like just get perfect throughout the entire thing, and we're like, yeah, that's pretty impressive, I guess.
He just showed up to the
Oh.
booth and perfected the rhythm games and then walked away.
Yep.
Yeah, he showed up, perfected the game, when that seems pretty cool, and left.
Well,
Like, what do you do? What do you say as like a publisher or a dev to that? Guy just
Right.
goes, "Yep, seems great."
well,
Leaves.
guess we need a no mercy difficulty mode.
I also
Hey,
just
Warrior.
want to real quick
Yes,
say I
Monotone.
love the giant fucking inflatable spider.
Oh, it's wonderful.
Yes, yeah.
I
Actually,
believe-
let's go back to that for a minute, shall we?
Yeah. I believe it's for I think it's the same people who made Stick Fight.
Oh,
The
is
Stick
that
Fight
what it
game?
is?
Yeah, because it's a 4-person party game. Might actually be bigger than 4.
I think it was. We saw 6.
6, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ironic it's not 8. But Yeah, it's a game where you control a spider who can move around in all directions, and you shoot each other or lightsaber each other or just generally murder each other
Oh, that sounds
with
fun.
spider physics.
Yep.
Yes,
First to
it was
Okay,
10
very
wins.
cute.
Fontez.
Party game. Go.
Yeah, this I think I did get some footage of the Devolver booth. I don't remember rightly what they had, but I wanted to come check this out too because this I think is another fairly small publishing label that publishes for indie devs,
Mhm.
and I wanted to see what games they had on offer here. I only got a very brief look. I didn't stop to play anything, but
They looked pretty neat. They had a game that seemed very much sort of Doom-esque, like a classic retro-style first-person shooter, but very much like a dodging and agility-based. It looked very fast-paced and interesting. I
oh
quite like the
okay.
look of it.
So
Mhm.
someone like me is probably too old to play that. Then there we go. I did check out Devolver. I knew I did.
He did say Doom in the in there. Doom is old, right?
Yeah.
I
Uh,
mean, sure.
the big thing coming out of the Devolver booth was Cult of the Lamb. I think
Mhm.
that's
Oh
the one thing
yes.
that everyone wanted to play. It looked very cute and also atrocious in the
Ye-
best possible way.
That was their central exhibit was Cult of the Lamb. I think we'll see that in just a second. I had to stand in the center to get a good view of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hey
Trek to
Luigi.
Yomi looks great too.
Yeah,
Uh,
it looks like a lot of what Devolver had this year was retro style games.
Mm.
Yeah, like Trek to Yomi was really interesting. It looks like I want to say it looks like a Kurosawa film.
It
Basically,
reminds me of Onimusha 1 and 2.
I haven't actually played those, so I can't really
Okay. Yeah,
compare.
they were made by
But the
Capcom back in the day. They're third-person samurai action games. But yeah, this reminds me of Onimusha in a Kurosawa black and white style. And then
hmm,
Demon Throttle, I'm not sure about. I think this is a motorcycle game.
uh,
I love that
I
it's made
can't
by a company
remember.
called Doinksoft.
Doink soft. Gosh,
Nil. There were, that reminds me, there were a lot of like city builder games this year.
there were a lot of
There were
city
there.
builders.
This is Cult of the Lamb, I think.
Yes. It
It
is
looks
very cute, mixed in with very terrifying and gory, and it's an art style that like weirdly works, kind of like the same way Isaac does.
It does,
or
although of course,
or Happy Tree
unfortunately,
Friends maybe.
at
Mm.
PAX, nobody has any qualms about walking in front of you when you're filming and blocking your view.
Of
So
course.
that, unfortunately. But here's Motion Twin. This is there we go. This is Dead Cells, and I believe they had a new expansion that they were unveiling. But this is the
Yes.
other castle theme booth for those who were curious.
They actually held a competition to see if you could beat the final boss of the demo.
Really?
Um, and if you did, everyone watching would win a free copy of the DLC.
Oh, nice.
No
It
one
didn't
did.
happen.
Yeah, why am I surprised?
One person got very close, but choked at the end.
Yep.
Ah, damn.
Sadness.
That sucks.
But
That
it
would have
was
been
fun to
fun.
watch. I haven't played Dead Cells, but it looks good.
I've
Mm.
streamed it a little bit. Its standard difficulty is really a lot of fun, but in
Mm.
order to unlock more stuff and to get the most out of it, you have to play through increasingly higher difficulties, and they just get so brutal. I just fell off the wagon with it.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of the only cosplays I saw, and I'm ashamed to admit I don't even know who this is.
I don't know either. Sorry.
Looks
Your
like a
cosplay looks
character
really
from Raid
cool, but
Shadow
we don't
Legends.
recognize it.
Yeah, the higher difficulties are a little intense for me, Yami. It's a fantastic game. Dead Cells is an awesome, awesome game, but
Mhm.
it's if you want to get the most out of it, you kind of have to be a hardcore player.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then there's a bunch
I
of this stuff here, which I'm not even rightly sure about. These were unfamiliar. I don't know anything about these games, but I think these were more to demonstrate the hardware than the software.
I believe so, yeah. Like a lot of the stalls were like, we're gonna run these games on our hardware and look how cool they look. But yeah, there
Yeah,
was a bunch
which
of this kind of stuff as well, like retro games. people having like physical copies of retro games for sale, which was neat. I always forget how expensive some of these games I owned as a child are now.
Yeah, although it's nice to see physical copies still on sale.
Yes.
And obviously plenty of merch, jackets and stuff. Lots of that stuff. More this year than I've ever seen.
Yeah,
And
there
there's
was like a
Screenwave.
ton of stuff.
Yeah, all this stuff around the edge of the show, almost all of this is it's either devices like hardware, merchandise. You can get yourself a Crusader helmet here, I guess. I don't know what this was for, but
It's for elite gaming. It keeps the sun
Yes.
out of your eyes.
oh, that's what it is. Okay.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh,
there are some
gosh.
games, but a lot of this is T-shirts. And one thing that I was really happy to see, which we'll get to a little bit later, is there were some booths that were selling or showcasing accessibility devices for people with physical disabilities and that kind of thing. And
Yeah.
it makes me really happy to see more of that stuff hitting the mainstream, because there needs to be more of it. That stuff is how people who don't have full use of their limbs, or for whatever reason can't use a standard controller or interface, that stuff enables them to be included in the gaming community and in the experience. And so I'm overjoyed that that stuff is becoming more common, slowly but surely.
Yeah,
Exactly,
it's really great
Ouija.
that stuff like that's getting a push. You know, like being able to get games experiences out there to people who struggle otherwise is like a really cool concept. I
Yeah.
like that a lot of these sort of little projects are starting to see the light of day now.
Yeah, and now that they get shown off at places like PAX, people like us end up going there and covering them and giving them more attention and helping raise awareness, which, I mean, it's kind of par for the course as a content creator. I don't consider it to be specifically something that I go out of my way to do, but it's something that I'm glad it's a part of what I do to kind of help raise awareness about that stuff, because the more people who are aware of that, hopefully, the more of the kinds of people who need or could use that stuff will find out about it and can get their hands on it and then start to play these games and enjoy them.
Exactly.
Yeah,
And then
like
there's just this silly indie stuff like this. I looked at this and was like, wow, I sure do remember Flash.
yeah, this has big Flash vibes.
This, yeah,
Oh gosh.
not just Flash. That one gave me big Newgrounds vibes.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
what it is.
that's it right there.
Yeah, Mortefero, exactly those kinds of people. And I mean, some of them just adapt and they don't use any special modifications at all. But the more modifications are available, the more options people have when they want or need something.
Exactly. It's for those people who can't make do with what is available, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, or,
Yeah.
you know, who can't just train themselves to play with one hand, or for whom it would be impractically difficult to do so. But most of these kinds of games on the periphery of the show floor were this sort of thing. And, you know, there were some cute games here. I thought I'd drop by and give them a look. It's nothing I personally am interested in, but, you know, you never know when somebody in the audience is going to be. So just because I may not be interested doesn't mean I'm going to walk by it and turn up my nose at it.
I played one of the ones that's near here. I wonder if you'll have a look at it. We'll wait and see what happens.
This, I thought, was a neat little way to draw people in and get them involved with the booth. It was they had a little wheel of pain over there to the right, and you can you play the demo of their game, spin the wheel, and potentially win stuff depending on what you spin, which I thought was
That's
fun.
neat. That's kind of fun. Yeah, that's a good way to draw people in.
I do not know the answer to that question, Yami, unfortunately. It looks like it could be a Korean dev from the art style, though, that previous booth.
And then,
I forget what else was around here. Oh, this. Yami, I immediately thought of you when I saw this game. I was like, I've got to cover this for Yami. He'll love this.
Let's go. Aw.
Oh, good,
There it
Mortefero. It's
is.
about time, huh?
God, I fucking
Yami,
love the
don't you
pixelated
love
sunrise
anime waifu
commander.
Tetris? You know you want to play. Mostly hate it, he says.
There it is.
I knew he'd appreciate it. And this one here, codename Ancestor, looked genuinely interesting. It looks like kind of a civilization building game
Mm.
where
Yeah.
Oh, I
you
didn't
seem
see
to
this
have
at
quite a bit
all.
of customization as well. But I couldn't figure out where one of these booths ended and the other began because Back to the Dawn here was like jammed right up against codename Ancestor, and I was like, wait, which one is which?
Oh, have a
Okay,
nice
Tuna,
night.
have a good one.
Good night. I guess it like splits down the middle there.
Yeah,
Question mark.
I guess that must be it. Quite the artwork in this game, though. Back to the Dawn, I have to say.
Yeah, I like that. That is a very nice art style.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't actually get to see any of the game, but the art style looks good.
And yeah, like I
Thank you.
feel like I saw someone
Thank you,
playing this,
dearly.
but I didn't really see enough of it to make heads or tails of it.
It may well have been. Yeah, you probably got here after I did when there were more people. Sugar Crow, thank you so much for the resub. There's our girl. How you doing, Sugar Crow? Great to see you.
Hey,
Hey,
Sugar,
Sugar Crow.
how you keeping?
And hello,
And Haretsu,
Haretsu.
good to see you too. Welcome.
Hey.
So this kind of stuff here, I always find funny because it's like they set up a little lounge right in the middle of the show floor. And they're like, yeah, cram in around a tiny little PC station and sit on literally a Super Mario Brothers block.
Yeah,
It
dude.
is.
Two
It's
people
great.
to a cube. Let's go.
I think that one of the games that I played, they were like, here, sit on this cube, like 6 inches from the television, off you go.
One of my favorite booths was one where they were selling beanbag chairs for gaming.
Oh, I saw those. Those look great. I was like, if I had a reasonable way of getting this home, I would totally buy one.
Right? Like, I love beanbag chairs. I used to love them as a kid, but I think they're fantastic for gaming because they're so ergonomic and, like, you can change their shape to fit whatever you need. And it helps prevent you from being stuck in the same position over and over and over again, day after day of gaming. And so, from an occupational therapy point of view, as an occupational therapist, I super approve of beanbag chairs because they're so dynamic and they're so comfortable and they can accommodate so many different seating arrangements and positions.
Always get support.
We missed you too,
Yes.
Sugar Crow. We missed all of you,
Yeah.
really. I mean, we've been away for 9 days.
Mm-hmm.
It's been good fun. But yeah, like there was a bunch of neat like tabletop stuff here as well. The Hero Realms stuff over there. It's like a deck builder. I say a deck builder. Yeah, a deck builder, I believe.
Yeah, they
is
had
deck builder the right
it
word?
looked like they were doing like instruction sessions at some of these booths.
Yeah, a lot of all the tabletop booths were doing like introductory games and demos of all their bits and pieces. It was really good fun. I ended up picking up a game called Life Siphon that
Oh,
looked
did you?
really interesting. Yeah. It's a sort of one of the. I think you'll probably even walk past the booth that was selling it at this rate. So we'll hold off on it and
Yeah,
when we get there.
I went
get
out of my
there.
way to try to cover the whole show. I hope there isn't anything I missed anyway.
Oh God, that's a wonderful little like piece of artwork there. I like that.
I'm sad I got to this booth before they were done setting up because I really wanted to know what this game was or whatever it was they had, but there was nothing there when I got there.
Ah, shame.
Yeah, I was kind of sad.
Nolan
But
adventure.
then I
That's
found
really
this, and this was funny.
Oh
like-
yeah, we checked that place out. It
Oh, you
looked really
did?
fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
They.
Oh, sorry.
So no, you do it. It's
Uh,
mostly your story.
Yeah. They have a really cool Bloodborne jacket that I was looking for, and
Really? How did I
sold out.
manage to miss that?
Well, the
because
thing
it
is,
wasn't
it wasn't
there.
there this year.
Oh,
It sells out every time they release it, like
Freaking
within a
hell.
couple days.
that figures.
Yeah, it looks super stylish and really, really neat. But they're really expensive.
Yeah, Denim, it's those guys. $300 jackets, yeah.
Yeah.
But I've heard good things about
No
those
comment.
jackets. Supposedly they're pretty good quality.
Oh, they're super good quality. A lot of like really good reviews on them.
Yeah, and then there was this, which this does technically fall under assistive devices, if not outright accessibility. These are
Mm.
blue blocker glasses for gaming.
Oh, that's what they are.
Yeah, they help cut down on ultraviolet
Ah,
so that they don't strain your eyes.
that's
I could use a pair.
cool.
Yeah, like they help cut down on eye strain while you're in your gamer cave for 12 hours on end staring at a screen with no other light sources.
Got to do the anime thing where you push up your glasses right before you go to town.
Right before you teleport behind somebody, right?
Exactly.
It's
Yeah.
nothing personal, kid.
Oh, Yami, you had blue blocker glasses for gaming? How are they? Do they make much difference? Oh, okay. So we need to talk about Wormwood.
Oh,
Yes. Yes,
yeah.
we do.
This is all Will.
Hmm.
So,
Oh, Sugar Crow makes a good point. She's got glasses like that. They're helpful if you stare into microscopes. I bet they are.
Oh shit,
yeah, of
that's the reason
course.
why I even need reading glasses now. So, yeah, that's actually ingenious.
But
Sugar, I'll message you later about that.
yeah, so Wormwood is a company that basically sells like, I don't want to say artisanal. That's probably a bit too much, but all like
I don't know,
very
man.
well.
I think artisanal is a good word for the things they sell.
Mm,
Yeah, it's all very nicely crafted tabletop gaming accessories, all made out of wood, like dice trays, dice boxes, dice towers.
Like
Uh,
really, really nice wood products too. These guys are
yeah,
they're
if you like that sort of old tavern or handcrafted aesthetic for your RPG accessories, they are wonderful. They do a bunch of like shirts and other bits and pieces as well, but you're mainly there for like the dice boxes, dice trays, that kind of storage kind of bits and pieces, and they are wonderful.
which we're going to have a look at. And I see also in chat quite a few people have chimed in and said that they have blue blocker glasses that seem to work pretty well for them. So
oh, let's go.
that's
Oh
cool. I've
yes,
never worn
Vice Weave. They
glasses,
do
but
do like tables and things like that as well if you want to spend a lot of money.
yeah, and I think I got a fairly clear view of the prices here. Like you can look at some of these dice boxes and like playing piece boxes. These are all natural wood finish. They're not painted. These are natural wood, and I think I see in here pad oak. I see a walnut. I see purple heart. I think there's an ebony in there somewhere. I see what might be maple or hickory. They've got just beautiful, beautiful woods.
Mm.
Um,
Yes.
and
Oh, real
I've
quick.
got some close-ups from later on, but these are for like if you're really, really serious about your DMing. And here we go. These are, I think, what dice shakers,
They're the dice towers.
dice
Basically,
towers.
you drop your dice in the top and they roll out into the tray in the bottom. You don't have to worry about throwing your dice across the table, especially if you
Okay,
spend
you can
a
tell
lot
how
of
much I
money
know
on
about
dice and
tabletop
a
and
well,
D&D type games.
therefore, if you have nice dice and a nice table, your dice are normally made of metal and your table is made of wood. So, as you can imagine, rolling your metal dice across a wooden table will mean that one of those two things is not nice for very long.
Right.
Uh, so that you use dice towers or things like that to. So yeah, and at Norse Foundry there
Yeah, you
is
guys were
another.
carrying around bags from Norse Foundry for most of our trip. I saw you guys had been there. What's going on at this booth?
So I grabbed some dice from them, and man, are they great! I don't know if I actually linked those in the in one of the photo albums I
Yeah, we'll go
sent,
through the
but
albums after the foot or at the same time
yeah,
once we're done with
if
the show.
if I didn't, I will post a photo up of them because they have a whole bunch of really beautiful dice. It
Mhm.
appear like dice and dice storage options are like sort of their thing. There's a
Oh, I
big
see it.
rack of
Here we
them
go.
being seen there. In fact, I think the dice set that I got is actually visible there, and it's the one that is the most clearly visible out of the lot.
Oh, really? Like the turquoise aquamarine one?
Yes, but they're not that. They're very odd prismatic cut glass ones.
Oh, yes.
They're
Okay, I remember you showing me those. Yeah.
yeah, they are beautiful. Uh yeah, they do all sorts of dice in metal and glass and cut stone and all sorts of bits and pieces like that. They're wonderful. They do some really nice dice boxes and things as well.
Excellent. Yeah, I have to say, I saw so many really just gorgeous dice and accessories between Wormwood and the stuff that you brought back.
Yeah.
Never mind actually getting into tabletop gaming. That's the kind of stuff you could just put on display in your living room cabinet and just look at and be happy.
Mm.
Exactly. I mean, that's kind of what it gets to at a point, like, because once you've got the books you need to play your game or whatever, sometimes you just want something nice to use with it. So, so what you're really looking at is, do I get like a really fancy dice box or some nice looking dice, or like a something to for storage and things? Because there's not really a lot you can really treat yourself with, so you can end up spending a lot of money on the things that are available.
Yeah, I
Uh,
guess that makes a certain amount of sense. Like if you play standard video games, there are all sorts of fancy accessories and controllers you can get. You can get a gaming chair. You can, do all sorts of custom paint jobs or accessory jobs on your console. But I guess with tabletop stuff, it's more about the tools of the trade.
I
Mhm.
think Yami, I think they're like a journal company. They do a whole bunch of journals and things, but I could be wrong. I didn't quite see their. Yeah,
This,
so they do like hand-bound journals, and or is this the June?
yeah,
No,
this
actually,
I
I'm
was
not
really
sure.
curious about because I went over and had a look, but I couldn't tell what most of these books were. They just
Oh,
looked like custom handmade bindings. Like,
Oh, I think that
yo.
might actually be what this company is.
because
Um,
this is the sort of thing that I would love for future press to be able to do as a binding for a strategy guide, like something on
mm,
this level of quality. It'd be hundreds of dollars for the book and no one would buy it, but
Mm.
it would be so cool to just do something like this for a guide.
If yeah, that would be really, really cool. Like the leather bound, embossed, whatever.
Yeah, with
Like,
like the stone set in the cover.
like look at that on the
mhm.
end there. Just I don't
Yeah,
even know what that is,
It's
but
ominous.
yeah,
this one here, the one
that
in
book tells me I shouldn't open it.
yeah, the one in center frame is like a you see it in fantasy settings a lot where it's used to carry a spell book. Or
Yeah.
like a cursed tome or something like that that contains forbidden knowledge. But this is some really cool craftsmanship here. I love these bindings.
Hmm.
Yeah, they are great. I love stuff like this. This sort of handicraft stuff that people just go all out on and go, I'm gonna see if I can do this as a thing.
And
Oh,
here
now
was one of
here
my
is.
favorite booths, and I know Mantis Man, you
Yes.
stopped here.
Yep, I did. In fact, I have literally just finished one of their teas, the Tavern Brawl tea.
Oh yeah, he's drinking
That
some tea from this booth right now in a
from
custom,
from a flask that I also got from this booth.
in a thermos that he got there. Yeah, this is So do
Much
you
Yeah.
want to tell them about
obliged.
D and T? Debler, thank you so
Okay.
much. Welcome back.
So D&T is basically a company that makes a bunch of D&D themed teas and tea accessories. Uh so they've got, I think, 3 currently under their line. They've got 3
Thank you.
black teas, 2 herb teas, and 2 green teas, I want to say. And they're all sort of D&D themed. They're their own blends. I got to try a little bit of all of them, or smell the ones that I didn't get to try, and like they all seem great. I picked up all the black teas because I'm a black tea
You're
person.
a Brit.
I've
You've
tried
got
one of
to.
them.
You're obligated.
I exactly, and I picked up the Tavern Brawl tea, and it's a really nice. It's like a black tea, but it's kind of it's got like this odd chocolatey note to it almost. It's wonderful. All of them seem really, really good.
They seem
Uh,
unique in terms of their flavor, yeah, and certainly in terms of their names. I love that, like, one of them was called Elven Bazaar, another one is called
yes.
Underdark and Chill.
Hmm.
Just, yeah, Sugar Crow, they're fantastic. And K Definition, thank you for the resub. Welcome back. But go on,
Yeah.
Mantis Man, please.
Yeah,
Don't let
they
me.
do again a whole bunch of like flasks that are all themed around the different D&D classes. So if you want to take your tea on the go, you can. The flasks have a little infuser in them, so you can literally just you can make like iced tea or fruit teas in them, or you can make your tea in the thing in the flask and just take the infuser out if you're using a black tea or something like that. they're really pretty. They're really high quality, as far as I can tell so far. They do tea infusers, like all of your sort of tea-based accessories. So if you enjoy D&D and you enjoy drinking tea whilst you're playing D&D, why not be on theme? It's
Right?
great. They're wonderful. Hearty recommend from experience. Is
And
the best I can say.
I have to say as well that I am tickled that a company like this exists, because for me it shows that even people my age and younger are still interested in drinking tea. Because in Germany and in the United States when I was growing up, certainly, maybe a little bit less in Germany because there's just always been more of a culture of tea here in Europe, but in the United States, especially as a kid, tea was kind of looked at as a stodgy old person's beverage, and not something that young people would drink. But here I'm overjoyed to see it kind of being presented to younger people as, yeah, no, this is good, try it, it tastes good.
It's great. And sorry, Sugar Crow, along the lines of your little pun there, one of the items that I bought was like a standalone tea infuser, and the little tagline on the top was "Channel Divinity."
Yes.
And I was
Let's
like,
go.
as soon as I saw that, I was like, I need it. Give me that. Give me that now.
Right. Yeah, denim, exactly. Old people and nerds. Great. We can yeah, well, Ouija, I can appreciate that. That's cool. That still counts. But no, it made me super happy to see this, because here I am at PAX and there's tea. I can get tea at PAX.
Yep, it was great. And Dodgy Dingo, as an aside note, what apparently Americans do have electric kettles. We found one at the second hotel we stayed at, and I was shocked. Actually shocked.
To be fair, I was shocked as well. Most households do not have those.
We owe a little bit of an explanation on that, though, because we stayed, at this point, we were staying at the Fort Hill Inn, which is, it's not really a hotel so much as it's a bunch of buildings that have individual rooms or entire apartments that you can rent. And I had decided that once the show was over, after PAX had concluded, we would switch from our smaller inn in the neighborhood of Brookline to a larger, like, full apartment at the Fort Hill Inn, so that we'd have a more comfortable base of operations with more room where we could do some actual cooking if we had wanted to, and we could have facilities available to us that would enable us to kind of stretch out and relax a little bit. And so we switched over there, and I guess the owner of the inn had the foresight to furnish his apartments with electric kettles. So Mantisman was very happy.
I was incredibly happy. I got to make tea without boiling water on the hob like a barbarian.
Yeah, new hideout, exactly, Sugar Crow. And as a matter of fact, for anybody who's interested, I did a video on this place a number of years ago when I first found out about it. And let me link it in chat here.
Oh, excuse me for one moment, guys.
Yes.
Dog is barking up a storm.
Oh, by all means, no problem. Take your time and
No worries.
go attend to Schnoofy Boy over there, and we will. So this video.
No, Yami, stop, please. The idea of that makes me upset.
Oh, make water in the microwave. Yeah, Yami, of course. Here. This is where we stayed during the second portion of our trip. In that exact apartment, in fact.
Oh no! Stop microwaving water, please.
Yami, I use a
what
kettle.
happens when it explodes, Echo? What do you do then?
I use a kettle on the stove to heat my water. I do not microwave it. There we are. Let's see. I think this was all I got of the D&T booth. It was already crowded when I got here, so I figured I'd just get a little bit of footage of it.
I'm surprised you didn't catch me in the footage, to be completely honest.
I'm surprised too, although you probably came here before I did. I bet you smelled the tea and ran right over.
I had already scouted them being there from before we even went in. I
Had you?
remember looking through the exhibitors and going, I want to go to these guys. This seems great.
Yeah, we talked about it in advance. I know that you'd selected and pinpointed them before we even left.
No, Red Rock. No,
Uh,
please stop.
so this drinks with frenemies. I had to stop and take a look at this because this looks like another one of those kind of like Jackbox type party games, like Cards Against Humanity.
Yes, it will be a similar fare to that from what I could tell. It's drink with your friends and then play a card game at the same time that might make your friends drink more.
Yeah. I don't drink, and I have no interest in activities that involve drinking, but I'm a big fan of Cards Against Humanity. And I thought, oh, this is an interesting concept. I wonder if
Yep.
we could do this with tea instead of alcohol. We're right next to that booth.
That sounds good. That sounds like a much more entertaining prospect to me.
That's what I would. That's what I would assess as well. And then here, this space in previous years would have been packed full with booths. For whatever reason, this year they decided, what if we brought the food trucks indoors?
Yes. And then behind that, I don't know if you get there, there's also a giant sort of load of free space with tables to play tabletop games on and a big library that you could rent tabletop games out of, which was
Yes,
pretty neat.
that's
I
been
like
there
that a
every
lot.
year. That's what I was figuring you would probably be interested in,
Yeah, I had
Mantisman.
a look around and saw what they had, but there wasn't really that many people looking for groups. Which, considering the current circumstances, I can totally get that.
Very much understandable, yes. And I also want to give a
Thank
shout
you.
out.
Yes.
Erevan, thank you so much for the
Sincerely.
resub. I want to give a shout out to to Big Pharma for finding their way into PAX somehow and setting up an Excedrin healing station complete
What is
with
this?
swag. Excedrin is a buffered analgesic. It's headache medicine.
Oh, I didn't even notice it. I didn't even notice it. How did that get in here?
Authorized drug dealing at PAX.
Yup.
Oh.
So shout out to Big Pharma that their Excedrin merch, like look at this, backpacks, t-shirts, towels, samples of course, because why wouldn't you? Where's the gummy melatonin? Oh, kill me, Yummy.
No. They even made a new logo.
Yeah, dude, gotta be cool.
Healing Haven.
Wow, we're literally marketing headache medication to children now.
Oh, it gets
It-
better. It gets
Mhm.
better. So, the next food truck after this one, I don't know what their marketing team was smoking. This one is fine, right? This I think is just cinnamon rolls, that kind
Yeah,
of thing.
it's
Waffles, right?
Yeah.
Good old Bavarian treats. I can get on board with
Exactly.
this, right? However,
Oh,
this
this
one
one.
here had a very unfortunate and poorly thought out name. And I was not sure whether they were selling food or.
Wonderful.
it's an experience.
Yami, you would read this in English as the Whoopie Wagon.
Yeah.
And I'm just glad that this van wasn't rocking when I came a knocking because we're moving on. We've talked about
I
this
will
enough.
say, what is on board the wagon today?
I'm not sure any of us need to know. Let's talk about empanadas.
Yeah. Let's talk about those instead.
Yeah. Because this, as I understand it, this is a fairly popular truck that I think drove in all the way from New York. It had a New York license plate on it. And their marketing as well is in some ways possibly a little bit unfortunate or ambiguous in maybe a slightly controversial way. I am all for empanadas. I looked at the immigrant food for an immigrant nation, and I'm like, well, I mean, that's cool and all, but we really are doubling down on that, aren't we? And then I looked at some of the pictures of the empanadas, and I'm like, I don't think immigrants came here with any of these.
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh no.
Empanadas are delicious.
They are.
They
And I'm sad that I didn't get to try any because they did genuinely look good. But it looks like we've got 8 different fruity flavors here. Like they all look like they have different fruit filling in them. Yeah, how do we gentrify empanadas, KDev? And I think that's what hurts me about this is you've taken a poor people's food that its very best virtue is that it's inexpensive, it's simple, it's delicious, it's something anyone can afford and eat. And now you've turned it into something that's going to be like $9 a piece and is going to have, I don't know, foie gras in it. And I'm like, did we really need to do this to the humble empanada? Was it really necessary?
Oh dear.
But one thing I also saw was Hawaiian-inspired bowls. I didn't get to check this one out either. I'm assuming this is like poke?
I would imagine so.
It makes sense.
No, Echo Drop, I'm not saying you can't innovate on it. I'm just saying you're taking something that is an everyman's food and turning it into something exclusive where it's like, no, you can't afford to eat this now. This is for me and my big fat wallet. And it just makes me sad to see that happen.
You get half as much for twice the price.
Exactly.
Ooh.
Oh, and this is a fun one. This is a PAX tradition where this is the general public. This is the people who are waiting to get in.
Mm-hmm.
And every year you see this. Somebody brings a beach ball or 2 or 3, and this is how they pass the time during the media hour.
Look at those scrubs standing around, not able to do all the cool stuff we could.
I don't know. They seem to keep themselves.
They seem to be having a great time.
I like when I was standing here filming this, I would hear cheering and shouts of jubilation. So they were doing okay.
Yeah, they seem to be having a good time.
And then here's the back of that empanada truck. And one thing that I thought was neat, not so much any of the advertisements on it, but that they drove the truck in here and they hooked it into some kind of main power in the floor, which I did not know was possible in the convention. Like, I didn't know you could bring a truck in here and plug it in.
I guess they've got mains power outlets in the floor, so if the thing can be plugged into mains, then off it goes.
Yeah, I don't know why it didn't occur to me. I just thought it was neat that, like, oh yeah, you brought a truck in and you plug it in. Did they use a moonstone on it?
Oh, gosh.
And then most of the rest of the booths toward the back of the show were either merch or tabletop stuff.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of shirts. And I'm guessing you two checked out Birds of a Feather, or was it a different one that you've been playing? Wingspan.
Oh, we were looking at Wingspan.
Wingspan,
and that
that's what it was.
Yeah, it was the Steam version of the game.
It was great. I broke it twice.
Yes.
Ah, yes, you'll have to tell everyone that story.
I managed. Monotone was sort of speaking with the devs about it, and I sat down to have a play of it while they were chatting, and I locked the game up once, and they had to sort of do some kind of input to get it back out of that. And then I also found a bug where you could lock the game in a menu and prevent yourself from doing anything over the period of about 15 minutes, which was impressive. And they literally didn't write that one down.
Yeah, didn't you tell me one of the devs literally took a notepad out of his pocket when he saw you do that? And
he had the note section up on his phone, and he just tapped something in real quick. There was things already there, so that wasn't even the first one of the day.
Incredible. This is what we do. We're community service content creators. We show up at PAX and do free QA.
Yeah. I touched it and it broke. Sounds like my normal day to day, I guess.
That's what we do. I have
Oh.
to say, I was amused by these off-brand Marvel Avengers dice sets.
Oh, the Dice Throne is a game. It's it's one that we sell in the store when we get it in on occasion. It tends to go out very
Really?
quickly. Yeah, I've not actually played it myself, but I know that it's a dice, but it's a dice building game, if I recall correctly, where you're like basically getting different sets of dice. Yeah, yeah,
Interesting. So it's
it
not like
seemed
a
pretty
deck
cool.
builder with cards, but it's a dice builder?
As far as I'm aware, yes.
Huh. Okay. That's new on me. I've never even heard of that genre.
Yeah, there's a few games around like it. There's Role Player as well as an interesting one. Uh, spelt like ROLL player.
Ah, okay. Very clever. So this booth here, this is one of the booths that I wanted to cover in terms of accessibility. This I'm a big fan of. These guys, they're on what is considered the cutting edge of a movement to incorporate gaming into therapy.
Mm.
Small therapy organizations have been doing this for years now, but it's only really come into the wider public awareness much more recently, when it's gotten more media coverage and more attention. But this organization here, they both educate about how to integrate gaming into therapy, and they have a number of accessibility tools and devices and whatnot that they were displaying here as well. And I just thought that was really neat. It made me really happy to see these guys here. There were a couple of other booths that had similar things, but this is the only one where they were nearly done setting up when I got to them. And as you can see, they're still kind of not done setting up. They're still getting things
Yeah.
put out. And
A few places seem to be like that. Like when I got to the D&T place, they were very much still like putting things together.
yep, working up to the last minute.
Hmm.
First, you've heard of what, Red Rock? Video games in a therapeutic setting? More like Yahtzee, but battle mode. I gotcha, K definition. Interesting. I've never really played Yahtzee. I have a cursory understanding of how it works, but...
Battle yacht.
And yeah, Zanzibar, it is becoming more
Custom
prevalent.
playmats.
Oh, is that what these are? I thought these were just wall
Yeah.
hangings. These are playmats?
So they can people. So you'll normally play games on them. Like so, say you've got you're playing like a trading card game or something like that. Instead of putting your cards flat down on the table, you'll use like a mat to put them on. And the big
Okay.
ones are meant for like two players to play like across the table from each other with one mat.
I
Ah.
see. I gotcha.
Yeah, they're a nice idea, and let you have something sort of quite fancy. I have exactly, Averon, like oversized mouse pad kind of affair.
Okay.
I have far too many of them that I've collected over the years.
I can
uh, ah,
appreciate that.
I think, yeah, there you go. On the end there is one of the, I think, is that? No, that's not one of the ones I picked up. I think it's near here
Oh,
though.
did you get a dice
It
pad
might be
too?
one
Or...
of the next tile over.
Yeah, I think the
Aisles
next
over.
tile over. Yeah, yeah, exactly, Yummy. You know, so like if you're playing a TCG and you've got sleeved cards, they're not just sliding around on the table, things like that.
Gotcha. See, I have so little experience with card games. This is all new to me. I recorded them without knowing what they were, and I was like, maybe someone else will tell me.
I mean, hey, they're cool artwork if nothing else, right? You can have a look at those.
They
This
are.
is where I learned the plight of the American who likes Games Workshop things.
What, Drinks and Daggers?
So just around off to the left here is a place that sold Games Workshop things, and oh boy, the
Ah,
prices. I'm sorry, American people. I'm
I
sorry.
see. Yeah, everything is more expensive now. I mean, it was already getting more expensive, but
Yeah.
I take it you mean this booth here then?
Not this one. It was just a little bit further around the corner. I think
Oh,
you sort of
okay.
clipped it in the edge of the frame. Um, yeah, that vest gets me every time.
See you
Which
later,
one?
John.
Oh, yes.
Oh, that's a terrible Warhammer reference. It's fine.
Ari, hello. It's good to see you. I'm so glad you were able to drop by. When am I dragging Nick to a con? Well, that's going to depend on his availability, but I'm always happy to go with it. He and I actually, Nick is the previous person to accompany me to Boston before these two guys who are with me right now. Although that was a while ago, and it wasn't for PAX. It was more just for a kind of casual outing and stuff. But yeah, the next time there's a con, if I'm around and money permitting, Nick's always welcome. You're always welcome too, Ari.
That would be a nightmare, Red Rock. They're not quite that bad.
Oh, I see. I'm trying to catch up on chat here. Sorry, Oh God, yeah, Red Rock, that would be terrible.
Oh man, yeah. A lot of these tabletop places are really fun. Like a lot of them appear to be like again indies, much like you would be with like a lot of the video games that were shown off here, like companies that make their 1 or 2 games and that's all they do, which seems to be quite cool. I like that.
Hmm.
You know, it's nice because again, like tabletops kind of have a similar thing going on where a lot of them will come out under 1 or 2 like big companies or big publishers. But there's a bunch of companies that just like make their own things as well. So it's nice to see that kind of stuff shown off.
It is. Yeah. Oh, Sugar Crow, I'm so sorry. Mantisman, sorry. Hang on. Let's
No, that's fine.
Sugar Crow, no problem. Please go get some rest if you can. Thank you so much for dropping in. It's always good to see you. But go take care of yourself.
Yeah, look after yourself, Sugar Crow. Please. Don't feel bad. It's fine.
And Ari, thank you very much for the invitation to Dragon Con. I've never been, and in fact, I don't remember ever having been to Atlanta. Dragon Con, I take it, is probably similar to PAX, I'm guessing. I know nothing about it. Yeah, we'll be
I
around,
believe
Sugar
Dragon
Crow.
Con is more of a role-playing game convention, if I recall correctly.
Oh, okay, so
It's-
like a tabletop kind of thing?
Yeah, lots of tabletop, lots of role-play, things like that.
I see.
You can correct me if I'm wrong, though.
Someone else will have to, because you're the one who's going to
Yeah.
be correcting me. I found this booth that was selling all these different custom dice. And
Yeah, there's a bunch of places that do all this kind of stuff. It's really neat. Some of them sell some really wild things.
yeah, I was quite surprised to see the Witcher dice here.
Mm.
I didn't even know that there were dice in The Witcher.
There's recently been, I think, is it recently? There's a Witcher role-playing game that came out as well, so I imagine the dice go along with it.
Oh, okay. Dragon Con incorporates everything. Interesting, Ari. I'll have to do some research on it then and educate myself because it seems like I know way too little. We're back to the Wormwood booth here. I came back to get a little bit of additional footage because their products are just so gorgeous. Like, I'm such a... I don't play tabletop games of any kind. I never have. But I'll tell you what, I appreciate a well-made, well-crafted piece of art. And I believe these are what, dice holders?
Yes, those are some dice storage, and also incorporate like trays to roll your dice in as well. They're
Okay.
very pretty. I like them a
Just
lot.
gorgeous, gorgeous natural wood that these are made from here. Paddock is one of my favorites. I like the ebony, but I've got to say my favorite, it's such an exotic and beautiful wood, is the Purple Heart, which is this. Like,
It
look at
looks
that.
almost painted.
That's the
right?
natural color of the wood.
That is
Yeah,
beautiful.
Wonderful.
It comes from the tree like this, and then all you do is varnish it and polish it a little bit. There's no paint on
and
this.
there you go.
Yeah, it's just a completely unique, gorgeous wood.
Wow.
Thank you, Ari. I will have a look at the link after the stream. I will definitely go research them.
Yep. I mean, a lot. That's the thing with like companies like this is even if you're not really into the item, like what the items would be functionally for, a lot of it is just so beautiful that you could put it on a shelf and just display it, and it would be an interesting curio to talk about, right?
You can, yeah. And I wanted to, while we're at it, I wanted to get to these dice sets because, like, these I believe are resin.
They will either be resin or poured plastic.
Yeah.
What's the word? I forget. Acrylic.
Casted.
Yeah.
Acrylic, yeah, probably acrylic. But just I love the different shapes and colors that they've got going on here with these because they've achieved some really nice patterns. I like the marble pattern, and I like the Merlot and the blue patterns here. When this focuses a little bit, Nimbus. These are my favorites. The cool colors.
Yep, and like they're not even that expensive for a dice set. Like a lot of these ones that unless you're going out of sort of odd exotic materials, you can get really beautiful dice for not too much money. Oh
Yes, and
yeah, this
here are
is
the
what
tables.
this
Like
is one of the wormwood tables.
the
Yeah.
Oh,
custom
yeah.
crafted polished hardwood gaming tables that Wormwood sells.
Yep, they are magnificent. Uh they are like any sort of RPG player's sort of dream or tabletop gamers. Like I would have this if I had the space for it. Is normally how it tends to go.
Yeah.
They're wonderful. They have all sorts of little holders and drawers. And can you see how the top of the tables are? Yeah, there you go. The one that you're going to show now is going to show it. They all have like boards that will go over the top and slot into that recess, so they're functional as like a dining table or things like that. And then when you're done, you can just lift off those top boards and reveal the game that you stowed underneath while you were eating dinner.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, like functional and beautiful altogether is something I am a big fan of. I'm a proponent of both form and function altogether.
Exactly.
Although I
And
would be so scared to put anything near anything of that
oh
quality,
yeah,
like
I would never have food
Tablecloth or
anywhere
get
near
out.
that.
Thanks for that.
right,
No,
right.
I'd have that under like a 2-inch thick tablecloth anytime I weren't using it,
Yeah.
and
Mhm.
food would not go within 50 feet of it.
Greetings,
Exactly.
undead
It's one of those you're like,
warrior.
yes, I could in theory eat my dinner on this, but I'm going to eat on a lap tray and that's going to sit in the center of my dining room and look beautiful.
Right? Yeah, exactly, Ouija. Don't get soup anywhere near it. Venny, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Don't worry about it. I'm happy you were able to drop in even a little. It's great to see you. And
Yep.
here, there was Wild Bill's Ye Old Fashioned Soda Pop Company.
I
which-
kept meaning to pick one of these up and I forgot.
yeah,
Oh.
this was really interesting because they had these like psychedelic tankards that I didn't get too much good footage of, but there you go. They looked really cool, and I really liked some of the colorations and the patterns on them. I didn't end up having time to try any of the soda, but
They did daily refills? I didn't even notice that. Oh man. Why didn't I pick one of these up? Now I'm sad.
Wild Bill's
Uh,
is all over the place. Jalapeno. This is the first time I've ever seen one.
oh, Yami, birch beer is like a lighter root beer, I guess. It's or a cream soda, I guess would be the comparison. It's just very sweet.
It's similar
Um,
to root beer, but it is actually made with birch. There are species of
Mm.
birch where the flavonoid compounds that make the birch beer are in the bark, or the
Mm.
layer of cambium under the bark, or the phloem, or whichever layer it is. But there are species of birch, and there were a couple of these trees at one of my former employer's house, where you could strip some of the bark off of a branch and chew on it, and it'd just taste like birch beer because that's where the flavor of real birch beer comes from. It is actually made from birch trees. Yeah, Scuzzy
Oh,
Steve,
that's
it's,
so cool, Ouija.
it's popular on the East Coast because I think it originated somewhere near there, and it definitely got pretty big there. Birch beer, you can find it at a lot of restaurants, either bottled or on tap.
Mhm.
It's really good. I like birch beer actually almost better than root beer in some
Yeah,
ways.
like the more mild flavor or the more mild sweetness, I think, helps a lot with it. It's kind of like ginger ale where it doesn't feel like a regular cola or something.
Really?
Mm.
Okay.
Mhm.
Oh, I see, Ouija. So that's what they mean by daily refills. I gotcha. Yeah, Airy, I think it's a northern East Coast thing. Like south of the Mason-Dixon line, birch beer is probably less common. I grew up in Connecticut, and it was pretty typical to find birch beer of some kind in the like cooler case at some restaurants. Like they'd have it
Mhm.
bottled. You live in the swamps practically. Okay, yeah, you're probably too far south for it to be a common thing down there. And Scuzzy Steve, you're near Philly. That explains why. Yeah, I think it's a further northern East Coast thing, birch beer. But then I saw something that made me very happy, which was this good boy or girl here.
Hard at
Oh.
work.
Hard at work, couldn't pet him, because working dog, but
Doing it.
hard at work doing the thing.
Adorable.
Yeah. Sweeping the floor. with
Sweeping the
tail.
floor, yes, exactly.
Yep.
Exactly. And then I think this is just this was me trying to save face. I climbed up a non-operational escalator thinking I would use it as a shortcut to the upper level, but then the corrugated gate was down, and so
No.
I pretended I hadn't just walked up there for nothing and got a shot of the Discord free computer area.
I saw a few people using that over the course of it. I wasn't sure what it was for, and now you've told me it's free computers. That makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, I think I mentioned that to you before so that you could access a computer from the show floor if you needed to.
That's
yeah,
a neat idea.
Those
I like
are just they're just gaming PCs set up with a few basic apps like Discord for you to, go play some games or do whatever.
Ah, okay. Maybe that's why we should have tested out that game that we got given.
It could be. Yeah, you can.
Oh.
I think they had Steam downloaded on them, so you could access your Steam account and download games from your library on those PCs.
Yeah,
I could have echo
a
dropped.
company approached me in Monotone and gave us USBs.
Here we are. We're now into food. We're done with the show.
Yeah,
at least-
they gave us USBs with a game on it. But it sounded really interesting, but being given a piece of like physical media and being told to put it in your computer is always kind of suspicious. I
Yeah,
think.
here, plug this unidentified flash drive into your PC. Nothing will happen, I promise. Yeah, Ari, PAX East is Boston. PAX East is held at the Boston Convention and Exhibition Center. And I had talked with Nick a little bit beforehand, and he left me with a very strong impression that recovery from the surgery was going to preclude him being able to go to anything for a while. So I didn't want to put him on the spot. And I had a feeling that it probably would have been too short notice anyway. So and he and I discussed it as well, and we agreed that another year probably would be better for him going to a con, because he's, Yeah, exactly, Haretsu. I sure do love viruses.
Well, at this day and age, it's probably more akin to, oh boy, I sure do love crypto miners.
Crypto miners, yeah. Right. That's why you take it to the public library and plug it into one of their ancient dinosaur PCs and, crypto mine this, bitch. Enjoy.
Enjoy your billionth of a percent of a Bitcoin you'll get out of this over 50 years.
Hey.
Yes,
Hey,
and
that's
then the
like
library will have an
$4.
excuse to replace that PC because it'll catch fire and slag.
Oh gosh.
So now we are into food for the moment. So let's take a quick pause here because now we have some pictures that the two of you took and were kind enough to share. Mantisman, this is your library, the one on the left here, and then Monotone, this is your library, the one on the right. And it looks like we're starting with well, I don't know, what did you guys didn't arrange these in any particular order, did you?
I think I did mine by time. So
yes.
area of places that we visited.
Okay, so Fogo de Chão is going to be first because we did that the day before PAX. We did that when we picked up our badges.
Yeah.
So we'll come back to the food.
Yes.
We'll skip past Fogo for now, and we'll check out the images we've got, and we'll just cycle through these. And this is one of the ones that you two were most excited for, was it not? Or Monotone,
yes,
you were.
it was.
But it looks like you both stopped there because this is your library, Mantisman.
Yes.
We did. Yes, we both stopped there together. We spoke to one of the. I think it might have been either one of the devs or one of the people from the
One of the publishers.
the publishers. Yeah,
Because
that's
the World of Horror. Let me do the shill for World of Horror real quick. if you don't
Yes, and
mind.
just before you launch into that, let me answer Ari's comment. Ari, PAX, it varies slightly from year to year. There have been years when they did it in early March, and they've done it anywhere between then and late April. Like this year, it was April 21st through the 24th, I think. But we went for a longer period of time than that. We headed out, like we got to Boston on the 18th, or no, the 19th. And I arranged our trip this time so that we would have a few days before and after PAX, so we wouldn't have to rush into and out of town, and we could do some exploring of the city in addition to just going to the show. Because nothing sucks more, right, than showing up the day before the show, having to rush to claim your badge, having to rush to get to your hotel, having to go to bed super early and not have time to do anything, having to get up super early in the morning to get to the show before the lines are a mile long, having to, spend your entire time at the show and rush through everything. And then on the last day of the show, having to rush out to the airport and pack up. It just sucks to do that.
There is nothing worse. I cannot stand rushing around to do a thing. It saps all the enjoyment out of it for me.
Yes. And so we planned it this year so that we would have the 4 days of PAX and then 5 days before and after that for a total of 9 days. And that let us really take our time. It let us spend entire days just walking around the city and doing cool stuff. We went to the aquarium, which I think the two of you still have pictures of. They should be in these albums.
There is an absolute bucket load of pictures in my album from the aquarium.
Excellent. And yeah, Ari, I spent a lot of my childhood in Boston because I have family there. My grandmother, when she was alive, lived there. And I still have quite a lot of family on that side who still live there. So I spent a ton of time in Boston as a kid. I got to know the city really well, or parts of it, the main parts of it that are of any interest for traveling. And so I ended up kind of serving as a guide for Monotone and Mantisman this time, and showed them around and took care of them and made sure that they didn't get lost. And it's basically what I did with Nick the last time that he came to Boston with me. We stayed actually in one of the same places, the Fort Hill Inn. We stayed in a different apartment then, but it was the same. I kind of showed him around and took him to the restaurants, and we did the culinary tour, which is my favorite thing to do. But anyway, Monotone, I'm sorry. Tell us more about World of Horror, because I only know a little bit about this game from having seen you stream it. Tell us about, because this is a really interesting game.
So, it's a point and click horror adventure game where the general premise of it is that you are tasked with stopping an old god, and in order to do so, you have to solve 5 mysteries. Each one is a reference to either Junji Ito or Lovecraft, or a blend of other generally Japanese horror media. Really good. All the art is excellent. It's all done in Microsoft Paint by one dude. And it's one of my favorite games. It's incredible. He's a dentist, so he's already living in a world.
Yeah, I don't know what it is with dentists. Junji Ito was a dentist as well before he became a mangaka. And I think being a dentist just it gives you a bunch of points of insight by default. So like everywhere you go, you're seeing all of the amygdalas just chilling there that no one else can see.
Yes. Well, the thing with Penstas, as he's known, I forget which country it is, but whatever country he's from, I believe it's Poland. If you're a dentist, you have to take all of human anatomy, which is why like all the body horror in World of Horror is so fucked up and accurate, because he's probably seen something like it.
Yeah.
But it gives a credence to the art style. It's really nice.
Yeah, he does such a good job of conveying, of like making you feel dread for things you would never consider feeling dread for.
Echo
Like,
Drop.
there are
I don't know what the statistics behind that are, Echo Drop, but I'm prepared to believe it.
there are like some things that, like, some of the art that in the ways he depicts it, even though it's just like this fairly simplistic Microsoft Paint style things that you look at and go, I hate this and I don't really understand why, but I do. It's amazing.
I think Pat had a quote about it, basically saying if it were any other art style, it would be too much.
Yeah, he's right.
Yes, absolutely.
If there were any more visual fidelity to this game, it would be too much to play.
Yeah, it is, but then you have the fun of that visual fidelity being that you basically get to fill in the blanks and do the it. I don't know how to say it other than it feels like a classic. Like it feels like
Yes.
it's inspired a bunch of things despite being inspired by a bunch of things itself. Um, but one of the other things about it is that it's like really customizable. There's a million different color palettes. You can customize your stories, what's going on with them, what events you'll run into. But what was really cool about this is that they were having demos for the game, and for content creators, we were able to play one of two new chapters. And so uh, we sat down and I played one of the new ones, which is like it limits you to a certain area of the game. And it was very real for current events.
Yeah. Yeah, it
I don't
was.
want to spoil anything, but it was super real and kind of hit a little too close to home. Huh.
It did.
Uh
It hit very close in a lot of places, and
yes.
there were a couple of times where I read things that were on screen, and I was just like, "Don't like that. Don't like that."
Mhm. But I don't want to spoil the mystery because that's the whole point of World of Horror is you experiencing this kind of fun but fucked up situation and going through it yourself. Um, and what was really cool is that in talking with the publishers, we got hard confirmation that the next update is in fact 1.0, and
Woo!
it will be coming out for PlayStation and Switch as well during the next update.
You
We don't know
guys
when.
did a journalism. I'm so proud of you.
I did it.
Yeah,
I did a journalism.
it was
Um,
great. I saw it and
yeah,
everything.
it's really cool. It felt great to just be able to chat with people who are kind of behind a thing that I really enjoy.
Right?
Um,
I'm so
yeah.
proud of you two, my aspiring up and coming apprentice content creators.
Thank
Yay!
you. Real quick, to answer some questions.
Do it.
Yeah, it'll look great on Switch, and I suspect that that is why it's taking so long. Because Nintendo did they make the game prior to the pandemic? Yes, it is. Actually, I think it was in work for like a couple months before the pandemic, and then it really took off like during the pandemic. Panstaz has been really good about updating the game, but really bad about giving updates about the updates. You
Yeah,
don't
that
hear from him
basically
for
sums it
6
up.
months to a year, and then all of a sudden he just puts out a tweet saying World of Horror with new screenshots, and then a month after
That's
that
it.
the update's out.
That's all the update you get. You get a tweet that is the same thing every time with different pictures. It is World of Horror, some screenshots, and you're like, "Oh, there's an update. Sweet."
I love
Yep.
it. I like this
Don't know
guy
when.
already.
Oh,
Um,
he's great.
can I trouble you because for anyone who doesn't know Eri
Mm.
Koala is the one and only beloved of our good friend Nick from Bitterbits. And
Yeah.
Ah,
she
hello.
she and he are as bread and butter, or as ramen and dashi, if we're going to use that metaphor.
Ooh,
And
nice.
she is therefore a friend of the channel, and we'd like to introduce her to the two of you. She asks where you two are from.
Oh, yeah, I'm from New England. Uh, Born and raised Connecticut, but all over the place, for schooling and grad school. But yes, general New England area.
And I am from Old England.
Ah,
Yeah, I live right on the southeast coast. I live so close to France that I can look out of my window in the morning and shake my fist at it.
And he does every morning.
I do. Cursed Frenchman.
We've got some other good pictures of you shaking your fist at the New England.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes, you have. I don't think I sent you that, but I think Monotone has it handy. Maybe he might be able to get that to you.
we'll get
You
mhm.
there.
can you can have me shaking my fist at prominent Boston landmarks, I suppose.
England
You shaking
1.0
your
before the balance. Yeah, before their empire got nerfed. Haretsu.
Yeah,
Yep,
exactly.
Right.
they really downsized in the new DLC.
I have not been waiting a month to say that, Karate, but it
Uh,
just sort of fell out of my face. Exactly, Yami. I wake up in the morning, it's a bright sunny day, I look out of my window and just Curse you, France.
And Sam, don't beat yourself up about not going this year. From what you told me, it sounds like it wouldn't have worked out for you. But if you want to go next year, don't even worry about it. Sam, we can talk. We can, I'm sure I can get you a content creator badge and get you in.
Do you know what, Eri? It was wonderful. Like, this is the first time I've been out of England in like 17 years, and I'm so glad that I went. To be completely honest, and thank you, Franz, for arranging everything effectively.
Oh.
Like, literally everything.
No, it was a pleasure to have you. And when you described to me how long it had been since you'd set foot outside of the Queen's territory, it became clear to me immediately that we needed to get you on a vacation and get you out of the country and across the ocean and somewhere new and exciting. So to me, I consider this mission to have been a great success.
Well, from my view of things, it absolutely has. Yeah, Eri, it's been a while. Like, I literally, to do this trip, had to get a passport. That's
From
how long it's been.
scratch, and boy, was that a process, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
That was I'll leave it up to you if you want to elaborate on that. But
I mean, I won't go into the meat and potatoes of it, but effectively, lots of faffing about with the British government, faffing about with the postal service, having minor heart attacks when the postal service doesn't function correctly and tells me they haven't delivered things when they have. Thinking I'd have to travel to London to do an in-person interview and then not having to do that was good, but also bad.
Yami
Yeah,
knows.
lots of palaver, but we got there.
I try, Ouija. I just wish I could make more dreams happen at once. Like, if I had infinite fuck you money to throw around and just, take people on vacation every day, all the time, that's what I would be doing, among other things. But, you contribute what you're able to with the means you have, and I think this year, and we're going to come to some more of the exciting stuff that Will and Monotone did, but we really need to cover the rest of the show first, because there's tons. So, did you guys have any more you wanted to comment on World of Horror?
It's great. I'll shill for it.
Same. Go play it. It's wonderful. It's Eri, I saw you wondering, like, I don't like jump scares. That's fine. I think there's maybe one in the entire game.
Two.
Two.
There
one
you
of
go.
them can occur at any time. Just don't tab out of the game.
Oh, that's
Yep.
what triggers it?
Yes.
That's
yeah, you get a
dirty.
jump scare of the shopkeeper, who I believe is based on Pantstaz himself.
Yep. Like, the game is very much atmospheric horror and does a very good job of conveying, like, dread and eldritchness through its artwork and text. But the jump scares, yeah, 1, 2, that's it.
But also the horror of the mundane, like answering a phone call and getting mail.
Exactly.
Yeah, come to think of it, I think, hasn't Nick streamed this game before? I could have sworn I saw him streaming it or talked with him about streaming it at some point. Maybe I'm misremembering. But...
Yes, I believe he has. In fact, Haretsu's saying that there's even a VOD of it on his channel still.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought I remember Nick trying this out. So, Eri, you've probably already seen this. Right, Yami, right. All right, so... Yeah, Sam, if you're going to be in the area next year, if we can meet up, if it works out that way, great. But if not, I can at least get you a content creator pass to the show and get you into the show for free and get you into the media hour in the morning. Which, by the way, this was the first year that I did not need to MGS past a security checkpoint in order to get into the show.
We were literally at the front of the queue. We showed up and no one else was there.
So what normally happens is there's the main line to get into the building in the front, and it's a really snaky line that if you were to stretch it out end to end, it'd be a mile long or more. Then there's the media line, which still ends up being a miserably long wait on any other non-COVID year. And then there's a secret entrance to the venue through a hotel that's attached to it via a sky bridge. And as a matter of fact, actually, let me see if we can pull up a picture
Keyboard
of it.
ASMR, let's go.
Because
Firefox.
maybe we just
Hey, what's wrong with Firefox? I use Firefox.
maybe we can just find a picture of it, but let's enlarge this.
I'm just going to have to duck out momentarily, gents. I'll be back shortly.
Yeah, no
Sorry.
problem. Okay, we can't. Let me see if we can.
Not quite.
No, that
It's
doesn't.
pretty though.
Google Map. Well, let's see. If we can get a good view of the front of the building, I can give this a little bit better context. Here we go. Boston Convention and Exhibition Center. So we want to put our little viewer thing here on Summer Street. Wait, no, that's a tunnel. Come on, Google Maps.
Have you not, Ouija?
Oh, Ouija, thank you so much for joining us. Have a good weekend, man. Take care of yourself. It does not look like. This just does not want to cooperate. Come on, we need. Oh, you have to click and drag it, is what you have to do.
Yeah, you click and drag the dude. There's a point in clicking.
Look at it. He just flops around. Look, they put ragdoll physics in Google Maps. What is this?
Come on, can we Havoc engine Google Maps?
Oh, and this is the freaking tunnel. Come on. Why? Why would you do me like this?
Okay, beautiful. Beautiful job. We should just be playing GeoGuessr at this point.
We should.
Let's go.
We really ought to. Okay.
I am returned and I have water now.
Welcome back.
We're geoguessering, I see.
Well, not intentionally. Not intentionally. We're trying to get Google Maps to cooperate and not be a pain. There we go. So
I was about to say, that looks close.
Now we can minimize this.
You gotta click and drag. Oh, there we go.
There we go. So, what happens is, you have a delivery store you go to in Boston. You didn't realize you drove by PAX. Yeah, Red. Now you know. Now you know where it is. Okay, so this over here is the Westin Hotel. The Westin Hotel is connected to the Boston Convention and Exhibition Center, which is where PAX is held, by this sky bridge. So normally, on any previous year, the lines in the front of the Convention and Exhibition Center, which are over here, you can see how they've got it all snakes around, and it's just, standing in line here sucks. You wait forever. And then the media line is over on the other side of that. And it's a much shorter line than the general public line, but it's still a really long line. It's miserable.
It's long enough that if you don't get there super early, you don't get to see anything in the media hour.
Yeah, you can end up missing the media hour even if you're in the media line if you get there too late. So what happens is, I figured out the first year I attended PAX that you can go into the Westin Hotel and climb to the second floor and cross the sky bridge into the Boston Convention and Exhibition Center and get into PAX and bypass all the lines. So that's what I did for pretty much every year before this year. Is I snuck in, and there's a security checkpoint there, but it's only a very small security checkpoint, and I think it's only supposed to be for exhibitors. So you know, me having a charisma stat of 10 and being the charismatic fellow that I am, I would either sweet talk or on one or two occasions bribe the security guard to let me and my companions through that security checkpoint into the show. and we would totally bypass the lines. Yeah, Red, I was worried that this year I'd have to sneak in under a cardboard box, but as it turned out, I went over this as our plan A. Like the Skybridge was going to be plan A, and then the media line was going to be plan B. We got to the venue an hour before the media hour was supposed to start. We got there at like 7:30, 8. The media hour starts at 9, and the floor opens to the general public at 10. We got there at like 8, and there was no media line. Nobody was there. And
It was just us.
we walked through the media line checkpoint. They didn't even check our bags, although I think it was because we got through the metal detector without setting it off. But
Yeah.
we walked through the metal detector. I was opening my bag to show them my camera. They were like, nah, go right in. It's fine. And
Like, okay.
we just walked in the front, no line, nobody in our way. And we just walked.
Sat down
Yep.
at the front of the queue, and we're like, well, I guess we're first in then.
Just walked into the media waiting area. We were literally the first people in the media lobby.
I believe, Franz, you were the first person on the show floor.
I
If
think
not
I
one of
was, yeah, because I was the first person through the doors.
Mhm.
But yeah, no, I mean, not that that's a distinction worth anything, but yeah, so Eri, normally on any year prior to the pandemic, their official statistics are that PAX East brings in 34,000 people a day. A day. And the BCEC is a big venue. It can accommodate that many people, but it gets snuggly. It gets cozy in there. And when the Smash players start showing up, it gets a little bit whiffy as well. So,
Well, dang.
oh, you too, Red. You guys were also just able to walk in as regular attendees. Wow. So yeah, Eri, normally 34,000 people a day for 4 days. And yeah, Nate, it got snug in there Saturday because Saturday was the only day that badges were totally sold out. And they
Yeah.
always sell out for Saturday first because Saturday's the first day of the weekend. Lots of people can't go Thursday or Friday. So normally,
Well, you mean that raw meat smell, Echo Drop?
Oh.
yeah. Normally, it's like 150,000 people across all 4 days, Eri.
Mm.
This time, only Saturday was sold out, and the crowds, which I imagine you're going to see in Monotone and Mantisman's. But yeah, see here, this looks like it was Mantisman. This is yours.
Yeah,
This
so
looks
this
like it was after people-
towards, like, yeah,
Hmm?
this is like just as we were about getting ready to leave on day 1.
Okay,
think
so this was
I
well
grabbed a
after the
couple of
general
pictures
public
from-
had been allowed onto the show floor.
Yeah, I grabbed a couple of pictures from one of the overpasses before we made our way out.
Okay, so compare this. Like, you can see that there are a good number of people here, but there's a lot of space between people. They're not jammed in. Any prior year, people would have been packed in like sardines.
Yeah, I think the next one's also a picture in the opposite direction, which is more towards like where all the exhibitors and things are.
Oh, okay,
Or
yep.
I could be wrong. And
Nope,
that's not
here it
actually
is.
that.
And it looks like the computer station is pretty abandoned. Not too
Yep.
many people in there.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there might be one a little bit later on of the day after, perhaps.
Oh,
and
this
that
is
one
Ramen,
to
so
do-
this was definitely the day after.
Yeah.
Oh, and this would have been your this was the Boston Tea Party Museum.
Yes, it was. I felt the need to get a picture.
Do we
Or
have
two.
the one of you shaking your fist?
Hang on. Give me a second. I will send it to you because
yeah, this is all
believe-
the yakiniku.
Yep. And then a whole bunch of random buildings in Boston that I thought looked pretty.
Yes, okay. It looks like we're out of the show floor and we're out of food now.
Yeah, where it'll go through literally day by day as I took pictures. Effectively.
Okay, so we'll have to just kind of search through for your PAX footage because it looks like most of this stuff is
Sorry, it might not even. Did I do a terrible thing and
This is
not actually
aquarium.
send you those?
You might not have done it.
Oh no,
Monotone,
I'll
that's
send.
okay. Monotone, did you add yours?
I had a couple in there, yeah.
Okay, so we'll go through yours because it looks like
Yeah,
all the rest of this stuff is stuff we want to get to later.
yes.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I didn't
Ari,
have as many.
the Boston Tea Party Museum is a tourist trap. If you want to learn actual history, there are far better places to go. And I wish we had more time to go to some of them because even with 9 days, there were places I wanted to go that we just didn't have time. There's a science museum, like an enormous, enormous science museum. There's a children's museum with a lot of really cool exhibits that even adults can find something interesting in. Monotone, let's switch to your album now and see if we've got.
Oh,
Here we are.
yeah, it's a lot shorter than Mantisman's, but it's I don't know. I took less photos.
That's okay. I think between the three of us, between your photos and my footage, we'll have enough to cover. So
Excellent.
this is after we went to a Japanese grocery store in
Yeah.
Brookline, and you two found some dried persimmons.
Yes, I had heard that they're a wonderful snack and never had the chance to try them before. So I went for it, and the rumors are true. They're
They are,
delicious.
in fact, a wonderful snack. Can confirm.
Mm-hmm.
They were great.
And here is the World of Horror booth. There we go. Now we're back to PAX.
Yeah. I just took 2 pictures of it. That was the side profile, and then I took a picture of like the main beta testing area, where they had like 4 computers set up, and actually they had a side to try it, which made me very pleased to see.
They had what? Say again?
They had a line to get in, like there was people waiting to try the game out,
Oh, at
which
the
made
World
me
of
very
Horror
happy.
booth?
Yeah.
That's wonderful. So they've been getting more popular. I'm so glad to hear that.
Yes, I will shill for that game forever. So, yes, it was a great booth. I'll try to make one of the masks next year so I can go in character.
Oh, you're gonna cosplay
Great.
next year.
Yeah, I mean it's just normal clothes with a spooky mask. It's great.
Fantastic.
Um,
Oh, some VTubers played it, says Erevan. That might be why it got so much attention.
let's go.
Oh, okay.
Excellent.
That'd be a thing.
Okay. Well, I guess we're on to ramen now.
There should be more. Oh, there might have been stuff
Oh, no,
day
you're
2.
right.
Yes,
I
here we
s-
go.
It
Oh,
looks
that
like-
was. I was about to say that's one we need to talk about.
Okay, yeah,
Yes.
talk about this because this is not one that I'm familiar with. Tell me what this is.
Yeah. Oh, this is a game called No Longer Human. It's a side-scrolling action game where you are just filled with dopamine and adrenaline as you play. Literally, as you hit enemies and kill them, you get a meter called dopamine, and you use it to do like special execution moves on enemies. Super cool black and white art style, except for the characters. The characters are in like super bright neon coloration.
Which makes it easier for you to see where you are on the screen. I have to say, I like that.
Yes, although sometimes it might be a little too much color, but it was great. It was a lot of fun to play. I'm normally very bad at this game. I still was bad at this one, but it felt fun to play no matter what. It always cool to do stuff with that game. Like you use a scythe, and one of your special moves is that your scythe, you fly up into the air and then snipe enemies through the handle, and then you come back down swinging and you keep up the combo. It's really stylized.
I
It's
was going to
really
say,
cool.
is this the game you told me about that you thought Wooly would really like because it's so stylish?
No, although he probably still would like this one anyway.
Yeah, because what you're describing to me sounds a lot like what people love about DMC 5.
Yep. Yep. And there is a combo meter as well. You get graded like on a D to S scale. The guy in front of
Oh.
me was a dev. and
Denim,
he
are you
played it.
still here? You're going to have to try this.
And this is built for Denim, but I think he left earlier.
Ah, damn. We'll have
Um,
to message him then.
I'll
And...
send it to him. It's not a combo meter, it's like the letter grade, right? So I don't know if that counts, but what's cool is that the letters pulse, and they pulse faster the closer you are to getting to rank up. So
Yes.
what is it called? No Longer Human.
Yeah, let's see if we
Uh,
can get the web page for this and link it in
Yeah.
chat. Would one of you like to do that since you've got more free hands between you than I do?
Yeah, let's see.
Okay, cool. I'm
Uh,
currently trying to find a way to get the picture of me shaking my fist at the Boston Tea Party Museum to you. Uh,
is it cool if I post
Just
the
add it to your
Steam?
album, Mantisman.
oh, can I? I don't. Can I just add that to my
Yeah,
album?
open up
Is
your
that
album and
okay?
upload it. It'll end up at the very end.
I'm just gonna post
Uh,
the Steam link.
Yeah,
If
go
that's
for it.
cool. Yeah, do combo. Uh,
yeah. I also posted up a couple of pictures of the dice set that I got for reference. I think that, and
Ooh,
I think it
yes.
was
We should show everyone that because I remember that being a really pretty set of dice.
yeah, and also my picture of the no longer human booth when I remembered. And then I can just add.
Excellent.
Uh,
There we go.
uh,
Monotone's got the Steam page in chat there. Thank you, Monotone.
yeah, no worries. It is pretty stylish.
It sounds like a fantastic game. I'm so glad you guys Was this a game you knew about in advance or did you discover it?
No,
not at all.
this was. I look at the sign and I'm like, damn, that hurts my eyes. What's going on there?
Ah,
And then I got drawn in, and it was really nice.
excellent. Oh, Yami
Uh,
loves the beeps and boops.
It really does beep and boop your ears. If you have good headphones, that's the way to go. Eyes sear 10 out. Yeah, it's the greatest game that I'll never be able to see again.
yeah, it looks like something that would play on a gigantic screen in a rave.
Yep.
Yes,
You just need some of those blue
absolutely.
blocker lenses from that other booth.
You won't be able to see if you block all the blue.
Oh,
You probably actually won't.
fair.
Yeah, because it's not a photo and Monotone took the picture and not I cannot upload it to my album.
Oh,
uh, but however, that means that Monotone can upload it to his.
Wait,
perfect.
what's up? Oh, that one. Yes.
Yeah, that
If you'd
one.
like me to, I can upload
But
that.
yeah, please do. I
Yeah,
don't
go
mind.
ahead.
All right.
Is it a video? Oh, here's that booth again. There we go.
Yeah, from a different angle, right?
Yep.
Yes, it stands out like crazy.
Yeah,
Um,
lots of people seem to be lining up for it. It seemed to be quite
yeah.
popular from this picture.
I mean, like Yami says with the beeps and boops, it was very loud and very bright, and that's really good for advertising.
It'll
Yeah.
sure let you know it's there.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, Sam, you'll have to let us know what you think of it because this this is definitely one to keep your eye on. Oh, and now
Um,
I guess we're on to Yakiniku.
Yes.
yeah.
Or did you have more pictures of the show, Monotone?
No, I
Um,
believe that is the most of it.
That's it.
yeah,
All right.
I was looking through for my pictures and I thought I took a couple more from the overpass, but I must have done a bad job of it and deleted them because I was unhappy with them.
Oh, that could be. That could be. Well, I mean, I think we've done a pretty decent job of covering the show this year. We got the general walk around. We showed everyone what was there. You guys got to show everyone the games that you were specifically interested in, and we showed a couple of really cool booths. D&T, I'm really super happy that they exist.
Me too.
I would say that they're probably my favorite booth this year. And then you guys, I guess it's between World of Horror and this, huh?
Yes, although
Yes.
I didn't get footage of it, but Wingspan has the European expansion coming out, and we got to try that out.
Oh,
We'll
yes. I had wanted to ask you about
Mantisman.
that because it doesn't look
Yeah.
like either of you have any pictures of that.
No, it was on only on like one TV. Uh,
Yeah.
so
But yeah, it
like,
was good
mhm.
if you've played the tabletop of Wingspan, you know what you're getting, but
For
the
those of us who
game
don't know what
is
we're getting, tell us,
yeah.
enlighten us. What is Wingspan?
So it is an engine builder that is basically the aesthetic is birds in your garden, and they leaned in really hard on the artwork and the art style.
Mhm.
Like it is stunning. Um,
And an engine builder is a game where you use cards to that have effects to build on one another to get bigger and more powerful effects and combos and stuff like that.
yes, it's
Stonemeyer
a
Games, right?
Yes.
So I'm going to pull up
it
their
is a
website.
competitive game, but you're not, for the most part, directly influencing your opponents. So you'd play it together and try and score the most points. but there's very little you can do to interact with the other people. So it's
Mhm.
very much about how good you are at at like making decisions with what is available on the board.
Mhm.
It's very interesting. It's a good strategic game. I like it a lot, and the fact that it's wonderful, like artwork about birds, is just an additional on top of how pretty it is.
And we've got
Yeah.
what look like some really nice pieces here as well. I'm pulling up the
Mhm.
it looks like there are some
Yes,
dice and some chips and some eggs
Yes.
and the
yeah.
Yeah,
cards.
So
Holy hell. Look at
that's
this.
the physical board game, which is excellent. The one that we played was the Steam version, and it it holds up really well. They translated it very nicely. The I mean, the European cards are great. The European expansion does add a lot more of that play. You can like steal resources from other players, but then they get stuff in return. So no one ever feels like a game never feels like you're getting screwed over. Everyone's interacting with each other and like doing things that are like benefiting everyone.
Hmm.
yes,
I'm going to
like
have this on
sometimes you'll
mute while we
take a
take a look at the
resource.
trailer.
Yeah,
You
Mm.
guys go
sometimes you'll
ahead.
take a resource from your opponent, but you'll replace it with something else. Like it's more along the lines of you can sort of direct with the European expansion, you can directly interact a bit more, but it's not just gonna outright stop your opponent from like entirely. It might just make them have to alter what they were going to do.
Exactly.
I have to
Birds
say,
are
I am
not
a
real.
big fan of the artwork on these cards.
They are
Yeah.
beautiful, and do you know what? The game looks absolutely stunning. Like
Mhm.
wonderful. It's very much the same art style, but they really leaned in and just made it look beautiful literally everywhere they possibly could.
Oh, look at this. They even have a birdhouse shaped dice
Yeah, the
tumbler.
dice roller is a birdhouse.
Look
It's
at
Yep.
this.
beautiful.
Oh, something as well about the Steam version, which is very nice. They use whenever you put a card down, it plays the bird's call
Oh,
as
that's
well.
cool.
Yeah,
So yeah, I mean, some of them are wonderful and lovely, and then you have things like the screech owl, which lives up to
just
its name.
it
Um,
just screeches.
so
That is
yeah,
cool. Monotone, do
no,
you want to throw a link to this website in chat as well?
yeah. Should I do the website or the Steam version?
Either or, possibly both in case
Um,
people want to buy the physical board. Because I'll be honest, I mean, if I actually had anyone physically in person to play it with, I would be playing the physical version.
The
it's
best thing about it, France, you can play it by yourself.
You
you can.
can?
You
Yep.
can.
Oh, that's silly. I thought it just said 2 to 5 players.
There is a single player add-on that got put in. Is it with European or is it with
It's
Asian?
just in the base game now.
Is it in the base game now?
Yeah.
Really?
Oh, of course it is. No, yeah, you're right. Yeah, 100%.
Um, but yeah, it's called the Autonoma, and they
Oh,
have a
of
set number
course.
of cards that they draw from, and essentially you play against a fixed deck, and you try to beat the house.
Oh, okay. That's kind of
Mhm.
cool, actually.
Yeah.
Thank you for the
So
links, Monotone. There you go.
yeah, no
Um,
worries. I will also shill this one. It is my favorite game to relax with. I
highlight
will
it.
say though.
Hit the channel points redemption and highlight it when you post them in chat
Oh, okay.
so that
Uh,
people can see them more easily.
yeah, I'll do that again then.
Oh, look at all these cards. This is a huge game.
Well, the base
Yes.
game has 170 birds. I think the expansion adds almost another 100, and then there's an ocean, which is only still. I mean, they're just releasing the digital European, and the Oceania one adds an. So
You're
you
cutting out
very
a little bit,
rarely.
Monotone.
Yeah.
Oh,
You
Mind repeating that?
yeah. Sorry.
The Oceania
Is it
one
better now?
adds a little.
Oh, little under 100 birds as well.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Excellent.
so
yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, Ari,
it's big.
I probably would not have gone by myself if it were just going to be me this year. I would have just stayed home. It's very different when you've got friends with you and people to look after. And I like playing the host, so that's something I enjoy as well.
Yes, Haretsu. They add flightless birds such as the kiwi, the cassowary, the emu, uh, the blue penguin, and the Kia, I believe.
That sounds right. Yeah.
Yeah. And the great thing about those birds is that they count as any wingspan, which hey, title drop.
Hey.
Uh
GG. Well done.
yeah.
Also, it adds a cool new resource to the game that, like, you score points by spending it, but it only lasts until the end of the turn that you generate it, which is nice. Uh, it adds like a whole different layer to the game. It's really cool.
Mm.
Hmm. This is something I think you two have played on stream before together, have you not? On Monotone's stream?
Uh I've played it by myself against AI. I haven't played with anyone yet, but I kind of want to make that a thing at some point. Do like a couple person collab.
There you go.
Yeah.
No worries,
There's a
Yami, I
couple people
gotcha.
interested.
All
Oh.
right. Well, I wanted to make sure that we got in your plug for Wingspan because this is really cool, and although it isn't something that's really up my alley, it's something that's
Hmm.
worth showing because it's a board game, but it's a very different kind of board game than anything I grew
Bird
up
game.
with.
Yeah. It
Mhm.
it it very much games have sort of changed a lot since the classic family games of yore with like Monopoly and Snakes and Ladders and
Boy, have
all of
they.
that kind of stuff. Yeah, there's a lot more complexity to them now, and not in bad ways. It's
Mhm.
wonderful.
Hmm. Innovation is happening.
Yes.
Oh, Echo Drop says, Monotone, that there were some people in your chat who seem to know how to play.
Yes. I just need to vet the people to make sure that they are good to come on.
Right,
on
yeah.
stream. Because I have some friends that I play with offline, but they don't want to come on the channel, for being introverts or other reasons.
Which is
Um,
understandable. I mean, you started off that
yeah,
way yourself, didn't you?
exactly. Um, but yeah, I do want to like get a little thing together and do that. That would be fun.
Mm. Ari, to your question about whether this con had certain types of games that other cons do not, yes. And I would say probably the majority of that was the tabletop and the board games. But also, there are a lot of really unique indie games that don't tend to make it to some of the other cons. Not a lot of the other cons are necessarily as focused on indie developers or indie studios or indie products, whereas PAX over the years has become increasingly friendly to that and has been more and more supportive of indies. And it's a very good place to go for tabletops if you're into that.
Yeah, like that selection of tabletop there, even though like it was probably more limited than it normally would have been, was still really good. There was a whole bunch of things that I'd honestly never even seen before.
Hmm.
It'd be great.
Yeah,
Like
I
it
really was impressed by the variety of indies that were there this year, and it was kind of nice not having all the big AAAs just overshadowing them and stealing all their thunder.
Hmm.
exactly. Like
Yeah.
it was great to see like a lot of these little niche, interesting games that wouldn't see the light of day, sort of otherwise. It was great.
Hmm. Yeah, and I mean, here we are doing our part to show a couple of them that stood out to us, and I really hope that these games and the studios behind them find the success they deserve because there's clearly a ton of work. Like World of Horror, it's obvious how much work went into that, and it's huge
Hmm.
for one guy to do all of that.
Yeah, that
Yeah, all in
game is a
Microsoft Paint.
passion project.
And like that game has animations and sprites. It's
Hmm.
incredible.
Yeah, it's like literally one guy with MS Paint just doing it, and he clearly loves everything about it just immensely. Uh, and it's so wonderful that again, like it gets a showing at a place where 35,000 people are going to be hanging out. You know, like it's crazy.
Hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm really, really happy to see some of these indie games get this kind of play this year. Um, and yeah, Ari, the I believe PAX has a minimum age of 12. I do know that they don't allow infants into the venue, but it's not the kind of place I would want to bring an infant anyway. It's way too overstimulating for an infant. And it would just it would be a bad time for everybody involved.
Mhm.
I guess we're on to food now.
Let's go.
Before we do you just want to quickly show off the dice before we forget about them?
Oh, did you
I
have
added them I added them into our chat as a separate link at the bottom.
You did. Okay. Oh, I see. All
Yeah.
right. Getting them onto into stream chat is going to be a little bit tricky here, but oh, photos, 3 new items. Copy link. And
Yeah, it's a picture and a little 10-second video, so you can get an idea for what they look like properly, I think.
okay. Bear with me a minute then, because I'm going to have to pull
Oh
some
my God, Harry! I
shenanigans.
did not read.
Yeah, without context, that does read a little bit differently. All right, here, I got it. Let me just copy that out of there. Let me close this. And let me put this here. There we are. So here
Can't
are.
remember if the video has audio, so you may want to mute
No, it's
that.
it's muted regardless. Don't worry.
Okay.
All audio from the sources here are muted.
Mm.
Oh, Ari, when you said and can stay at home with the dad, they hadn't read the messages before that. They didn't realize it wasn't you were referring to, and
Yeah.
they thought that you meant that you and Nick had secretly had a kid when no one was looking.
Context is important.
Context is important. But here are the dice that Mantisman got, and my gosh, look at these things. These are oh, this must be the video.
Yes, it's a little 10-second video of just
An error occurred. Please try again later.
Oh, well,
Let's
that's
go.
frustrating.
Media error.
Yep.
Scuff.
Thanks.
Oh, wait a minute.
Scuff.
Are we gonna be able to do
What
this?
is it doing?
Oh no, it just takes me straight to YouTube. Great.
Why
Oh.
would it do that? Yeah. Oh well, never mind.
To YouTube itself.
I don't know why it would take you to YouTube, because that is not a YouTube video.
I don't know that either, but yeah, like I love how these are iridescent.
Yes.
And you told me there was a really cool trick they used to achieve the
Yeah.
iridescence here. Tell us about that.
They're cut glass, but they're two prisms. As far as I can tell, they are. Someone has taken two prisms and cut them, and then attached them together at like a diagonal or across each other. And then once they've like set them, they've then cut them into dice. So it gives you like a prism face onto a prism end, which is like causing the light to refract through the entire dice. As far as I can tell, they are really interesting.
It's a really cool technique too, because the way that they've pulled it off here causes the dice to refract light no matter the angle you view them at.
Yes, there are some angles that are better than others, but no matter what angle you really look at them at, as long as they've got light passing through them, they glow.
Yeah,
But
and
there
they
is
have that sort of frosty exterior, so there's this almost fire opal look to them.
Yes,
I
they
am a
are
big fan of these dice.
I will quickly find the website for you, Eri. It's called was it Norse Forge?
Nordic Forge.
Nordic Forge.
Thank you, Mantisman. Yeah, because these are like these dice and one of those purple heart dice cases are something you could just put on display and like never use, but you'd get your value out of them just looking at them every day.
Yeah, they've got to catch the light just right, and when they do, they just explode with that color.
Oh, Norse Foundry. That was it.
Norse Foundry. That's what it is. Okay.
There we go.
Let's
just double check that this is the
really
correct
does not
place
want
to be.
this to work.
It looks like.
I wonder if we could.
Yeah, here we go. Bam. I'll just paste this into chat quickly.
I wonder if we could sneak in the watch ID over.
Uh,
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 Over
what
some other
is
video.
this?
Oh, that doesn't work. Damn it.
Uh,
I just chose a random video that I was hoping I would be able to overwrite the location code for, but it doesn't look like it wants to work.
no, and yeah, it looks like that video
Bah.
will not upload in a manner that is reasonable. God, that's frustrating. That
Yeah.
also might mean that some of my other videos have not uploaded nicely, which will be annoying.
That just means you'll
Some
have
of
to
them are
either
very-
upload them to YouTube directly and then distribute links or something. Yeah. Yeah, they're really really pretty dice. Mantisman, thank you for the and
That's
mods when you guys are posting links
Oh,
in
of course
chat,
we should flare them. Yeah,
highlight them. Use use channel points to highlight the links so that people can find them a little more easily. No problem, Dylan. Forgive me. God, my voice hasn't come back yet. Dylan, have a good nap. Thank you so much for dropping in. And let me see.
Yeah, those ones specifically, if you want them, Eri, are the frosted K9 rainbow glass.
There you go.
Yeah, they also do a shattered set, which is like a I don't know how to describe them, but they are like that, but they have like a weird opalescence to them, and like they've been cracked all the way through, and then also have that effect, and they look quite pretty as well.
they're stunning.
Let me see if I can find
Yes.
those for you. Ah, here we are.
They're also not cheap. I apologize. I spent too much on dice.
Ari, here we go. I found them. We're gonna, and in fact, I'm gonna highlight this too. We're going to put these there. Those are the ones you're looking for, Ari.
Mm.
Yeah, those, Yami, those things. I think that link should work.
Metal dice are a thing that I'm like, I keep looking at and going, there's a bunch of these that are really cool. I have a cut copper set already, which are very pretty, but there's like the silly dream item that I keep looking at is there is a guy who makes Damascus steel dice.
Oh wow, yeah, those are going to be super expensive.
Yes, they are. They're like $500 a set.
Sounds about right.
There is also the same man is one of the 3 people on the planet that knows how to make Damascus, which is titanium Damascus, which looks absolutely stunning. But yeah, it's more money than I could feasibly spend on a set of incredibly dense dice.
Understandable, and yeah, you wouldn't want to drop any of those dice on your foot.
Gosh,
That'd be a hospital trip.
yeah, Mel, tungsten set is beautiful. I just fear for whoever's table you roll them on.
Right?
Yeah,
So,
it's
No, those are weighted dice.
yes, they are. That D4
Oh,
will be
you.
like a caltrop. You will attempt to roll it, and it will just dig into whatever surface you threw it
just
at.
leave a hole in the
That is
table
it.
when it lands.
You could use that. You could use that dice set as reasonable anti-vehicle shrapnel. Just like
I'd hate to see one of those things
awful.
fired out of a slingshot. Yeah, those are
Oh
those are
gosh.
concealed deadly weapons in your pocket. Those things.
Yeah.
All right,
they're-
gentlemen. Now that we've covered the
they're-
dice, and thank you for Mantisman uploading those pictures so we could share. Shall we get to some of the food?
Yes.
Yes. Let's do that.
Because we had quite the culinary tour of Boston, didn't we?
We most
Oh,
certainly
boy.
did.
So
I have not eaten so well in my life.
Well, if you're going to go to America, you got to be prepared to eat well. So this, I love how everyone in chat's like, finally, we sat through all that PAX crap. This is what we really wanted.
Oh,
So,
we got to start with Fogo.
well,
Oh,
we
man.
did start with Fogo. This, and you guys are going to have to refresh my memory and correct me, because even though it just ended, it's already a blur in my memory, because we did so much. But this was the day after we all arrived. We arrived on the
Yes.
19th, and we used the 19th to basically just make sure everyone arrived safely. I went and got Mantisman and Monotone at the airport and took them to our accommodations, which
By
was...
the time I got to the accommodation, it was very nearly the 20th anyway, but yes.
He got in pretty late, but we got him back. And so that day, we pretty much just collected our party and then went back to the inn and went to sleep. The following day, the 20th, was the day before the show started. The show started the 21st, which was Thursday. The previous Wednesday, which was the 20th, we had to go to the show, or to the exhibition center, to pick up our badges. And after we did that, I decided that these two needed to experience Fogo de Chão. And Mantisman had never experienced it before. Monotone had once or twice. But we needed to have Mantisman experience it. So we brought him here. And this is the chronicle of what we got. So what we have, this
boy.
is Mantisman. This is your album, I believe,
Yes.
that we're looking at now. And what we're looking at here is, I introduced him to feijoada, which is, we talked about this during my previous stream, actually. Feijoada is a stew made with beef and beans, and I think sometimes also pork. And I will place a link in chat for anybody who is curious. But
oh man,
Mantisman, would you like to describe your experience with feijoada and your thoughts?
it was great. I like it. It was mild. It wasn't like I like beans and I like beef anyway, so this was basically an automatic hit before I'd even eaten it. But yeah, it was mildly spiced. It was like just a little bit of seasoning, and you're relying mostly on the beef to do most of the work, and it was wonderful. Like nice, simple, hearty. I could eat far too much of that.
As could all of us, but fortunately, you were able to restrain yourself, because what came after that were the skewers of beef.
Oh boy. Of beef and chicken and I think, did we have pork as well? There was pork, if I recall correctly.
Well, there was there might have been pork chops.
Or was it
Oh
lamb?
no, there was sausage.
There was sausage. That was it. Yes.
And so it looks like what you had here was one of those roasted barbecue chicken drumsticks.
That was a barbecue chicken drumstick and two other different cuts of meat at the same time.
Yes.
Because the guys kept coming around with skewers, and I can't say no.
One of these, I think, was sirloin, and the other, I believe I introduced the two of you to picanha.
Yes, that's what it
that was my favorite
picanha
cut.
or...
And yes, Yami,
Oh,
it's all
man.
you can eat. And I made sure we got there at lunch, so we paid the lowest price for the all you can eat.
And it turned out I could eat quite a lot.
You did a very good job for a European, Mantisman. I
Yeah.
was very proud of you.
Yep, this was wonderful.
And let me
It
actually
just like
link that.
Oh, or not, I guess. Ooh.
Yep. So here, I'll put it in chat for everybody. Picanha is it's one of the more favored cuts of steak at Brazilian barbecue joints. And I always forget what it's called in English. I just know it as picanha. But there was some of that. And,
Oh, the top cap.
Yup, that's the one.
Ah,
This is the one you really liked, Monotone. You seem to really enjoy this one.
yes, that was my favorite cut out of everything they served.
Really? The picanha was?
I believe
That
so.
brisket
Well,
was wonderful for me, I think.
Yep.
I say that was my favorite cut. It was not my favorite thing there.
What was your favorite thing there?
It was the grilled mozz.
Ah,
grilled mozzarella.
yes. There's a little bit of a funny story behind that. So They do skewers of grilled mozzarella at this place, but none of the servers had any. And so when one of the servers came around, I waved to him and I said, "Hey, do you have any of this grilled mozzarella?" And without batting an eyelash, he said, "No, but don't worry, I'll go make some for you right now. Give me like 10 minutes." And he just went back to the kitchen and made a fresh order of the stuff just for us.
Oh, and it was glorious.
Mm-hmm.
So
Slightly glazed in honey, and then
yes, it was
very good.
what it was is they use ovens that create incredibly high heat, like 900 to 1,000 degree Fahrenheit heat, to simulate the heat that you would get from an actual barbecue pit in the Brazilian barbecue style. And so, Mel, what they do is they put chunks of mozzarella, fresh mozzarella, on a skewer, and they barbecue it in this special oven. Yeah, basically a forge, Hiretsu. They temper the mozzarella, and
Yep.
it comes
They
out.
glaze it with honey, and then they just chuck it in a forge.
Yep, they
for
glaze it with a little bit of
probably
honey.
30 seconds and pull it out, and then it's done.
It comes out like chewy and delicious and a little bit crispy on the outside, but soft and juicy on the inside.
It was wonderful.
Yeah, Ari,
The-
we'll just take you and Nick to Fogo de Chão. You guys would love it. But that was not the only source of cheese at this place, because here on screen right now we have Pão de Queijo here on the left. And would you two like to tell everyone what that is?
It's, I mean, you described it in such a mythical process. It's like cheese that has been baked, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But it comes out with like this super fine, like fluffy bread texture. Like it's nice and crispy on the outside and super soft and fluffy and gooey on the inside.
What it is
And
basically is it's fritters, or maybe popovers would be more accurate. I put a link in chat there for anyone who is curious, but it's these little fritters that are filled with cheese, and they're made from yucca flour. So the yucca flour gives them this nice crispy texture on the outside, but they're really soft and chewy and melty on the inside, and they're not greasy at all because very little oil goes into these, and the yucca flour absorbs the oil, and it makes it so that they're really just light and not at all greasy.
Mm-hmm.
They were fantastic. Again, something I've never tried before, and it was just like, oh, this is almost like magic. I don't understand how this is made, but I want more.
I've tried to reproduce it, and I've had no luck. I don't know what the secret is, and I'll probably never figure it out.
Probably the heat.
It's probably a lot of things. The ratio of flour to cheese and cream and all the other ingredients that go into them.
Mm-hmm.
And then to the right of that, on the other plate, we had fried bananas, which I believe were coated in a little bit of cinnamon and a sprinkle of sugar, were they not?
Yes, from what
they
I
were.
remember.
Yes, and I mean, fried bananas, they look really exotic here, but there's something super simple you can make at home, and I'll tell you what, they're delicious. You can make them in a pan, little bit of oil, little bit of sugar and cinnamon, maybe a little bit of butter, and you just caramelize them, and they become candy.
And there was
So good.
something else on there with them as well. Was that
Polenta.
the polenta? Yes, that's it.
Polenta, and I will link that one in chat as well, because that's another one that polenta is made, well, traditionally it's made from cornmeal, but it's also made, depending on the country, it's made with other grains as well. I've seen it made with rice, but corn is the common ingredient, or the
Hey, Huddled
traditional.
Apples. Thanks for the raid.
Oh, who is this? What do we got here? We did. Oh! Huddled Apple, it's my friend M. M, thank you so much for the raid. Look at this. Hello, everyone. Please forgive my voice. I'm recovering from the flu. So my voice is not at its best, and I'm not as easy to listen to as I usually am. Guys, you absolutely need to do yourselves a favor. And go check out my friend Emily, also known as Huddled Apple. She is one of just the absolute sweetest, kindest, most adorable, huggable people you will ever have the privilege of meeting. She is a good friend. We go back quite a ways. We met quite some time ago, a number of years. And she was just starting out back then, but she's a big, cool streamer now. And she plays a lot of different things on stream. She's been streaming Elden Ring. She plays a fair bit of GeoGuessr, which is funny because we were just talking about that earlier.
Oh, let's go.
She's played a bunch of the Souls games. She likes to do just chatting streams, which are really pleasant. And she just has the most adorable accent. She's actually, it's funny because I have a British guest on right now, don't I, Mantisman?
Hi, Em. Hi,
And
chat. I'm also here.
we have a fellow Brit who has just come in to raid us as well. So thank you so much, Em. It's so good to see you. Thank you for the raid. How are you doing? I've been working on a massive project, as I think you know, for quite a while, and I've taken a vacation over the past 9 days to attend PAX East in Boston. And I've just gotten back from that, and my 2 guests on stream right now accompanied me for that trip, and we're just doing a recap of the trip. And we've finished going through the footage of the show, and now we're on to the culinary tour that we did.
Too slow, Mel. The British have already been and left.
So thank you, Em, so much for the raid. I appreciate it. For everybody working their way in from the raid, my name is Franz, and I am a content creator who plays video games on the internet. And usually, my voice does not sound like this. Usually, I am not recovering from the flu. And
People like the husky voice.
I'm a little bit
Relax.
more pleasant to listen to. But I hope you'll all bear with me and forgive me that this time. You say that, Monotone. You say people like the husky voice, but I don't know.
People literally said it as you were
Those are deep fried bananas, Em.
Not deep fried. I think they're pan fried.
No, pan fried bananas with cinnamon and sugar.
And then polenta. But since everyone else is getting
Well,
here just now, we
thanks
should show
for
them
that.
the rest of.
Damn
'cause
it, Franz! I was like 2 seconds off.
You snooze, you lose.
Bah!
Welcome back to the Ragtime Lounge, Em. So we're just going over the first of one of a number of places to which I took my guest, which is Fogo de Chão. And this place, that's the wrong keyboard. There we go. This place is, it's got quite a selection, but they're known for their Brazilian barbecue, which they do in an all-you-can-eat dining format. So we've gone through the meat, we've gone through the, so a little bit of background on my friend Em. She is a vegetarian and she prefers to avoid meat. And so, Em, you've come in at just the right time because we were talking about how easy it is to make fried bananas at home. And pão de queijo, yep, I see somebody else in chat knows pão de queijo. Very good. Let me link that again for you, Em, because this is another one that pão de queijo is just yuca flour and cheese.
You gotta have like an alchemist precision for it, right?
You do. I've tried to reproduce it, and I have had no luck in making it at home. It is, there you go. It's this stuff. And let's see. Oh, mashed potatoes. Yes, this is another one.
Yeah.
Super easy to
Probably
make.
the best mashed potatoes I've ever eaten.
And that's coming from a Brit who eats mashed potatoes probably a couple of times a week, right?
Not that frequently, but normally maybe once every other week.
Okay, fair enough.
And yeah, like I've eaten mashed potatoes at a lot of places, and for the best I've ever eaten to come out of a Brazilian restaurant of all things, yes, I'm surprised in the best possible way. Wonderful.
Very good. I'm glad
They
you had a
even
good
made
experience.
the mashed potatoes that we ate at a different place later look poor by comparison.
Well, I mean, to be fair,
Not
these
that they were bad at all. They
The-
were very good. These ones were just wonderful.
Well, these were garlic mashed potatoes with fresh cream, chives, and I think possibly also shallots. There might have been shallots in there, and then salt, pepper,
So.
and the scallions on top. So simple ingredients, but you got to make sure there's enough of them, and cream and garlic and butter and the right amount of salt and pepper and some scallions. I'll tell you what, it makes all the difference with mashed potatoes, doesn't it?
It really, really does.
Ah, Apple, I see you approve of Aries' husband Nick going vegetarian. I'll tell you what, and Em, this is something you and I have discussed quite a lot, but I'll throw it out here as well because it's relevant. If I had to go vegetarian, and if I had to spend the rest of my life eating vegetarian, I would rely almost exclusively on Indian cuisine because there is such diversity of flavors and textures in Indian cuisine that even if I could not eat meat for the rest of my life, I think I would be happy with the variety of Indian, with all of those different spices and all of the different ingredients and all of the different methods of preparation, like the tandoor oven. And I'll tell you what, Indian cuisine, I'm just going to take an aside here. I hope my guests will forgive me.
You're
Of
all
course.
good.
Tangent. Ho!
Yes, tangent indeed. You know how it is around here.
Yeah.
The first time I ever had spinach in a way that I enjoyed was when I tried palak paneer, which is an Indian dish that basically makes a kind of a curry almost out of spinach and garlic. And we'll pull up an image of it here. And what you put in it is paneer, which is a type of Indian cheese. There's no meat in this whatsoever, but it is the best spinach dish I have ever had, and it is a fantastic complement to the cheese. You kind of pan sear the cheese till it gets crispy, and there are all these wonderful spices in the saag, the spinach broth, or the curry. And this dish is what enabled me to enjoy spinach. I probably have, Mel. Yeah, Thai food is great too, but for variety, nothing beats Indian or maybe Chinese. Yeah, Apple, Indian food. I mean, there are historic reasons why Indian food is popular in the UK, because you guys kind of borrowed it from the colonies, but you guys also
Yeah,
put your own
yeah,
spin
we
on
did.
it. Right. Right, Mantisman?
Yeah. Yeah, like a lot of the I guess, yeah, a lot of the Indian cuisine we get over here has been very heavily adapted for British tastes, but
Mm.
that by no means makes it worse in any way. Oh, the key lime pie. Love
Yes.
the key
and
lime pie.
I love how
Oh.
he forgot to take a picture of it immediately. He took a slice out of it with his fork and he was like, "Oh, wait, no, whoops."
I couldn't help myself. The guy put it down on the table and I took one whiff of it and I just dug straight in and I was like, oh man, no, I need to take a picture. That happened more than once on this trip.
Yes.
It happened quite a few times. It was difficult for my guests to restrain themselves when something like this was put in front of them, and they wanted to dig in. And I'm sitting there with a camera, like, no, I have to film this. Please wait 30 seconds.
But the food is good though.
And this was
We-
some kind of cream, I think, right? Papaya cream,
Yeah.
monotone.
It was papaya cream with a I forget the type of liquor, but it was a
berry syrup of some kind, I think. Was it
liqueur,
not?
yes, it was like a berry liqueur, I
Yes.
think.
Scuzzy Steve, it's
100%
fantastic.
Scuzzy Steve. I could not
Absolutely.
recommend that place higher if I tried. That is a
Mhm.
place I would quite happily sit in and eat myself to death.
Yes.
Mhm.
And actually,
And it's all you can eat, so you can.
it is, and you absolutely can. And as a matter of fact, Em, I have to show you this because I know Emily is sitting there looking disapprovingly at all the meat. I've botched the spelling here, but I'm going to pull up one of my old videos so that I can show the salad bar at this place because
How
Oh my goodness.
do you remember how much service was, Franz? I actually can't remember. We got lunch service, which was a
41
bit
per
cheaper.
person.
Yeah, I was about to say, I feel like it was about $40 or so.
Yes. Okay,
And
here
it's
we
all
go.
you can eat, and the quality of what you are eating is absolutely incredible. It is worth every cent 100% of the time.
Yes, let me
Mhm.
just let me pull up the. Here we go. So this I wanted to show Em the salad bar because There's like, yeah, the meat is the one of the main draws, but they have this salad bar with just all these different kinds of salads and peppers and marinated mushrooms and roasted green beans and pear salad and just roasted peppers. If you are vegetarian, you can still eat here.
In fact,
There
I
is
believe
plenty for you.
No problem. Like roasted garlic. There's lettuces for you to make a salad. There's fresh papaya, fresh pineapple. So
believe
you
the
are
salad
not
bar
limited
is
to
even
just
cheaper.
meat. They've got a fantastic salad bar here too. Yeah, fresh beets. I love beets. I'm a big fan of beets. Then they've got quinoa tabbouleh. They've got a bunch of other different kinds of salads here. Fresh pineapple. This is all from the same place. I filmed this a few years ago, but it's at the same restaurant. And, you know, even if you're vegetarian, you will not go hungry here. Oh, yeah, there's one of these in New York, too, isn't there, Yami?
Yeah, weirdly, I think the people who sat on the table next to us said that they'd been to the one in New York, but not this one when they sat down.
Could well have been. Could well have been. Yeah, it's a chain. They exist throughout the world. They're in a number of different countries. Their first one, I think, they opened in the city of Puerto Alegre. But now they're everywhere. Well, not everywhere, but they're in multiple locations.
Mm.
But yeah, I mean, like roasted zucchini, cherry peppers, sun-dried tomatoes. Vegetarians will be perfectly happy here.
Mhm.
Like, and look at this fresh mozzarella.
Yeah, there was more choice on the salad bar significantly than there was of meats available.
Yeah.
Like, it
Although there was plenty
huge.
of meat.
But yeah, that's not to detract from how much meat there was available. That is to say how much there was available at the salad bar. Like,
Mhm.
I'm not a salad person at all, and I found a bunch of things that I would eat in the salad bar.
Yeah. Yeah, like there's something here for everybody vegetable wise. Credit where credit is due. And when I took Matt and Liam here, even Matt, who hates vegetables, found something from the salad bar that he enjoyed. And, you know, you've got nice fresh slices of tomatoes. There's fish here as well. There's salmon with capers. I know some vegetarians do fish and some don't, but I love this little nod to the Scandinavian / Jewish palate where we've got pickled onions, capers, basil, and smoked salmon with capers. And then a whole bunch of different kinds of cheese and stuff.
Chidori, you can just walk in. Yeah.
Yeah, you can absolutely walk in, Chidori. You can make reservations, but like if you show up at lunch around noon or so, it'll be pretty empty and you can just sit down. They'll seat you immediately.
Yeah, that's what we did. Didn't even have to wait. Walked in the door, said we wanted a seat. They said okay and sat us down, and maybe there was 2 other tables in there at the same
Right.
time.
Mhm.
Yeah, see, we hooked Emily at sun-dried tomatoes and mozzarella. I knew we'd get her. I knew it. Yeah, no, I've had both the mozzarella and the sun-dried tomatoes there, Em, and they're great. You can just make a meal of just that. But I mean, why not try some of the other stuff? There's so many other items there. And here we're back to the show, which we've covered these already. Ramen.
Yes.
Ramen is
Ramen.
next.
Ramen.
So let's Monotone. Let's see if you have any stray pictures from Fogo that we haven't gotten to.
I believe it's mostly the same
That's
thing. I think
that's
I
the
took
mashed potatoes from a different angle.
Yup.
Sorry.
the
Okay.
the
Oh!
cream from a different angle.
And these are the dried persimmons. What a great snack. Em, if you want to get a nice vegetarian snack, dried persimmons, Monotone will sing their praises.
It
As
might
will
be the
I.
best dried fruit that I've ever had.
Thorough recommend. Wonderful.
Mhm.
Nice, gentle flavor, sweet, just mwah, good.
We found these at a
Perfect.
Japanese grocery store in Brookline. We'll get to that. I have footage of that. But so I guess now we are on to Ganko Itetsu Ramen.
Yes.
And
But-
we'll start with the footage and then we'll go through some of the images. Because
Oh yeah, I totally forgot to get pictures of the starters.
that's all right. I got us covered. Don't you
Ah.
worry. So
We ate those too quickly.
this is a really cool ramen joint because they do like 7 types of ramen. They do these dumplings, gyoza. These are pan pan-scorched dumplings, and then they do karaage, which is the chicken, the deep-fried chicken here, and nothing else. They don't pretend to be a sushi restaurant. They specialize in ramen and the 2 traditional side dishes to ramen, and nothing else. That's it.
Yeah, it was great.
So these were the things that we ordered to begin with, just the appetizers. There are 2 different kinds of dip here. There's the no agedashi. Yami, no agedashi. Just the thing is, and once we get to the storefront, I'll show you why. But this store is actually 2 separate stores. One of them is a kitchen for the ramen, and the other is a kitchen for the gyoza and the karaage. And
they
one of
just
the
ship the starters literally across the other side of the street.
yeah, we'll come
basically.
to that because I've got the footage of it. But whereas with most Japanese restaurants, they'll get their gyoza frozen from a big distributor, they make theirs here in-house, fresh. And the same with the karaage. They batter and fry it to order, and they make the gyoza to order. So these are not frozen, reheated gyoza. These are like fresh, delicious, juicy gyoza that are crispy on the outside, but when you bite into them, literally you get a burst of juice. And you don't
Can
get that with
confirm.
frozen ones.
They were wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're on to the ramen. And this, again, I do want to emphasize for my friends such as Emily and anybody else who might be vegetarian. They do vegetarian ramen here. And even if there's a kind of ramen that normally comes with meat, you can ask for it without meat. And you can ask for it even with a vegetable-based broth. Because they do a vegetable dashi and they do the standard bonito-based dashi.
Mm-hmm.
And so these are the different kinds of ramen that we got. And I will have to refer to my guests to remind me what each one was. The one down here at the forefront, this was mine. And this is easy because I got this. This is Tantan Men. This is a type of ramen based on the Chinese dam dam mien or dam dam noodles. And this is a spicy ramen, and you can see the red chili oil there that gives it its heat. But it's also a very creamy soy-based broth that might actually have a little bit of cream in it. And it's got seaweed and some herbs and some corn, and the noodles are underneath. Just an unbelievably delicious broth. And in the back there, I think we're going to be zooming in. Yes, there we are. So Mantisman, this was yours.
Yes, so I had the Gankara miso ramen, which is like a spicy miso broth, so sort of a bit more of a kick to your regular miso sort of savory broth ramen, and that was wonderful. Uh, Also, I cannot really express the size of these portions. The places that I would normally go, you would maybe get 2/3 of this if you ordered extra noodles. Uh, it is substantial, and all of the ingredients seemed very high quality. I was thoroughly impressed and a bit disappointed that I couldn't finish all of it.
You did a pretty good job. You got through most of it. I know you're used to smaller portions, and this is America we're talking about here.
Yeah, I still didn't get used to it until like by the end of it. It was still just like, oh man, it just comes out and it's huge.
Although you might even struggle in Japan to finish a bowl of ramen like this, because I think I told you at the time, if you sit down at a ramen yatai in Japan, like the little ramen street carts, and you finish your first bowl of ramen, it is customary for them to give you an additional half portion,
I would die.
right?
I like I guess that's the contrast of culture right there. Is like I would feel obligated to finish that first bowl of ramen no matter what, and then he would present me with the additional half portion, and I'd probably just fall up dead.
You got to admit, though, there are worse ways to go. If I could choose my own death, it would be
Yep,
from eating too much ramen.
ramen-based death is not a bad one. I'll
So-
take it.
I have posted the menu in chat for this restaurant, and anyone who is interested can check out how specialized this place really is. The gankara miso is described as our popular spicy miso ramen. Homemade gankara paste is made out of 7 types of spice, and paste which makes our gankara miso original and unique. And the fact that it's written in broken English further attests to its authenticity.
Yep, It was again, it was wonderful, tasted great. Even the egg was fantastic. Like everything was top notch, 100% all the way.
Ramen is one of the things that I could eat every day. I could have the same bowl of ramen every day for a year and never get tired of it.
Mm-hmm.
And
I'd probably feel the
Monotone,
same.
do you remember what you had, Monotone?
Yeah, I got the Gantetsu Shoyu ramen.
Excellent. And the Gantetsu Shoyu ramen is described
Mhm.
on the menu as uh, sashikomi shoyu base, which is a type of soy, is caramelized every order with garlic and bean sprouts to add to the char aroma to define the soup. Additional
Mhm.
dashi flakes enhance the flavor profile. So this is one with extra garlic and extra fish.
It was and you could tell it was super rich, but it was very delicious.
And
So good.
the richness is one of the draws for this because a bowl of ramen is just a whole meal.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's super filling. Like it is absolutely what you need at the end of a hard day to just like fill you up and just be like, I'm done now.
and especially on a chilly early, well, mid-April day in New England, and it was a fairly chilly day this day. And then the Tauntaun Men is, as described, it's got some nori, some seaweed. It's got the chili oil, the corn. I think it's a cream-based broth, but according to the menu, it is described as, where is it? The Tauntaun. Famous Gonko's Tauntaun ramen, our original blend of sesame paste with homemade spicy garlic oil. This thick and creamy soup will present a unique ramen experience. So they say creamy. I guess it must have some cream in it. But some of these different types of ramen have different broth. Some of them are just traditional soy-based clear broth, which is usually just made from dashi and the soy. Some of them have like a chicken-based broth, which is cloudy, and it's made from chicken stock. And some of them use the fish-based dashi. So there are different varieties. They also say on the menu that they source their noodles from Nishiyama noodles in Japan. So these noodles are shipped in from Japan.
Yeah, like they did seem very high quality. It was like again, just everything about it was wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, I figured probably animal-based Echo Drop, either bones or cream or something like that. But I know that they do a couple of vegetarian styles of ramen here as well. And they have the broth to support that. And you can also just ask for it without meat. So here's the menu. And this is literally the entire menu. That's it. So they are very specialized in what they do here.
And I I do really like that the what is it, Gasha Dokuro skeleton yokai is
Oh,
kind of like their
yes.
unofficial mascot.
Down here.
Oh, I'm still sad that they didn't have the shirts.
They had shirts here that had their mascot on it, and we tried to get them, but they only had small sizes left, and you know.
None of us are small.
Well, I take an American medium, but a small probably would have been pushing it.
Yeah.
And yeah, Ari, small menus are the best because you can tell that they put all their focus and all their care and all their love into the one thing that they focus on. And even the karaage and the gyoza are only really there to supplement the ramen.
Mm.
And they do that fantastically. This is an excellent, excellent restaurant. And now I will get to show you guys the storefront.
Yeah.
Here is the storefront, and the cool thing about this place is it is indoors. It's in an indoor arcade, and it's just a tiny little storefront. It's just this place with the railings. And across from it, this is the other piece of Gankoi Tetsu, but this is just their kitchen.
Yep, it's just where it just appears to be a place that they do the gyoza and They do gyoza here and the karaage chicken,
Yep.
and that literally seems to be it.
They cook the gyoza and the karaage here, and then in their other one across the arcade, they do the ramen. So they have separate kitchens. And I suspect it's because these, you can see how small the arcade is. This is the arcade in Brookline just off Harvard Street. So it's the old school antique vintage arcade that's been here for like 150 years.
Mm-hmm.
There probably wasn't enough kitchen space inside a single storefront. And so they bought 2 storefronts and they had one kitchen dedicated to each. And here's the outside of the arcade. It's the Coolidge Corner Arcade. And so you go in through these doors and you end up where we were just looking. So it's really a very neat little place. It's not something you see an awful lot of. Yeah, Yami, you've probably seen it in New York. And now we're on to the Japanese grocery store.
Oh yeah.
But
This place was great.
let's check out the rest of our pictures from the ramen joint first.
I definitely wasn't a massive child and bought a ton of Japanese sweets while we were in there.
Well, that's what you do when you go to a place like that, right?
Mhm.
I mean,
That's
you're
what you're
not wrong.
supposed to
I've
do.
literally got a packet of high chews next to me.
Right? That's the point. Oh, okay. That's so we've got one picture from you, Mantisman, of Ganko Itetsu. And then we're over at Taiyaki NYC, which we will come to.
Yes.
Monotone, these are
Florida.
yours.
Yeah, I don't have. I think I just have the ramen picture.
And then we're over to Yakiniku. Okay. Yeah, all right. So I guess we're back to footage now for the remainder of this.
I believe they are the Japanese high chews, or at the very least, imported. And
They're the Japanese
packaged.
ones, Echo Drop.
Yeah.
They're not
Echo
the
Drop.
imports. And you'll see them here, actually, because I did a walk around the store. But this is right next to the arcade where the ramen restaurant we just looked at is. This is also on Harvard Street. And this is an entirely Japanese grocery store. Every product in here is imported from Japan. And I'll tell you what, to see a place like this open in Brookline just made my heart sing, because normally these products are very annoying to get in the West. And it seems like Brookline's demographic has shifted very heavily toward Asian over the past 20 or so years. But now there are tons of Asian restaurants and even this place here. And I'm really happy to see it because I love places like this. So here we go in through the front doors. And already, if we look over at the vegetables.
A bunch of cool places here. I was hoping they'd have yuzu, but they did not.
They did. You probably just walked past it.
Oh no!
It was in
I
here.
found yuzu jam, but I couldn't find yuzus.
No, they were in here with the citrus.
Ah!
Yeah, Black
foolish.
Diamond. There's a very large, I think not just Japanese, there's a lot of Chinese and Korean and Vietnamese folks living in Brookline now. I'm not sure why the shift happened. It is just a gradual process over years and years, but they've got eringi mushrooms, which you don't see at American grocery stores.
Mhm.
Oh, I don't doubt that, Ari. I don't doubt that at all. They've got all of the, I forget what I was even, they've got little Suzuki Farms plants. They've got oba, cilantro, and parsley. So there's a Japanese farm that grows this stuff and ships it to them. Yeah,
The
Haretsu.
great stuff about those is like you can literally just take a leaf at a time as you need it and grow the plant. Like I've done that with basil and stuff when I was
Yep.
living with a previous housemate. We just have a basil plant in the kitchen, and just when we needed a leaf, we just take a leaf.
That's the intent behind them, yes. And yeah, Echo Drop, they're expensive for eringi because they're so hard to find. And they're fresh, so they probably also come from that same farm, Suzuki Farms. But yeah, eringi are the mushroom that the Mushroom Men in Dark Souls 1 are based on. So there's your tofu. Edamame flavored tofu, all kinds of different, this is like canned goods, curry pastes, flavorings, seasonings, a whole wall of different sauces. And then here we've got our like little nori packages, dried mushrooms. This, I believe, is broth of different kinds. These are beverages.
Yep.
Ice cream, which is always nice to see. I love the sign.
Oh,
This
yeah.
door can only open until here.
Just reach around the side and get it if you want it.
Yep, stick your arm in. Japanese coffee, bottled canned coffee.
Oh yeah,
that
cans
Boss
of pop.
coffee.
I didn't actually see Boss Coffee in there specifically. It might
There
be.
was.
I
Was it?
grabbed
I
some.
probably just missed it.
Yeah.
And again, these are bottled teas. Yep, lots of juice, Ari. Lots of tea as well. Lots of bottled teas. Some snacks, dry snacks. And then
Yummy,
there's
you know I
a
got that
cooler
Boss
case
Black.
over here that I think I went to check out next. Of,
Yeah, the cool case is where the Boss coffee was.
Oh, okay. It wasn't on the shelf with the.
Well, there
room.
was some on the shelf as well. I think it's in
Okay.
very specific bottles.
More beverages, teas, and juices, and then here's where the real interesting stuff: Japanese style roll cakes, which were imported from Japan, believe it or not.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do. They're very good at naming it, Artista. So they had these little pastries and cakes and different custard wraps, different kinds of. This is very much the kind of thing you'd find at a convenience store in Japan. Like if you were to walk into a 7-Eleven or a Lawson, you'd find exactly this stuff.
It's great.
Well, Yami, if you're ever in the neighborhood, prepared dried squid. This is a cooking ingredient. You don't eat this plain. Although I have to say, I appreciate that they've got hot smoked kinds here as well. Mantisman remembers that old story.
Yes.
And then we've
Yeah,
got, these are also a
the-
cooking ingredient. These are to
That
throw
we
into your
were-
stock.
Me and Monotone were confused by these.
Yeah.
We were like, what do you do with this? Do you just, are they like
You can
soft
eat
shells
them.
crabs? Do you just crunch them?
You can.
Straight like that?
Yeah, no,
Oh.
you can. You can just, well, Waltz Queen, you can just eat the dried squid. There's a story I've told of when I was in Tokyo. I was just really, really hungry, and I had bought a package of dried squid. And like a freaking hobo, I opened it and started eating it on the train with everyone staring at me. And it was like, guys, I'm going to die if I don't eat. I'm sorry. I've been wandering around all day. I need food. I don't care if it's dried squid. So you can, but I'm fairly sure that that it's meant to be like reconstituted and used in
Really,
cooking.
Yummy? Wow. Like,
Maybe it's just a snack.
I was just looking at that going, surely all that calcium carbonate is just going to make your teeth sad. Or
Nah,
your
nah,
insides sad.
It's
like,
crunchy like a crouton.
Well, these little crabs have
God,
fairly
it's
thin
like
shells.
crunchy like glass.
And no, I mean they're digestible. I don't imagine I would want to just bite into these, but I know people do use these as a snack. That might even be what
Wow.
they are. I'm less familiar with these, whether these are just an ingredient or an actual snack. But
I mean-
they're on the shelf with some other snacks, so
The shells would just be like Alka-Seltzer or Tums. It's all good.
well, Ari, it depends. Like if you're sitting on a park bench and you're not near anybody and you're not making a mess, you're not like walking down the street eating something. That's one thing. But yeah, eating in an area where people can't avoid you, where you're being obnoxious, is a faux pas. Oh, allergic to shellfish. Gotcha. My heart goes out to you. I'd be really
Yeah,
sad if I couldn't eat
Definitely, in that case, do
crab or
not
oysters.
ingest the crab.
But here are all the things that people in America will probably be more familiar with. There's like Pocky and some jellies and that kind of thing.
Yep, I
Some
bought
ramen.
some of these things.
Yeah, these are, I think those are soba there. Those are buckwheat noodles. And then over here, this is a really interesting one. It's a little pouch filled with apple jelly that you just eat. It says Ringo Zeri, which is just apple jelly. And then there's Sakura pasta over there. This
That's
is
cool.
this is jam. And I
Yeah,
think these are the same thing. The puru puru stuff is just acerola, strawberry, peach, apple. These are just jellies.
Mm.
Go ahead, Mantis Man.
Oh, sorry. I actually lost my train of thought. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I remember that was it. It was about the yuzu. I found some yuzu jam, and I was like, do I want this? I just kind of wanted the yuzu, and I ended up not. And I was like, "Ugh, why did I do this?"
No, I'm
It's one
sorry
of
to
those
hear
things.
that.
It's all right. I
You at
look
least
back on
got
it
some
now and go,
taiyaki.
"Ooh,
We found the cooler case with the yogurt and the taiyaki and all the nice
Yes.
custard-filled stuff.
yes, we
The
did.
pudding.
Taiyaki was wonderful.
Taiyaki was wonderful. I love a bit of taiyaki.
It would have been in this display, Yami, if there was. I didn't see any, but maybe I missed it. They did have yakidango in this display, though, Yami, which I was quite surprised to see.
I think they had some dorayaki in one of the freezer aisles. Yeah.
Oh, they might have done, yeah. Because here's the freezer cases, or one of them. There were a whole bunch. And they've got like frozen instant bobas and mochi ice cream. Some really nice looking mochi ice creams, I have to say. And then frozen taiyaki on sale. Slashed prices. I hope you like taiyaki.
I mean, I really did.
Right? Yeah, I bought these guys a bunch of snacks that I brought back to our inn while they were chilling on the first day, well, the second day after we'd arrived. And just kind of a selection to tide them over. But there's so much, like you could spend all day in this store just browsing and trying stuff and not get through anywhere near as much as there is.
No, it wasn't big, but it was very efficiently packed, and there was a lot of selection.
There sure was. For example, yeah, Yami, I love taiyaki as well. This is miso paste over here. This is fermented soybeans, and then these are fish. Marinated fish, it looks like, in some kind of sauce. And a
Yeah,
whole
that's
bunch
the
of
one,
other...
Waltz Queen.
Yep, and then
It's
there's fresh cuts of salmon. Yep, that's correct, Waltz Queen. There was a little bit of dorayaki in the other cooler case, the small one, the folded pancakes. And this is just like sushi grade fish. Bring it home,
Yep.
slice it, you're good to go. These
They
are
even
oysters
had like a sushi grade like roe and
scallops.
things, and it wasn't even terribly expensive.
Yeah, like the prices here for this stuff. If you're gonna bring this home and make dinner, the hokey guy, the surf clams, like $5.30 for this. This is a whole serving's worth of surf clams. I'm a big fan of clams, and then they've got pre-cut shrimp.
Oh yeah.
All the good stuff. They've got this is, I think, tuna or salmon, different kinds of fish down here. Oh, cod. That's what. And then taco. There's octopus over
there.
here. Let's.
Yeah, this is still Boston-ary. This is literally just down the road from the place that we got.
Yeah, this
ramen
is
at.
the same neighborhood, even, Ari. This is like 15 steps from the ramen restaurant we just looked at. Amaebi, sweet shrimp. What else is there? Oh, okay. We're going back through here because we've got octopus, which I kind of glanced over here.
There it is.
There it is. Just fresh octopus. And this is the tuna, I think. And then seaweed salad, which I'm also a big fan of. This is fresh seaweed with sesame and a little bit of seasoning. It's really, really refreshing. I love this. It's so good.
Yeah.
And then this is squid salad, I think. And octopus with wasabi.
Like just ready to go out the pot for $6, and then this is
And there's
all
the roe.
right?
$5 for a tub of roe.
That's crazy.
And then a little bit of salad there. That's just basic stuff. But here, though, really, really nice cuts of meat for grilling and barbecuing and cooking at
Wagyu
home.
chilling out right there.
Yep, for curry and stew. Like every cut you could possibly want for any Japanese dish they've got here. Central Square. Which Central Square, Yami? You look up H Mart in Boston. There's one in Central Square. What train station is it near, Yami? What line, and what's the name of the station? Here we go.
And like,
This is a seafood salad. They call this Washugyu Marine, which is a little bit weird, but yep, they had pork belly too, Grey Whiff. But this, I think, is just mixed seafood with sesame and shredded vegetables. Red line. Okay,
ready to
what
go.
station on the red line, Yami? It just says Central.
Central
Okay.
Station, probably.
Kimchi. Hang on, Yami. Let me have a look. Frozen gyoza. This is the kind that you would normally get at a typical Japanese restaurant.
In fact, I recognize a lot of those brands from my own.
Do you?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
pretty
because you
good
subsist
still.
on them as a college student, huh?
It's mostly fried rice. There's some gyoza thrown in there for protein. It's all
Okay, fair enough.
good.
And here's more snacks, the Pocky and whatnot. Yami, I have to think if anything on the red line is labeled Central Station, they must just be referring to Park Street.
Central Square Station, apparently.
Oh, okay, could be. Let's have a look. That's not a station I'm familiar with. Here we go. These are the senbei. These are rice crackers.
We got, was it those you got us? The little packet of sort of like dinky soy rice crackers? Those were great.
Yeah, those are senbei, are what I got you.
Yeah, I like those. I like those a lot. That was my first time having those. Those were wonderful.
I'm glad you enjoyed those. Yeah, senbei are fantastic. They're a great little crunchy
Nice
snack.
and savory. Well,
I'm a big fan of senbei.
they were, yeah, really tasty. Just something nice and light.
And they come
I
in a
love
lot
me
of
a
different
savory
flavors
thing.
too. You can get like spicy ones and sweet ones. There was some. Okay, we're on to
now
Taiyaki
we're-
NYC now. The other half
Oh.
of the grocery
Oh.
store had cosmetics. All right, so this place.
Now we are at the other place.
This place. No
This
worries,
place,
Echo Drop.
indeed.
And let me post their information in chat here for everybody, because this is a really, really cool place. They started off in New York City, as you can probably guess by the name.
Thanks, Red.
Yeah, that's Mantisman wearing the N7 jacket, Red. So what this place does is they do a Japanese-style soft serve ice cream that they make on the spot. They make it to order, and they serve it in a taiyaki cone. Like the cone is fresh taiyaki, and it's filled to order with either custard or anko, which is red bean paste, sweet red bean paste.
Yep, and they're hot still. Like they're still warm.
Yeah,
And the ice cream is cold, and it is beautiful.
the taiyaki cones are still fresh out of the mold, so they're warm. And you can get them garnished with all kinds of different things. You can get waffle sticks or sprinkles or gummy candy. You got ice cream all over your head when you went there, Yami. How'd you manage that?
Oh.
That's where the mouth is.
It's where the mouth is.
I mean, sure. And I forget whose was what. This might have been mine. I think
Oh.
this was mine.
The coconut one was mine.
Oh, no, that was
Wait.
yours. Okay.
Yes.
Oh, no, I went for the
Yeah.
matcha one. That's why.
You went for the matcha one, and I was boring and had the vanilla one.
No. That's perfectly all right. I was hoping I would be able to get a swirl of the matcha and the hoji cha, but they didn't have the hoji cha anymore. I was so sad.
Yeah, but they were also out of the chocolate ice cream as well. But we got there. That's binary.
Yeah, we got there fairly late.
It's a leather jacket that I got. It's basically a copy of the jacket that's like Shepard's casual wear in ME2.
Yep. And he got
It is.
so
It's
many compliments on that over the course of PAX.
well, it's because my attire for PAX was like a stealth cosplay of Shepard, I guess.
Yep.
It was just like the blue jeans, the polished shoes, the grey undershirt, and the N7 jacket. It's
Yeah.
it's casual Shepard,
And yeah,
I
Echo
guess.
Drop, you laugh, but Echo Drop is laughing because we had an argument about Hoji Cha ice cream a while ago. And the argument basically ended with, all right, well, if I can ever find Hoji Cha ice cream, I want to try it. I want to see if it's any good. And
Thanks, Eri. If you're interested in it, it's made by a company called Luca Productions. But be warned, it's not cheap.
I bet not. It's a very nice jacket, and I think it's real leather
Yeah.
too, isn't it?
It is a real leather one. They are available in the quote vegan option.
Ha! Incredible.
I had to stifle a chuckle when he when he when he called it the vegan option. I don't know why I found that funny, but I did.
I love it. I love it. So what kind of ice cream did you get, Mantis Man? Because I just got the matcha ice
I
cream.
went for the vanilla ice cream with like I think it's a chocolate crumble and chocolate sauce, and the taiyaki was a vanilla custard one.
Yes, I also got the vanilla custard. I prefer it over the Anko. I don't really like Anko that much.
I
I'll
do
eat
like
it, but
Anko, but I don't like it with something that's also like sweet, like ice cream. I like it much better in like dorayaki, where it's just the pancake and the Anko. It's much better, I think.
that's fair. That's entirely fair. So here we've got. Oh yeah, you did, Yami. This one is equally tiny. There's room for like maybe 5 people.
Yeah, I think I got a picture of it in my little selection of pictures.
You
And
might have
it's
done.
like,
We'll take a look through
yeah,
your album for it before we move on.
yeah, it's like literally a tiny little hole in the wall that you could maybe squeeze 6 people in.
Yes, and then they cycle people through pretty quickly. So once you've gotten in and gotten your stuff, you make room. You know, you clear way. Monotone, your garnish I think was mochi, wasn't it?
It was mochi. Yeah, it was mochi and coconut flavor.
Okay, you got the coconut flakes as well as the coconut ice cream.
Yes, and I actually got the taiyaki with the anko in it as well.
Ah, okay, yeah, you're the odd one out here. You got the Anko, the rest of us got custard, I see. But
Yes.
this is going to be the one I try next time I'm there is the coconut one because I've had the Hoji Cha and I've had the matcha and it seems like they're just not doing the Hoji Cha anymore, which makes me really sad. I've had it exactly once and it was great.
Yeah,
Oh
like
no.
they did seem to be super thin on everything by the time we got there.
We
We
got
got
there
there a little
fairly
bit
late in
later
the
in the
day.
day,
Yeah.
and yeah, it had very clearly been very busy all day. They didn't have any chocolate ice cream left. They didn't have like any of like a lot of the toppings left. It was just like, this is what we've got left. I'm sorry.
Yes. But you guys, at least we were able to get delicious ice cream even based
But
on
yeah,
what
hey,
was
I
left.
wasn't too upset.
Oh,
Like,
so
I would
good.
have liked to try the chocolate one, but I'm not upset with vanilla. And to be fair, what I got was amazing. So
Another time. We'll have to stop back earlier next
exactly.
time. Yeah, Echo
Mhm.
Drop, they're fantastic. They're really, really good. And Yami, I don't know. Red bean is okay. I'm just not a big fan of it. I'll eat it if there's nothing else, but I prefer the vanilla custard because I just love vanilla and I really like custard.
Don't
And
worry,
vanilla
yeah,
custard
it's
isn't too
wonderful.
sweet, whereas Anko is a little bit of an overbearing taste for me.
Mm,
Mm.
I can see that.
But
It does have quite a strong flavor. Oh,
okay, we're on to
and now
yakiniku now for the footage. So
now we go to like what is probably the highlight of the trip for me, I think.
let's see if we've
I
Because
would
got
say
oh
so, easily.
um. Oh, okay. This is Mantis Man. It looks like
that was it should be a little bit oh, it's maybe I missed it. Yeah, we're on the
yeah. This
yakiniku
is
here.
all
It would have
yakiniku.
been I must have not sent that one. Why did I
Okay.
do
Well,
that?
at any rate, this is the next place we went. This place is
Oh
called
yes.
Gyukaku, and it is a yakiniku restaurant that does have an all-you-can-eat menu, but we got there too late in the day for it.
We did, but I feel like we got plenty.
We
Yeah.
did. We did indeed.
Oh boy.
Let me link their website here. Come on. And this place was really nice because we came here. This, I think, was dinner after the first day of PAX, was it not? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes.
It was.
And so we'd been at the show all day. And yeah, Yami, your suggestion. Although I was planning on it even before you suggested it, it was just a crazy coincidence that you suggested it after I added it to our list. Yeah, Yami, for what we got, it was a pretty reasonable meal. I mean, it ended up being expensive. Magnus,
Hey, Magnus.
I'm on the mend. I don't have my voice back all the way yet, but we did have fun. Thank you so much for stopping in, Magnus. It's so good to see you. So here's this, and thank you for the shout out to Magnus.
It's all right.
So we went here. This is a yakiniku joint, which is where there's a hot plate in the center of the table, and you cook all your own food over the hot plate. And traditional places use charcoal, but I imagine probably due to city regulations, they were not able to. So instead, they use a very high-tech gas burner.
I mean, I am certainly not complaining. Oh man.
Right? So we got the outside
Oh,
shot
man.
here, and here's the burner. And they gave us little utensils to use, but I posted the menu in chat for anyone who is interested. What we got was the Shogun course, which supposedly was 6 people's worth of food, but for 3 very hungry dudes, it ended up being just the right amount.
Yeah. we cleared pretty much everything apart from some salad, I think.
And we brought the salad back with us too, so we finished just about everything. The portions were small. Like, this is meant for, I think the portions here are geared toward like 6 petite girls, but that amount of food for 3 fairly hungry guys was just about the right amount. And it worked out very well. So they brought us miso soup, and then they brought us all these different types of meat. There was kalbi, there was some pork belly, there were different kinds of beef. I think there might have been like sirloin.
There was there was sirloin. There was another really nice cut. There was filet mignon. There was a whole bunch of really good cuts. And I don't. If these are my photos, I think I took these and then they bought more. I thought I was like, this is all of it, and I took a bunch of pictures, and then more came out.
Yep. So there's pork belly here. These are beef, and as a matter of fact, I think these are kalbi. These were garlic shrimp.
Oh, the shrimp are so good.
This was shredded beef of some kind. I don't remember exactly what.
That was the beef skirt, I think.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Yes.
Grey Whiff, the pork belly are the
Sincerely.
ones over here on the left. Ari, well, you can custom order stuff here to cook, and you can order mostly vegetables. We'll look at the menu in a minute, and we'll talk about what we got.
Yeah.
And you literally just throw the meat onto the burner, and you're good to go. And then there was dessert as well. There were like mochi ice cream, and I got matcha tiramisu because I can't stand regular tiramisu because I don't like coffee and I don't like liquor. But this was just matcha and more matcha. And I was like, yeah, I could get on board with that. And then this was, I think, ice cream. I forget which one of you guys got this.
I got it. It was green tea ice cream.
Green tea ice cream. Okay, excellent. We're back to city pictures again. So now,
Yeah, there will be a bunch of city pictures interspersed in this.
Yami, I was the instructor, and I ended up teaching the others how to do. But once they got the hang of it, they really did fantastic. They became their own chefs.
We got there. Like, I'm not unfamiliar with barbecue, but I'm unfamiliar with barbecuing such small, sort of like delicate pieces of meat. I was kind of scared about like overcooking things, I think, but we got there.
You
Like
did
the
okay.
filet mignon, I was like very tetchy about because I'm like, I don't want to ruin this.
No,
This
you
is,
did a
like,
great
really
job. You
good.
had it on the burner for just the right amount of time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Ari, cross-contamination is not as much of an issue as you would think here, because this burner is a really, really, really hot burner. And anything that might be a contaminant is going to get roasted to death very quickly. And in fact, Mantis Man, you had commented to my amusement when we walked in and they lit the burner. We had walked in, it was a fairly chilly New England evening. And
Yeah.
we'd walked in out of, a fairly cold day, fairly cold evening at that point. And the first thing Mantis Man did when they lit the burner is he held his hands over it and warmed them up and commented how
Yeah.
nice the heat was.
It was great. Like, also, Eri, if you are worried about contaminants, if you ask, they will just come and change the grill plate over for a fresh one for you.
Yes, they will do that. And they did for us at one point as well, even without us
Yes.
asking.
Yeah, yeah. But, like, yeah, a big thing about this that I really, really enjoyed was just like that social aspect of it. You're all
Mhm.
sitting around, you're all cooking, you're all chatting together, like, you're eating slowly, so, like, there's no rush to anything. And it just feels like it's something that you do when you've got a lot of time and you want to spend time with some friends and enjoy your evening. And I really, really got like a lot out of just sitting around the table, having a chat and cooking. It's wonderful.
It is.
Like,
It's a really nice
by far and
experience.
away the best thing we did. I think. Like,
Aw.
I I love it. It's wonderful.
Oh,
Like, I really enjoyed the aquarium as well, but that's the top of the scale for me, I
Well, the
think.
aquarium wasn't a culinary experience. It was something totally different, right?
I hope it wasn't
Yes.
culinary.
Well, I mean,
You guys
yeah.
weren't eating the exhibits?
Nah, dude.
I
What?
didn't
Were
see
you one of
anywhere.
the penguins
I
going
didn't
down there
see
for your
anywhere that
anchovy
says.
pills?
I didn't see any signs that said don't eat the exhibits.
Monotone,
That's
what
why you're
about
in the
you? What are your
customer.
thoughts on the yakiniku experience? Because, yeah, I mean, I want to get to everyone here. What did you think of this? Because this was a first for you too, wasn't it?
It was. This was the first time I
Thank
ever
you.
went to any grill like this. I thought that it was really nice. Like Mantis Man, I love the social aspect of it. Oh, what's up, Zyric?
Hey,
How's it going, dude?
Zyrek, welcome back. Thank you
Hey,
for the
Zarek.
resub.
But I did really like the fact, like, cause like I like to grill, I like to cook. The sound of sizzling meat is nice.
There's
So
nothing like it, is
combining,
there?
there isn't. Maybe sizzling veggies, but that's a close second.
Okay,
Um,
right.
but it was one of those things where the social aspect of it aided a lot, and just the fun of being able to put down a couple slices, flip them all like 30 seconds later, like it's instant gratification cooking, which was also really nice.
Hey, you don't have to wait 15 minutes for your steak to come out. You cook it in like 30 seconds.
Yeah,
Exactly. It
Oh,
was
we'll
and like
get
the
to the
simple.
stuff
hot
they
pot, Echo Drop. Don't get ahead of yourself.
Oh
and
yeah.
the stuff they give you is like really like good quality meat as well. Like
Mm,
it's not like, oh, it's just like something they've gone to a supermarket and grabbed or whatever. It's like really high quality, nice bits of meat. It's just like everything combines together to make it such a good experience, I think.
mhm,
Mm. Yeah, Yami also makes the very good point that this is really geared toward beer culture where you go out with a bunch of your office coworkers and
I can totally see that, but I
yeah,
do not
right,
drink.
like you sit around this yakiniku table making yakiniku and drinking beer. It's that kind of thing.
mm.
We did Echo Drop.
Well, I'm considering it next year, Eri. If I'm completely honest, maybe it might not be for PAX again. It might be for a different convention, but I'm thinking about it.
You're probably looking at going to the home of barbecue for your next trip to America, are you not, Mantis
Yes,
Man?
yes.
Yeehaw!
Next is down to the land of Texas for Adepticon, which is like a Warhammer convention. It's just wonderful.
That's going to be an experience too.
Yeah, it'll be great.
Ah, here we are. One of my favorite beverages that I had this entire trip. This was lychee lemonade or lychee lemonade. I've
Oh yeah, those lychee lemonades were fantastic.
great
Mhm.
stuff.
Again, wonderful, just like nice, delicate taste. There's actual lychee in it, which is great to see. You know, like I remember like the first I had two, I think, and the first one I sort of just out of habit gave it back to the server guy when he came and gave me the fresh one
You didn't
because
eat
I'd
the
finished
lychee
it,
out of it.
but I didn't take the lychee out of it, and I was just like, ah.
Ah,
I
well,
hate to be the
lessons of
bearer of
life.
bad news.
Hmm?
This is my coconut drink.
Was it?
Oh,
This is
this was the coconut drink, wasn't it?
Hang on, because we got something that
wait,
looked very much
wait.
like it as well. Oh, this is crepes.
Yep. Go.
Yeah,
Yep.
you're right.
Yes.
You got a coconut drink, didn't you?
Yes.
Yeah.
This is my coconut lemonade.
Oh no,
Okay.
it is.
I forgot which
Well,
was which.
we got lychee lemonades,
Oh, I
and
see. No,
I
here it is. There's the lychee
yeah.
lemonade.
There you go.
I was gonna say. Thank you, Monotone, for correcting me. I thought that.
No
Yeah.
worries. I didn't want to misinform
No,
the
you're
folks.
correct.
Oh, it is lychee, is it, Yami? I've always pronounced it lychee, but it is
Yeah,
nice to know that lychee is a bit better.
Yami, I've never been able to find a consensus on the pronunciation, so
Mm.
I appreciate it. But
Yeah,
yeah,
Echo Drop. I like coconut. It's a very rich flavor that is also refreshing, and so that's a very good combo.
I like coconut as well, and I was sad that I did not think to order one of these for myself, actually, because I was
Ah,
curious. But
next
there's
time.
always next time.
Mm-hmm.
And here we've got, I believe this is Monotone, since this is your gallery. This is Monotone being a pro chef.
Potentially, but
Could
yes.
be monotone, could be me. We'll
In
find
fact, I
out.
think that might be Mantisman because I think
Yeah.
that is me taking the photo.
Oh,
Yeah,
is it?
no, you're right.
Because
You're taking the photo and I'm flipping the meat.
I remember
And I
Mantis
think-
Man having slightly more rugged hands, but it might just be me.
I think that's just the lighting.
Oh, okay. Could be. What's one or the
You did
other
not-
of you?
No, you're missing my bird claws.
Ah.
Also, my hands are warm, so I'm not like horribly flushed red there.
Mm.
That'll do it. That'll do it. All right. So we're on to the footage next
Oh yes.
because now we've got this. There we go. And you can
Uh,
see that there actually is flame that comes out of this burner.
Yes.
It's not just an electric heating element. There is a fire.
Oh, okay. Well, there we go. It depends on the dialect, so we're both technically correct and wrong. I like that. Either is fine, I guess.
Well, if you can be correct and wrong at once, you've got all the bases covered. I'll take it.
Let's
yep,
go.
exactly.
Oh, Nate, I'm so sorry to hear that. Coconut allergies suck because it's in so many different
Oh.
things.
That is a
Oh,
travesty.
no, Nate.
I now just realized that coconut shrimp is the ultimate allergen food. Oh,
Or
Yeah,
coconut crab.
or one
maybe.
of them. Echo Drop, you
Coconut
got one of these grills? Very nice. I imagine it's really nice for outdoor barbecues.
Yeah, there's the lychee.
There's the lychee lemonade. There it is.
Front
The
and
lychee
center.
lemonade. And miso soup. And those were the
Yeah.
salads they brought us. The salads
Yes.
actually, I mean, they look basic, but they had a really nice ginger dressing, which is typical of what you get at a Japanese restaurant. They'll usually have a ginger dressing on them, but the salad
And
was
we
a
got,
nice
like,
counterbalance.
And we got like 2 bowls of bibimbap as well. Like,
Yeah,
we
well,
got-
we'll get to the bibimbap. That's coming
Oh,
up.
That was excellent.
It
Ooh,
was.
that
and we got
zoom
like
on the lychee. The
Yes,
miso.
and the miso soup as well is one of my favorite starters. It's just for like
yeah, and we got 2 of those each. Matt, this was a great set.
yeah, we did like again.
It's
I
my
can't.
first time having proper miso soup, I think, and again, it was fantastic.
Oh, it was, wasn't it? Yeah, you did mention
Yeah.
you never had miso soup before that.
Yeah, it was just like something I'd never really had the opportunity to try somewhere properly because most of the places I go to, well, I said the only real sort of Japanese style restaurant around me is like a ramen joint, and they don't do miso soup.
Oh, I
They
can't
do, like,
believe. Well, I mean, I
fried
can.
starters.
I can.
That's about
but
it.
That's unfortunate. I'm really well. I'm glad we at least got you to be able to experience this while
And heck
you
yeah,
were.
miso soup was great. That was wonderful.
It's a really nice starter. Plus, again, we walked in off of a fairly cold street in the evening after the sun had gone down. And so to have not one, but 2 nice warming bowls of soup right out of the gate to start off with before any of the meat even arrived was very nice. And now we get close ups of the pork belly. That on the right, I think, is sliced beef rib of some kind, ribeye.
Yeah, the beef short ribs, isn't
There's
it?
the shrimp.
And then we got
Oh,
a whole bunch of shrimp, and that was good fun to cook. I like that. It
Yes,
was
you learned how
very-
to cook shrimp and not overcook
Yep.
it this time.
Yes.
And then there in the center is the shredded beef.
that might have been my favorite.
Yeah, that was.
oh, is
oh,
that
no,
one
that's
not the filet mignon? That's the filet
that's
mignon.
the filet
isn't it?
mignon, I guess. And then
Yeah.
this was the kalbi, I think,
Yes.
because these are more like rectangular, kind of chunky ribs.
And then there's the beef skirt.
Yep, that's the skirt. I believe that was skirt steak, and that was sirloin,
then-
I think. Grey Whiff, you're a big fan of pork belly, aren't you? Don't get me wrong, I am too. And then they brought us some vegetables, and Mantisman, I want to say I'm very proud of you, because you're not a vegetable kind of guy, and you tried almost everything here, including the corn,
Yeah.
which I know you do not like normally.
Yeah. The only thing I did not try was the mushroom. I tried everything else.
And
I
I'm
can
very
vouch for
proud
the
of you.
mushrooms. They were delicious.
Yeah, Yami, you had to do that here. You had to literally like walk almost through the kitchen to get to the bathroom.
hmm
So, yep. Yep, I believe it. Ah, there's your coconut drink, Monotone.
Yes. It was
What was
wonderful.
this again?
It was like a coconut lemonade. Basically
Oh.
a virgin mojito.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a mojito, but without the hito,
Yeah.
I guess. Yeah, it was a coconut mo.
Yeah, what did they call it? Something like
Then
It was a
mocktail.
virgin. It was a virgin mojito. It was-
Yeah.
Yeah.
but they had some kind of like portmanteau of a name for it. I forget, but
Oh.
there we go. And this one did a very different take on gyoza. These are like baked
Crispy
gyoza where they're
fried.
crispy all
Yeah.
over. These were
Mhm.
great.
Mm-hmm. They were wonderful.
Do you echo drop? I didn't realize that. Really, Adalakis? I don't know. Maybe there's something that draws them to those kinds of places. Maybe it's the fact that unlike generic American cooking, it actually has flavor. There's the
There's
bibimbap.
the bibimbap.
Oh,
Yeah, Grey Whiff.
nostalgic
Occasionally, if I'm at a bar and I only want to order food, because I don't drink, I don't touch alcohol, I'll order a virgin mojito, and it'll be just like lime juice, a little bit of a simple syrup, and San Pellegrino or like a fizzy water. But yeah, this is bibimbap.
It was great.
Mhm.
Proper hot stone bowl, just wonderful.
I have to
That
say,
might
this
even
was
be
one of
me
my
cooking in the
highlights.
background.
Very refreshing on a hot day, Grey Whiff, indeed. And I mean, this wasn't a particularly hot day, but like, we came in out of the cold, and we sat in front of this beautiful, blazing fire pit of smoky, meaty deliciousness, and I was actually a little bit hot sitting in front of this, so the cool lemonade, the drinks that we got were nice for that. Oh, I know, Yami, they just called it that. Oh, if you ain't scraping the rice out of the side, yes, yeah.
Oh, we were.
We
Trust
were.
me.
We were.
They actually,
Gotta
when
get
they
the
served it
right.
to us at the table, they mixed it for us. Oh, you're not missing anything, Ari. I'm perfectly happy to be alcohol free. I do not regret anything.
Yep. I've been out like actually drinking twice in my life and was just like, this was rubbish both times.
Yep.
And then was like, I'm not going to bother anymore, I don't think.
I watched other
Gotta be
people do
up
it
and
and
up.
decided that was enough for me to say, nah.
See, this is why you drink responsibly, kids, and then you don't have situations like this.
Well, just never mind responsibly. I can't stand the taste of alcohol. I
That's
Same.
can't.
fair.
Everything just tastes like it's evaporating out of my mouth. I'll pass.
Hmm. The good thing is, though,
Fair.
even though these kinds of restaurants are or were originally kind of geared around drinking culture, you can go to them and not drink,
Oh, 100%.
which is, I'm glad none of us did, because if this had been a drinking trip, I think we would have all had a lot less fun.
Mm,
Drunk
Probably.
monotone is fun. You have not seen a drunk monotone before. Do not delude yourself. You would know.
Well, Ari,
Well, yeah, this was-
congratulations on growing out of it. I mean, I'm in my 30s now too, and I'm glad I never drank, but it's just as good to cut back. Ah, there we are. This is Mantisman
Yeah.
being.
Oh, hey, there's the pork belly.
Yep.
Yeah, you can tell it's the pork belly because there's
Just
6
smoke
inches
and
of flame
fire
shooting
everywhere.
off of it every time you touch it.
Hmm. Well, Yami, there you go. You can get your favorite dishes and not have to drink. Well, Yami, the thing is, they served this corn. Actually, there was a big chunk of butter in the corn, and the idea was that you roasted the corn on the burner. I don't know if corn is traditional in places like this. I know it's common in lots of ramen recipes, but yeah, Mantisman, we convinced him to give the corn a try. And then we made it up to him by getting dessert.
Yay. He's just like, it is now. He's like, we did something that Yami likes.
I mean,
good?
likes or intensely hates. But
Yeah.
yeah, ramen used to. I don't know how long ago corn became a thing in ramen. I think it's a fairly recent phenomenon, but it's really popular as an ingredient in ramen today.
Well, as a suggestion for ramen ingredients, I am certainly all ears. It is quite good. Eh?
Yeah,
That was
yeah,
good.
all ears. Very good, Monotone.
That was good.
I have to say, as small a portion as it was, if I'm ever going to get tiramisu again, it's bloody well going to be matcha tiramisu because this is the only way to eat this stuff. I don't know how anyone likes the traditional kind.
Hey, easy now.
Yeah, you
Regular
people and your
tiramisu is one of my
coffee.
favorite desserts. Yes, because I like the mud water, as Yami said.
Yeah, the mud.
I
See, I
mean,
can't stand
it is
coffee.
mud water. I'm sorry.
Mantis Man and I agree on this. We prefer tea.
It tastes like tarmac. It smells wonderful. It just tastes like tarmac.
Damn, you know what? I just had to be that guy who brought the variety to the foods.
You did. Oh, we're on to the next place now. So that's yakiniku. Yakiniku was fantastic. And yeah, Echo Drop, I seem to see corn in a lot of ramen in Americanized ramen places. I've seen it a couple of times in Japan. And yeah, maybe that was just Hokkaido style ramen that I was getting where I got corn in it. But I don't remember it being as big a thing in Japan. I don't remember it being like as prevalent. But they do seem to like it in some ramen in Japan. I know I've seen it there a few times. Yeah, Yami, I am literally the sneering imperialist perk from Fallout New Vegas.
I
agree with
mean,
Echo
I'm
Drop and
not
Airy
much
here.
better.
I like both.
They like
It's
both.
just
Well,
that
good on
coffee
you for
perk.
being open-minded to Echo Drop and Airy. If it is popular, it's authentic, tradition or not. Well, Yami, I guess you could make that argument, and I'm not going to try to fight you on it because there is a point to it.
Tiramisu is made with coffee. Sourdough.
Yeah, Sorogoth. So, and as a matter of fact, we can do a little bit of impromptu education, and I can show you.
Oh.
Pull it up.
We can show you
got
what
the
a
good
tiramisu
stuff
looks
there.
like. And
Yeah, espresso. Thank you, Grey Wolf.
there we go.
But the espresso is counteracted by the sugar, so you don't get the normal ness. It is just that nice.
Oh.
So
Cutting in and out again, just a little.
yeah,
I'm on
so
its
I'll fill in here. So tiramisu is ladyfinger cookies, which is what these things are. They're kind of a soft, spongy cookie, and they are layered with mascarpone cheese, which is slightly sweetened. The ladyfingers are soaked with liqueur. I think typically rum, but you guys can correct me.
Normally rum.
Yeah, I believe it's rum. And then the mascarpone is layered with sprinkles of chocolate and coffee, both powdered. And then on top, it's sprinkled with a layer of it as well. Now, yeah, see, Echo Drop, you and I are at exactly the opposite there. To me, my favorite part of the tiramisu is the cookies and the mascarpone. I can't stand the liquor or the coffee, and I'm not really a big fan of the chocolate. And yet, Rat Under the Fridge, I love that username, Rat Under the Fridge. That's an awesome username. Can we
That
just
is a great name.
shout out to Rat Under the Fridge? I love that.
Oh, yeah.
Coffee and chocolate is a winning combination, and it is very prevalent in different pastries not just tiramisu, but all kinds of different pastries, coffee and chocolate. And mocha lattes are a thing because coffee and chocolate is so popular. Ari, this is tiramisu, and I will give you a link to it.
Sorry.
Warrior. Affogato, I believe that's how you say it, is very.
Well, thanks for that.
What do we? Oh, Anon, thank you so much for the gift sub to Rat Under the Fridge. Very much appreciate that. Welcome to the Ragtime Lounge, Rat Under the Fridge. Ari, if you like
can
coffee
stay under the fridge if you want, but you
and
don't
you
have
like
to.
chocolate, then you would love you some tiramisu.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, to me, the mascarpone and the ladyfingers are the best part. The alcohol I despise. The coffee I despise. The chocolate I could live without. If I were going to make tiramisu, I would make more of like a Christmassy version of it, where I wouldn't soak the ladyfingers in anything. I would just leave them as just plain. And then I would mix in the mascarpone with cinnamon, allspice, cloves, a little bit of orange zest, and some nutmeg.
Oh, that sounds good.
And I would make a sort of a Christmas-inspired tiramisu, because that is a flavor profile that I prefer vastly over
Just
chocolate
a
or coffee.
dusting of cinnamon sugar on the top.
Yep.
Oh.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, Ari, I am surprised to hear that. It seems like you enjoy everything that goes into it.
Yeah, sometimes all the flavors together are not the sum of the parts, right?
Exactly. Yes. Sometimes you end up with something totally different as the end result, despite the ingredients all having very clear and distinct flavor profiles.
Yes, like enjoying raw egg and flour instead of cake.
Right. Yeah. That's a stark comparison. How do I feel about a slice of fruit in my cake? In what context are we talking, Yami? Because I feel like this could either be like a strawberry shortcake, which is fine, or it could be like a cake with just a whole unpeeled orange in it, knowing you.
Or like a pineapple layer cake.
Oh, a mango slice in your cream layer, that I don't mind. I could live with that. I like fruit.
Yeah, as long as the fruit isn't going to curdle the things around it, sure, sign me up. I'll
Yeah,
take a
you know,
piece
if
of
it's
fruit
not
in
like
my
a
cake.
super acidic fruit. So here we are now on to a really cool place, which is the Paris Creperie in Brookline.
Mm-hmm.
And
Oh yeah, this place was good.
I do like mango, Yami. I do quite enjoy mango. Let me pull up their menu here. For whatever reason, probably just because it's German internet, my internet is being incredibly slow. Come
Let's
on.
go. Innovation, baby.
Yeah.
freaking-
Yeah.
There we are.
The crepes were great.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a place that we went kind of for dessert on, I believe it was the second day of the show.
Yeah.
Yes.
And yeah, I would take this over tiramisu any day, unless it's matcha tiramisu. But what we had here were like Paris-style crepes. And this was this was from the barbecue joint.
Yeah,
So
that
I
was
guess
the barbecue. Yeah.
we are switching back to footage for this then.
Mm-hmm.
So this is, believe it or not, this place is literally about a 30-second walk from both the ramen restaurant and the Japanese grocery store that we just talked about.
Coolidge Corner is wild.
There's so much good stuff there. And it's my favorite neighborhood in the world, in any city, in any country, ever. And I'm biased. I spent a lot of time there as a kid. Again, my grandmother lived there. And some of my only good childhood memories are of walking around Brookline and Coolidge Corner with my mother and my grandmother and just checking out places like this and riding the trains. But there's a crepe shop that has opened there since the last time I was there. And they do really good crepes and they do really good smoothies as well. And I wonder if each of you remember what type of crepe you got, because I sure don't.
I remember mine.
Feel free to refer to
I
the
don't
menu
remember
in
what
chat.
it was called,
I
but
posted
I remember
it there.
what was in it. All right, there's a menu. Right, okay. There we go. We'll quickly grab that. So, menu,
Exactly,
menu,
Grey
menu.
Whiff.
Oh, is there a menu? I've got gift cards. I've got order food online.
It's the little three
Oh, there you go.
dashes.
Bam. Got it. So, mine was a sweet crepe, and it was the Berry Antoinette. That was it.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Ah.
Poppy seed infused crepe with sweet cream cheese spread, French blueberry preserves, lemon zest, and a squeeze of lemon.
And I believe that's the one we're looking at right now. That's this one.
Yes, it is. And it
Um,
was fantastic.
Ari, we were just a couple of train stops away from this, just up Beacon Street from here. Was it headless?
Was it
says
headless?
Yami. Of
Thanks,
course, yeah.
Yami.
Offer Monarch and then Noble.
Thank you, Elden Ring. Very cool.
Yeah, yeah, Surrogoth. So these two got sweet crepes, and I got a savory one. Let's progress this a little bit more. Also, I think that was a smoothie that you had over there, wasn't it?
Yes, it was also a berry-based smoothie, if I recall correctly.
And
'cause
one that had been
I'm a-
made
I'm a sucker
fresh
for
as
great
well.
berries.
I watched them
Yes.
blend the berries for that smoothie. There we go. And here are the others. Monotone, that one was yours. That was a cinnamon crepe, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was officially called the Bear Claw,
Ah,
and it had all the ingredients of the regular Bear Claw paste in a crepe.
okay.
Oh
And
yeah.
refresh our memories. What are those? What goes into a bear
Yeah.
claw?
So let me pull it up in the menu because it's cinnamon infused crepe with a Belgian cookie butter vanilla glaze.
Dear God, my arteries are clogging already.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I almost died that night, but it was worth it. It was absolutely worth it. It was so delicious and sweet, and like every bite was just a burst of cinnamon. It was lovely.
What a fantastic place to have is a crepe shop in your neighborhood, right?
Hmm.
And Grey Whiff.
Exactly.
Go ahead, Mantis Man.
Oh no, yeah, exactly, and like they offer such a wide variety of things as well. Because you
Hmm.
went for something very different for what we went to, and like I didn't even consider that as being a kind of crepe that you could have.
Yeah. I actually, the first time I had a crepe like this was in Japan. I got it at a crepe shop at Takeshi Tadori in Harajuku. I went walking down Takeshi Tadori to check out. I was looking at some of the fashion stores to see if I could pick up gifts for a couple of female friends of mine back home because they were very interested in what the clothing stores there had. And as I was walking down Takeshi Tadori, checking out these shops looking for, some cute accessory that my friends would have liked, I got to the other end of Takeshi Tadori, the far end from the Yamanote station, and there was just a crepe stand there, like a food truck. And I looked at the menu of crepes they had, and they had all the traditional sweet ones. And then they had one with like prosciutto and balsamic vinegar and mozzarella and tomatoes. And I was like, that looks interesting. I'll try that. And it was definitely not traditional, but it was really pretty good. And so the crepe that I ordered here, let me see if I can pull up which one it was actually, because I have completely forgotten. It was a similar sort of crepe, basically. It was a savory crepe, and instead of sweet, it was it had balsamic vinegar and fresh mozzarella that had been melted into it. It was the cheese was melted in, and let's see, where is the menu here?
I think I found yours.
Did you? Well, go ahead and read it. If you've got it, I can't find it.
It's the storming of the basil.
Yes,
or the
that's the one.
Bastille.
Yeah.
Oregano infused crepe, with chicken, fresh mozzarella, roasted red peppers, and garlic sautéed mushrooms and pesto.
This was a fantastic crepe, and it was quite a substantial size. It was really like a meal unto itself. And
Mhm.
traditional though it was not, delicious it most certainly was. And I'm very happy that that you two were kind enough to be willing to stop here.
Oh
I,
no,
oh
how could
gosh,
we?
heaven forbid we stop for grapes.
Right? And then I think each of us got a smoothie of some kind, because you got one too, Monotone.
Yes.
Yeah, I got the creamsicle smoothie.
And
Uh,
you attested, if I remember correctly, that it was identical to drinking a creamsicle.
Yeah, straight up, like, just delicious orange and mango, like, blend, and then frozen yogurt.
Yep.
Oh, and a little bit of raspberry, I think. Or it's raspberry? Strawberry? Let me look.
Yeah,
It
you.
was
Something like
raspberry.
that.
It was
Yes.
raspberry. Okay. Yeah, the
Or
one
no,
that I got
strawberry.
was
Can't
a
read.
berry smoothie. Just basic blueberries, raspberries. I like all the dark berries, but
Mm.
Yeah, I went for the lemon grab.
you got the lemon. Yeah, you mentioned you really do love citrus. I watched this
I
guy take the lemon off of his tea and just eat all of the insides out of the lemon.
I was done more than once. I love citrus. I love bitter things. Like, if you're gonna throw that lemon slice away after you've squeezed it in your drink, I will take it and eat it. Give
I
it to me.
Not a single slice of lemon went to waste on Mantis Man's watch this entire trip.
It did not. I fucking sorry. I love lemons. I love limes. I love any citrus fruits. Give them to me.
Well, he got his fix from time to time throughout this trip. It was very good. There's a day in
Mm.
France dedicated to crepes, the 2nd of February. I learned something today, Sorogoth.
Ooh.
There's a dentist dying slowly inside right now. Yeah, Junji Ito.
I
He's
mean,
been dying inside for 30 years.
I
Safe
am
and
British,
sounds.
Yami, so it's to be expected.
Oh, Sorogoth agrees with you, Mantis Man. Look at that.
Yeah,
You're not the only one.
exactly. If my eyes don't water, it's not tart enough.
Right?
Look at that powdered sugar. Oh,
Had to go for that close up. And honestly,
oh my god, yeah.
as many new places as there still are to explore in Brookline,
They are
if I'm going to go back to a place we've already been, this is going to be one of them.
heck yeah.
Yeah.
They are crepe sass on wheels. We went to a crepe stand a crepe restaurant, I guess, uh,
Mhm.
in Boston
A
on Cornish
creperie.
Corner. A creperie, that's the word.
And
And it was
these two are
wonderful.
sweet crepes. This one's filled with berries, but then the one that I had down at the bottom is a savory one. So there's their
Mm.
menu, Sass. You've never had crepes. Well, they can be very hard to find. There aren't a lot of places that make them, but they're fantastic. If you ever have an opportunity, Sass, you should try them.
This was only the second time that I've had them, Sass, and each time it's been wonderful.
Yeah.
Like this is the only time I've ever had them at like a joint like this that does them as complex. The other time I've had them has been like literally off of like a crepe stand in the middle of a town center in like winter where they just do like basic cinnamon and Nutella crepes or things like that.
So this kind of was a first for you as well, huh, Mantis Man?
Yeah, like a first sort of sit down and have like something fancy for
Hmm.
sure.
Well, I'm glad that we could get you to do this because this is,
Mm.
yeah, Black
This
Diamond.
trip was a lot of firsts for me.
The more the better. I'm so proud of you, Mantis Man. You handled every single first like a champ, and even some of the vegetables that you tried, you did great. I'm really proud.
Aw. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean it. And Black Diamond, if you ever have an opportunity to try crepes, make sure you try them. There's something everyone can appreciate. And you get to
Yep.
choose your filling with the crepes, right? So
Yeah.
you can pick something that you know you're going to like, and it'll always be good. And next we have, you can see how tiny the place was too. It's just this
Yeah.
little store,
It was adorable.
maybe 4 or 5 tables and a couple of bar seats.
Mhm.
And it was quite busy.
It's a very popular joint. There are a lot of people in Brookline who apparently really appreciate this place. Whoever opened this restaurant, they knew their target demographic very well. They
Oh,
did
yeah,
their
they nailed
research.
it.
I mean, for the crepes, no. For some of the other things, a little.
A little.
Thanks,
Oh, this was my
Yami.
outside shot of the convention center. Okay, so here we are
Yeah.
into barbecue now.
This is day 3?
3 or 4,
think?
yeah, I want to say. Well, it was day 4 for us. It was day 4 of the show.
Yes,
day
day
3 of
4
the
of the
Or day 3 of the show for us because we
Yeah.
skipped Saturday. So this was Sunday.
Yes. And oh boy, this was a thing.
Oh, Sass, I'm so sorry. Sass, I mean, a crepe from IHOP is better than no crepe at all. It definitely won't be the authentic thing, but you can at least try it there and see.
It's
It's
called
obligate.
IHOP.
It's obligate carnivore day, obviously. I mean, you have your bit of fruit on the side, and the rest of it is just meat.
Yeah, so this place is let me pull up their site.
The smoke shop.
They are called the Smoke Shop. Smoke Shop? The Smoke House? I think it was the Smoke Shop.
I thought it was the smoke shop, but there are also places called that do not
Uh,
sell barbecue, and in fact
I
do smell
I mean,
sell
they do
they do
smell.
smell,
They do
but
smell because
they
they sell
smell
tobacco, yes.
yes,
No, this
and
is indeed the
tobacco
Smoke Shop.
Yes.
Here we are. So
Yeah.
this is a Southern American style barbecue restaurant in the Seaport district of Boston. And here is their website. There we go. So these places tend to be really simple, really informal, and if you're going to go there, you better be ready to get messy.
Oh yes, it is like finger food plus kind of.
Yeah, Yami, this is I believe this qualifies as Texas style barbecue because of the sauce they use. Yeah, Sass, you know how it goes around here. You know how it is.
Yeah, the sauce is pretty thick, pretty sweet.
Yeah,
It's good.
vinegar based, I think.
Mhm.
Yeah. We had they came with a pot of ketchup, which was cute, and we all immediately discarded.
Yep. Well, we
took
got the
away-
pit fries. The French fries didn't need ketchup because they came seasoned with pit spices.
Yes.
Yep.
And they
Yeah,
also
Sass, you're in
had, like-
Texas. I forgot about that.
We
Sass,
also had like a hot barbecue sauce that came with it that came on the table that was infinitely better.
Yes, yes, absolutely. Yeah, and they point out that the Texas toast is hallmark of Texas style. All right. Oh, Ari, you told people that we were on. Well, that was sweet of you. Thank you.
Aw, thank you.
Sargoth, that is dessert. That is
It's-
after your meal.
Yeah, the watermelon is just because it's a refreshing thing, and it cleanses your palate. So we each got something slightly different on our trays. They messed up and accidentally brought me ribs when I ordered pulled pork, but they let me keep the ribs and just gave me the pulled pork.
Yep, great, solid.
So this here is brisket that I got. This is my tray. The brisket is served on top of a slice of Texas toast. And would either of you, my friends, like to share your experiences of what Texas toast is?
Will, go for it.
It's
Aw.
like cornbread, but it's
That's
like-
that's cornbread. You're thinking of something different.
oh, am I? Oh,
Texas
wait.
toast is the slices of crispy bread.
Oh, right. Yeah.
With the
okay,
garlic
so
butter.
it's like a garlic butter. I guess I want to say, do they like toast it over the pit?
Yup.
I assume they do, right? Yeah. It was like interesting. I guess it's like a garlic bread, but not a garlic bread. And like I also got the brisket, and the one that sort of came underneath that and soaked up all the brisket juices was just like, yes, that is definitely a thing that more places should have.
That is very carefully engineered to do
Yes.
very much that job. So the Texas toast are these slices of thick toast here.
And
I
they
did
are,
also
like,
order the
full-on
cornbread.
doorstop bread.
The cornbread is the more square stuff over here.
Oh, that was it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we'll get the zoom in on all of it fairly soon. But so the tray that I ordered had barbecued ribs, sausage, and the sausage was served on top of a homemade pimento cheese. Pimento being peppers, and the cheese being cheddar. And yeah, it's not for everybody, Yami. I enjoy it now and then, but you need some water alongside it because it can be very dry. My favorite cornbread is jalapeno cornbread with a slice of fresh butter melted onto it because that solves the problem of it being dry. And it also, just jalapeno cornbread is so good. Just a little bit of heat, a little bit of sweet, and that corn taste. Yeah, Ari, I had no idea you
Where
were
it's
born
at.
in Texas.
Like one of the little stores near me does like a jalapeno and bread and cheddar
Thank you.
bread, like a loaf.
Yes.
Like, so you've got the
Sincerely.
jalapenos and cheddar baked into the loaf, and
Ah,
man, that goes great with like a good tomato soup. Just like, whoa.
I bet it does. I bet it does. Yeah, Ari, it doesn't have to be dry. Some places make it dry, but even when it's moist, it's still really dense. And when you bite into it, it just kind of fills your mouth, and you have to wash it down with something.
Yeah, like it was described to me as bread, and I put it in my mouth, and I was like, "This is just cake."
Yeah, yeah, exactly. It really is more of a cake than a bread, is what it
Hmm.
is. It's
But
just a cake
corn
without
cake,
frosting, really, and I guess you could frost it if you wanted to.
you kind of can with cinnamon butter.
Mm.
Cinnamon butter is a wonderful topping for sweet cornbread, which is what I enjoy.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think pretty much everybody that I've ever talked to treats it like a cake. I mean, that's how
Hmm.
I was raised eating cornbread is it's cake.
Yep.
Yeah, corn cake doesn't sound as good. It's just cornbread has more of a ring to it.
Cornbread also
Exactly.
sounds healthier.
Well, cornbread is more acceptable as a breakfast item than corn cake.
Corn cake,
Right.
yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Oh, yummy. No wonder you don't like cornbread because they served it at the mess hall during basic training. I see why. So, Yami, you were getting the Pentagon recipe for cornbread that has like 50 different preservatives in it. No wonder you
Oh
hated the stuff.
no.
Oh, poor guy. So, we got the tray with the Texas toast, and the Texas toast is it's just a wonderfully crispy piece of toast with garlic butter and pit spices.
Hmm.
And it's great at sopping up the juices from the meat. But I tell you what, I normally am not a French fry person. This, this was the only time for years I have cleaned out the container of French fries because they were tossed in like 7 or 8 different barbecue spices,
Oh,
and
yeah.
I tell you what, that makes all the difference.
I mean, that is
Hmm.
the way that you make fries good. You season them properly.
Yeah, you
Don't
got the
just
fries
leave
too,
the
didn't
fry
you?
naked. Yeah. Well, like again, I'm much like you in that I'm not a huge fan of fries,
Mm.
but if you season them properly and make them taste actually good, yes, please give.
Well, that's the question, right? Is putting literally any seasoning on your French fries and not just, dousing them with salt and going, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
But like
salt. I mean,
real
I get that.
seasoning.
That again feels like very much like a Britishism to be terrified of any kind of seasoning that's not salt or pepper,
Oh.
and it always gets like it's just becomes the norm, I suppose, which is a shame.
Well, I'm
Hmm.
happy we were able to teach you a better lesson while you were in the
Yeah,
States
well,
with
I
us.
actually have a big jug of chip seasoning downstairs
Oh,
in
do
one of
you?
my cupboards.
What's
Yes,
in the seasoning? Is it just salt and
it's like
pepper?
it's a it's like a paprika-based seasoning mix.
Okay.
There's a whole bunch of stuff in there. I forget what it is exactly. It's literally just called chip seasoning, and it's
Oh.
great.
Okay. Well, yeah, I could get on board with that. And Sorogoth, vinegar for your French fries. Really, it's a Northwestern French thing. I mean,
I've heard of vinegar fries. They're pretty good actually.
Yeah, we use vinegar on fries here a lot.
yeah, I've actually seen potato chip. Like when I say chips, I'm talking about American style potato chips, the thin ones that are deep fried or
Yeah.
baked. But I've seen frequently potato chips. A common flavor for potato chips is salt and vinegar. And
Yes.
vinegar is certainly not an unheard of ingredient for potatoes, so I could see that, Sorogoth. I gotcha.
Yeah, like
I'd try
basically
it.
if you get fish and chips here in the UK, you will probably have salt and vinegar on your chips.
Yeah,
Like
that's kind of a
in
universal thing there, isn't it?
yeah, like if you don't tell them not to put salt and vinegar on, they'll probably just put it on.
Yeah,
It's one of those things.
just as a matter of course. Oh, right,
Yeah.
and you got the pit beans too, Mantis Man. Or
Yes, I got the pit beans. I am a avid enjoyer of pit beans, and those were some damn good beans.
they smelled very good, and you got some pickles on the side here too. These places usually make their own pickles, which they clearly did here. These were not out of a jar.
Yes, I tried one. It was a pickle. Not a huge fan, but I
Not a
tried it
pickle
to try
fan.
it.
Well, good on you for trying. But I
Yeah.
think got your money's worth out of the. You got burnt ends too, didn't you?
No, I got
That was
brisket, I
monotone.
got ribs, and I got sausage.
Okay, yep,
And
that's
then I
everything.
also, yeah, I got the fries, the the Texas toast and the beans.
Okay. There. Yeah, I mean, it's a good solid tray of food. Monotone, you, I think, got the burnt ends, didn't you?
Yes, I got the burnt ends, I got the ribs, and I got the it.
Yeah, and you
Um,
got bacon collard greens, too. These were collards with bacon in them, I think.
yes, I did, and they were actually really good. I enjoyed them immensely.
Good.
Bacon that went into them.
Yeah, collards are also kind of a southern thing. You don't see them too much up
Mhm.
north where I grew up, but they're very nutritious. They're very good for you, and if you prepare them right, they can be very delicious.
Oh yeah.
And I don't remember whether we even got dessert here. We'll find out in just a moment.
Uh,
No, we
did
didn't.
we get dessert? No, I think we were both like we were all pretty much done,
Yeah, you.
weren't
This
we?
was one where I think you guys had stuffed yourselves so much that I practically had to carry you out.
Yeah,
Mhm.
we tapped out and we went to go somewhere else and it was closed.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, I think we attempted to go to the children's museum
Yes,
to
yeah,
stick
we
our head
went to
in the
check
door.
out the children's museum, so you guys could try out the Lucky Climber after having just stuffed your faces, because that was a great
I'm
idea on my
Yeah,
part.
I was supposed to say, I'm sure that would have gone incredibly well. It would have probably led to me getting halfway up the thing and then collapsing and just saying that I live here until tomorrow now.
Yup. Yeah, I mean, you got to peek in and see what it looked like, so that was enough.
Yes.
But here we are. There's the outside shot. Collards with smoked turkey flavoring is a thing. I'd believe that, Grey Whiff. I mean, collards with smoked anything seems pretty southern already. I could totally get on board with that. I mean, if you don't like vegetables, smoke them. That
Hey,
that sounded different than I meant it.
it was pretty good. You
That
sounded cool.
that was not how I intended for that to sound.
It was 420
Yeah.
at one point.
Okay, this is the
But yeah.
aquarium.
Yeah, then after that was the aquarium day trip, followed up by hot pot, if I recall correctly.
Yes.
Oh
Oh, but we've
no,
got
there's
some
a couple of
lobster
places
rolls
we're
too.
skipping.
We've got this here.
Yes.
So, do you guys, why don't you guys take over the narration from here and you can tell everyone about your experience? Let's start off at James Hook, because that's where this
Yes.
was.
So our first hot shot at James Hook was a bust. We got there too late.
We got there
Uh,
3 minutes too late.
Yep, which was a shame because you could still smell it and it smelled wonderful. Um, so we came back, and this is my first time eating lobster in such a way. I've had it like in a couple of dishes before, like in a ravioli or raviolo, I guess, or what have you, but I've never had it like this. And oh man, was it a treat! Like just lobster in a roll with a bit of butter cooked to perfection. But just
Hmm.
yes, absolutely incredible. I don't know if you can see it in that picture there, but my roll has two whole claws in it, just chilling out the whole thing in there, and it was great, like absolutely incredible.
And
It
Monotone,
came with
although, go ahead.
I'll say it just came with like a little cup of butter that you can put on yourself if you want. So it's like I didn't have to drown it in butter, and it was great. Just absolutely incredible. What a way to enjoy seafood.
Hmm.
Right?
Yes.
Monotone, would you care to chime in there? Because I know you are no stranger to lobster rolls, having grown up in New England. But
Yeah, it's a New England specialty, and I think James Hook, they did it really well. Um, Often when you get cheap ones, they have filling ingredients. Uh,
celery.
Celery, yeah, coleslaw, anything like that. But this was just straight up lobster meat. It was unseasoned. And yeah, great
Oh no,
rounds
we're
it in butter.
Monotone, you
Like,
might want to turn off your noise cancellation for Discord, because I think that's
oh,
what's cutting you out.
all right.
yeah.
And
It
while you're
seems to be
doing
cutting
that,
you out just a little.
we'll go
yeah.
Like
into a little bit of detail here because, well, you can, Grey Whiff. That's the thing, and that's what's nice about these is they serve it to you just the hot lobster in the roll if you do it correctly, and you can do it incorrectly by ordering mayonnaise, but the correct way is by ordering hot with butter. And then they serve you the lobster piping hot in a toasted roll, which is nice and crispy. And they give you that little tub of melted clarified butter on the side, and you can put on as much or as little as you want. And if you want to drown it in butter, you can, because even if you drown it in butter, the butter will not outcompete the lobster flavor. I prefer personally only a little bit of butter on mine, just enough to taste the butter and to accentuate the lobster, but
I found the same. Like I'm not a huge fan of butter anyhow, but like just a little bit helps, I think. Just gives you a little bit more substance to it than just the lobster and the roll, and that little bit extra just helps blend everything together nicely, I think.
the butter really does bring out the sweetness of the lobster, doesn't it?
Mm, exactly. It's super good.
And this was not the only thing that you guys experienced at James Hook, was it? Because
No.
you got to try New England clam chowder for your first time too, didn't you?
Yes, I did, and that was fantastic. Not what I was expecting at all. I expected much more like a soup, I guess, and what I got was I yeah, a clam chowder. It was great. It was super thick, super hearty, really tasty. The little crouton, are they called clam crackers? Clam
Oyster crackers.
oyster crackers. That was it. Just add that little bit of extra texture in there. It was wonderful. Like
Mm,
definitely something I could see myself having on like a cold winter's day. Like taking a walk down by the docks and just grabbing a cup of that on the way past, you know.
very filling and very warming, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes.
And yeah, Yami, I'm amazed that they even offered lobster rolls on any of the ships you were assigned to, unless they caught the lobster themselves, which I highly doubt was the case. But Grey Whiff, you say clam stew. The word chowder is actually its own type of soup, and it is a type of soup, but it's somewhere in between a stew and a soup. It's kind of really its own thing, and that's why there's corn chowder, there's clam chowder, there's fish chowder. Mantisman, Yami asks, is clam chowder not a thing in England?
Not that
Sounds like
I've
not
ever
this
been
kind.
Yeah, not that I've ever been made aware of. Like, if it is, I imagine it would be an import. We do have a lot of seafood kicking around, but again, people here are like terrified of anything that could be considered seasoning,
And anything that
or
isn't deep
doing
fried, huh?
yeah, or anything that isn't deep fried. So realistically, unless you go to an up class restaurant or like somewhere really swanky, what you're probably getting is uh, a beautiful fish that is then it's fresh, caught on the day, and then it is deep fried, and then you're like, well, okay.
Soaked in vinegar. I know, Yami, I know. But they got so used to eating simple, minimalistic food during the war and afterward for a while that I guess it just became a part of the culture, which is one of the reasons I wanted to bring Mantis Man here and have him experience just, this, right? To learn that food doesn't have to be bad, and even the food that's good, you can make at home.
Oh, I hate how correct Yami is.
Drink clam chowder and have a miner yell at you, "What are you, posh?" Wow.
And
Nice,
Grey
Yami.
Whiff is correct as well, at least in my humble opinion. Rhode Island clam chowder is as New England.
Oh, yes, yeah, I would absolutely agree with that warning. Rhode Island clam chowder is not actually a chowder, it's just a soup. The only reason it's called chowder is because they were trying to compete with really New England clam chowder, and maybe to a lesser degree Manhattan clam chowder, which is tomato based.
Ugh. No thanks.
Yeah, so New England clam chowder is a cream based soup that has fresh chopped clams, potatoes, spices, cream. I think I said cream already, but yeah, you can never overemphasize the cream in New England clam chowder. And sometimes bacon. Why is there so
Yeah,
many
I
clam
could
chowder?
see.
Go ahead, Mantis Man.
I could see bacon bits being really good in that. Like just as that little bit of extra crispy texture.
Well, fresh
I could
chopped
see it.
bacon or pancetta even.
Oh, some
Yeah,
pancetta.
it adds
Yeah, some
that little bit.
Crushed up pancetta would be wonderful.
Yep. And it goes very well with the clams, too. The textures match perfectly.
Mm.
Yeah, agree with, and that's the case for a lot of people. I think some people enjoy things like clams with tomatoes, and that movement seems to have started when some like food manufacturer tried to market clamato juice, which is clam juice with tomato juice in it. But
What?
I don't know. I don't know where that came from, but
Ooh.
Manhattan, I guess, wanted their own clam chowder, and they wanted it to be cool and unique and different from New England clam chowder, and they
Oh,
failed
yummy,
miserably.
no. Not the clamato.
Yup.
Ugh.
I hate that.
But that's why I took you two to get the correct kind of clam chowder, which is New England clam chowder.
Mhm. Well, New England clam chowder is like a comfort. That is like
It is,
one of my
yes.
favorite. Yeah, yeah. My family would make it like fresh and then freeze it for later use. It was
Yeah.
wonderful.
Yeah, you can
Defrost
make
it,
like a
heat it
5-gallon pot of it and then freeze it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sounds great.
I do love Manhattan, Yami, but there are some ideas that should never have left the drawing board. And Manhattan clam chowder is one of those. Oh, it looks like we're into your explorations of Bostonian architecture, Mantisman.
Yes.
But now we're at Luke's Lobster, so we're going straight from lobster rolls to crab rolls, and actually...
This may be the one where I unfortunately got carried away and forgot to take pictures of what I ate again.
Oh, that's quite all right. Let's see if we can scroll through here and... Ah, here we are. Yeah, Monotone, you did this in a weird way. Your crab roll pictures are mixed in with the aquarium pictures.
Oh no, this was the second time we went.
Oh,
This is
that's
the
right, because
second
you weren't
time.
with us the first time because you met up with your family.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Luke's
So
Lobster.
I have pictures of the second time, but
Yes.
not the first time.
That's perfectly okay. Luke's
I got as far
Lobster
as
is right
taking
near the old
pictures
State
on
House,
board.
and it is a seafood purveyor, but they get all of their seafood like fresh that day from fishing boats.
Mm. They have a signboard up that literally tells you what came from what came from where today. It's
Yep.
great. I like that a lot.
We ordered the crab rolls, and literally the sign said the crab came from New Brunswick this morning.
Yep.
And let me put their website in chat.
Oh, wonderful.
There we are. A little ways from the Union Oyster House, Grey Whiff. Not so close to government center, closer to state. Like literally the old State House is in the Orange Line State Street station. It's in the basement of the old State House. And from there, you just walk around the corner, and Luke's Lobster is like a 2-minute walk from the old State House. Headed toward Boston Common. Five Guys and their potato of the day? I'm not familiar with that, Yami.
Oh, I think they did that here too. Like you could you basically when you went in and you ordered fries, they had it listed where their potatoes came from,
Oh, okay. That's
which was
interesting.
interesting. Because we somehow have got Five Guys over here. That's a thing.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
it's
well,
all right.
burgers, of course you do.
Yeah, exactly. It's fine. I have been there once or twice and didn't hate it, but it didn't jump out at me as amazing either.
Okay. Yeah, their reputation is mainly built on the fact that they cook their burgers and their fries in duck fat, I believe.
Oh,
The fries are peanut oil, I believe.
Oh, peanut oil, okay. Oh, and
Yeah.
actually, there you go, Grey Whiff. There's the Union Oyster House. Mantisman did take a picture of it because it's an original colonial building and the longest continuously operating restaurant in the United States.
which is really freaking cool.
Yup.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's been in operation since like 1860 or something ridiculous like that.
Oh,
Continuously,
go.
like it's never closed. Oh, there's Government Center. That's the City Hall.
Hmm.
Oh, Mantis Man, these are yours, right? Okay.
Yes, they are.
Oh, and these are more
Um,
crepe pictures.
This is when we went for crepes, and then this is the
Oh, this is the barbecue restaurant. Yeah, yours
this is
are
the
all mixed up
barbecue.
in here, aren't they?
No, so that was from the first time we went to Luke's Lobster. I just forgot to take pictures of the food, and then if you keep going forward, you'll hit the second time we go there.
Okay, so this would have been the crepes on the second day,
Yep, that was the crepes.
and then this is the
Then that was the
barbecue,
barbecue.
and this is the inside
Then
of
you'll
that
hit.
restaurant. They're very
Yeah,
proud that they're a barbecue restaurant.
yeah. I
Yeah.
like how it looks. It's a really nice, interesting aesthetic. It's got. I mean, it's kind of. There's a lot of it that reminds me of the restaurants at home. You are about to hit a giant pile of aquarium pictures.
Yup.
Um,
We'll skip past these for the moment, but we'll come back to them.
yeah.
Oh, the penguins. I love that you went out of your way to get individual pictures of penguins.
Yeah, some of them were just they were doing cute stuff. I was like,
Look
oh,
at
that's
these
adorable.
guys, just about to dive in.
Yeah. Just
Hey,
being cute.
Humbled Heron, good to see you. Welcome.
Hello,
Oh yeah,
Heron.
Magnus, these are your boys because you've got the Prinny theme. You did, Heron. This was at the Boston Aquarium.
Yep. There's a whole bunch of penguin pics.
We will come back to these. Let's get through the restaurants
Yeah.
first so that we get all of the hunger out of the way.
Yeah.
Uh,
Hopefully
The
no one's looking at
hunger.
the aquarium and getting hungry.
Come on, Google. There we go.
I mean,
Oh, this was that what was he called?
Mandarin fish.
Fish.
Mandarin fish. You got some very good pictures of this guy.
I mean, I did, but he posed so beautifully for me, and I
He
couldn't
did. Oh,
get
he
any
really
good
wanted you to
ones.
take those pictures.
I couldn't get any good ones.
And then the freaking lionfish photobombing us.
Magnus, that is a super cool job. How did you do that? Ooh.
All right, let's see if we can. Yeah, there's. It looks like there's no rhyme or reason to these other than two
there-
penguins kissing.
The rhyme is these are the pictures in order that I took them at the aquarium.
Okay, I see. We'll come back and have a proper look through these then once we've sorted stuff out because you guys got way
I'm
more
sorry, there
pictures
was a
at the
lot to take
aquarium
pictures of.
than anywhere else.
I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. There was, to be fair, there was a ton of cool stuff to see at the aquarium.
There
Okay,
you
so
go,
here's
you've
Luke's lobster.
Yes.
So
This is Luke's Lobster 2 Electric Boogaloo.
there we
This time
are.
I remember to take pictures of food.
Okay. And there we go. So you got this time at Luke's Lobster. I think you guys got something a little bit more special, didn't you?
Yeah, so I
Yes.
got the is it the honey butter lobster roll?
It was
I
the
believe you
spicy
did.
honey
The
butter.
spicy honey butter lobster roll. There you go.
And I had mixed feelings about this because it was adding things to lobster that I normally would not add. However, it did not contain mayonnaise, and so I was willing to give it a chance. And you
Yes.
guys, you both tried this. What was the verdict? What did you guys think?
I thought it was really good. It added just a little bit. Like, it wasn't a really strong honey and it wasn't really spicy. It was just a little bit of zing at the end and a little bit of sweetness added on top of what the lobster and the roll was offering. And I
Mhm.
think that that's actually kind of fine. It could have been really egregious and just like drowned the lobster, but they've definitely done a very good job of balancing like the flavor profile there and not overwhelming the lobster with the other things that were present.
Very good. And Monotone, what were your thoughts? Because we never had a chance to properly discuss this at the time.
Yeah, well, I thought it was very similar to what Mantisman said, where the flavor was subtle enough where you still got the nice lobster sweetness. I do think that I prefer just regular lobster and butter,
Hmm.
but I think that this was a nice enough spin on it where like people definitely could prefer this, like by far.
Yeah. I personally felt like if you put this side by side with a lobster roll that had tons of fillers in it, like celery and, all the usual stuff, coleslaw, mayonnaise, this is good innovation, and I can appreciate this, even though this is not what I would order. I respect this.
Yeah, it was good. I I think that I don't know if I'd order it over a regular lobster roll. I think if I ate lobster rolls fairly frequently, I would order one of these every now and again to change things up,
Yeah,
if that makes sense.
I agree.
But
I would definitely get the regular one 9 times out of 10 at least.
yeah, like I could see myself getting the regular one maybe 2 times out of 3, and then for my third one, like, oh, have one of these because it wasn't like I don't know if I'd say it was better or worse. It was just different, and I think that's
Mhm.
fine.
Yeah, sometimes different is what you want, sometimes a little bit of variety. I'm a big proponent of that, as you know, and so again, I totally respect this spin on the lobster roll. And I'm glad you guys had an opportunity to try it because I've never seen this before. I've never seen anything like it.
Mm,
No, I mean, Luke's continues to be the one place that serves lobster that I've seen like actively spice it, right?
Yeah,
yes.
and they're very careful about it too. Like they're very cautious to only add just a little bit of I think like black pepper, celery salt, and just a little bit of like a dry seasoning mix,
Hmm.
just a touch.
Mm,
And
yeah.
although I prefer my crab rolls with just the crab and the butter, I can respect just a touch of a dry seasoning that's not a filler and that's not filling it with an unpleasant texture.
Yeah,
It was really good. I get like thoroughly enjoyed it. And also, as an aside note, they do their own like branded sodas that are wonderful.
Ah, locally
Uh,
produced sodas, yes.
yeah, that like they're literally branded like Luke's Lobsters on the bottles and everything. And they did like a really good blueberry lemonade that was fantastic. Like super tart and sweet. Wow, good.
Yeah, goes very well with seafood. And humbled heron, see, that's the thing. I was very, very careful to take these two to places where I knew that we could get lobster rolls and crab rolls without mayonnaise because the problem is almost every generic restaurant that does a lobster roll, you don't get the choice. It will come with mayonnaise because they premix their lobster at the beginning of the day and they just spoon some of that mixture onto the roll whenever an order comes in for a lobster roll. And at those places, you cannot get a lobster roll that is hot with butter and no mayonnaise because everything is premixed. Um, there are only a very small number of places that do them to order and that make them fresh. And you have to go to those places if you want a lobster roll with just butter and no mayonnaise. Fortunately, I know where those places are in Boston, and so we were able to have the good, correct, positive experience there.
Yeah, like
exactly.
I've
And it
got to
was
say that like it was great for something that like I feel could very easily go very badly. Like you say, if places put like too much mayonnaise or things in them, it would just ruin it.
It is
Uh, like
unbelievably easy to ruin a lobster roll or a crab roll.
yeah, like to be
mhm.
able to go to two different places that do things differently and still have them both be great was like a really nice experience. 'Cause you can try something that's different but still really good.
Mm. Yeah. Oh, Heron relates from the looks of it. He lives in a
Yep.
coastal community. He knows the struggle. He has to go to the fancy places to have lobster that wasn't ruined. Heron, my
Oh,
heart just goes out to you, friend. And yeah, Grey Whiff, I mean, lobster dipped in hot butter just before serving is another it's another perfectly valid way of eating it. There are lobster bakes that we unfortunately didn't have time to experience this time,
Mm.
but you can get like a whole lobster and they'll serve the lobster to you whole and you have to shuck it yourself and then you just peel the meat out of it and dip it in butter and eat it. That's
oh,
very much a thing.
are they
Shucking the
just like
lobster is like one of the great joys of seafood life.
Just don't wear any clothes you're attached to.
No, or wear a
just
bib.
yeah?
Alternatively.
A bib
Oh
isn't
yeah, I
always enough though.
Yeah.
Like it'll get all over your pants, your face, in your hair.
you boy.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Um,
I also got the lobster mac and cheese, which was
yes.
another wonderful thing.
And that was the first time you'd had mac and cheese that was treated quite this way, was it not?
Yeah, like again, you can get macaroni cheese over here, but it seems to be like a much more of a cultural food across where you guys are, whereas it's something that like you might see at like a super cheapo restaurant or maybe something you'd make if you were desperate for something to eat and you had macaroni and cheese in the house.
Well, the thing is, Mantis Man, in the United States where I grew up, and I suspect most of our American viewers can relate,
Kraft mac and cheese.
Literally, I don't even have to finish it. All I have to do is type in Kraft Mac, and we hit images. And
there is the blue box.
this is what was fed to my generation for dinner at least 2 or 3 times a week when we were kids growing up.
Oh my
Yep.
god, the color of that.
Yep.
The color that they advertise it as is disturbing.
Very, very. It's the very like artificial, and I think they even brag on the box that they use Velveeta cheddar for it.
Oh god.
They do, because they like that smoothness that comes with the Velveeta.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, that's a. Oh.
And so we 80s and 90s kids grew up, at least those of us who came from poor immigrant families like I did, whose parents couldn't afford and or didn't know how to cook anything else. We grew up on this stuff. And so it became, for some people it became traumatic, which is the case for me. For others it became comfort food, and that is why it is still so prevalent. However, and this is one of those cases where I'm going to go ahead and say it was fortunate that this type of food got gentrified. We go back to our lobster mac and cheese, and gentrification was only good for mac and cheese.
I mean, it couldn't really get worse, could it?
That's basically the shape of it. Is it was already as bad as it was going to get. Anything we do to it is going to make it better. Yeah, Ari knows. I grew up with it too, Ari. And I'll tell you what, the best thing I ever learned is how to make my own Mornay sauce and how to cook my own pasta and how to make my own baked macaroni with a nice crispy crust of breadcrumbs on top, which is more or less what you got here, isn't it, Mantisman? Plus the lobster.
Yeah, basically. Can I just draw attention again to that lobster roll and the fact that this is the second lobster roll I've had with 2 whole ass lobster claws just chilling out in it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Not even like remotely shredded or whatever, just bam, straight in there.
I am
Let's
not
go.
going to take you someplace for a lobster roll that will not do it correctly.
Oh, it's just, it looks like so almost intimidating in a way. I love it.
Yep. And Alexis the Rubber Shark, I have to admit that as a kid growing up in the 80s and the 90s, what you're describing, grilled hot dogs, like Oscar Mayer hot dogs too, the cheap ass ones, grilled corn and a little bit of ketchup and Kraft macaroni and cheese. As a kid, and you know, as at the age where those were the only flavors you wanted to eat because you'd been taught to only eat those flavors by the food industry at that time, you thought you were getting a big treat when you got a meal like that. And I remember thinking that too as a kid. I remember anytime we were going to cook something outdoors on the grill, it was a privilege and a treat. And if we were going to have macaroni and cheese plus grilled corn plus grilled hot dogs, kid me was like in heaven. And I've expanded my palate drastically since then, and I've learned how to cook for myself at home and use much better quality ingredients, but to achieve almost that same sort of thing, right? Where there's that nostalgia of a meal of, you know, cooked grilled smoked sausages or bratwurst, which I now do on my charcoal grill over hardwood.
Oh boy.
And, you know, grilled corn, slather it in butter, sprinkle it with seasonings, throw it on the grill, char it a little bit. You know, a nice homemade macaroni and cheese with the homemade Mornay sauce and some bacon and the crispy bread crust topping. It's the same meal, just elevated and with all the love of a home cook and all the time and care that a home cook can put into it. But you get that same sort of nostalgic feeling out of it, you know? Like,
Yeah,
I
it's
appreciate
still,
that.
it still calls back to what you remember as a kid, but it is not horrifically egregious, terrible ingredients thrown together the only way you knew how. It
Yep.
is, you know, you've taken the tools and skills you have available and made something good.
And I will say, credit where credit is due, Alexis the Rubber Shark makes a very good point about subbing in Nathan's beef hot dogs. Nathan's is a very well regarded brand in the US, and they do make all beef hot dogs. I believe you can even get them here in Europe because I think
Greetings,
they might
undead
export them.
warrior.
Heron, thank you so much for the gift sub to Surathon. Really appreciate that. But yeah, Nathan's beef hot dogs were absolutely a step up. Definitely 10 times better than the generic store brand. So true that.
I gotta try to find some of those.
Yeah, you should be able to get them near where you are.
But yeah, and that was just another pick of the Mac, and then all of that to say that hey, that Mac pretty awesome. Enjoyed
Yeah.
that a lot.
It looks like it was really good. You can actually see the pieces of lobster in it too, which is always a good sign.
Exactly.
Like some places you'll get lobster mac and cheese, and it'll just be made with lobster broth that was used to make the Mornay sauce.
Oh.
But here you get
I mean,
chunks of
yeah,
nice
actually,
fresh
Grey
lobster.
Whiff, you do bring up a point. I did notice that it wasn't actually macaroni, but I wasn't going to complain.
Well, I mean, yes, it's orecchiette Grey Whiff, but it's the same recipe as macaroni, right? It's pasta in a Mornay sauce with lobster. So, yeah, I mean...
And if anything, the seashells are much more on theme.
Well, yeah, the orecchiette is Italian for little ear because of the shape of the pasta. It's shaped like a little ear. But it's actually quite common for so-called lobster mac to use orecchiette or fusilli or some other type of pasta besides actual macaroni because you want the pasta to hold every bit of that sauce and lobster, you know?
Yeah, you want it to all grab it up so you're not losing any of the sauce, and shells are just great for that.
Exactly. And so this is really a very well-engineered shape. And then here we are, we're at the... Oh, is this another video that's just not going to work?
This
Yup.
is probably going to be some videos now that are
Freaking-
not going to play ball.
Thanks, Google. Good job.
It's going to be a whole bunch of videos of things that I took at the aquarium that I would have liked to show.
Oh,
That's
Google.
okay.
Come on now.
Well,
so
let's
many-
let's knock out the
Oh,
hot pot restaurant
and
next
then,
because
yeah.
that was one of our big last hurrahs before you started getting sick, Mantis Man, and
Yeah.
needed to
Oh,
rest
no.
a bit.
Wow.
Yeah, Yami. So the place that we went for hot pot.
I think if you go one back, there's still like a little more. No, I guess not. That was
Nope, that's
birds.
just cute little
My
chirpy
mistake.
birds. Yeah, Yami, normally it is twin, but there were 3 of us, and I wanted these 2 to be able to try as many different types of broth as possible, so we ordered the 3. And it actually worked out really well that we did that because each one of us, I mean, I already knew what I liked, and I'm happy to eat any of these types of broth, but Monotone and Mantis Man each turned out to have one broth that they really liked, and neither of them liked the one that I expected them to like. So they both surprised me here.
Yeah, it worked out well. Is it Mala or Lama?
Mala. Mala
I
is the
really,
spicy one.
really liked
And
the Mala broth. a lot.
Mala is numbing and spicy.
Yes, it was wonderful. It may have been a bit too hot for me after all and upset my stomach a little, but to be honest, I don't care. It was great and kind of worth it.
Honestly, sometimes you just need to put a little bit of pain.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
exactly.
Did
It
we
was
drink the broth
great.
before we put the stuff in? No, we cooked the stuff
No.
in the broth.
Stuff in the broth
And then
first.
ate it all
fly
together.
in blind. Let's go.
Let me
Yeah,
put
we got
a
a
link.
whole bunch of stuff.
There we are.
Why do
Yami, if
you
we drink the
seem-
broth before we put the stuff in it, how are we supposed to cook it? You broth it. Yeah, that's what we did, Yami. We cooked it in the broth and then put it in our bowls and drank the broth and ate the
scum and whatnot.
ingredients. Oh, he's talking about the scum that forms on top of the broth.
Right, okay.
Yeah, no,
okay.
we were able to avoid that, Yami. We did okay as far as the broth scum was concerned. And honestly,
Well,
they'd skimmed most of it off even before they served it. There was very little for us to have to skim.
Also, the mala had such a thick layer of like chili oil on top of it that there was no chance any scum was forming in the slightest.
Yes. So let's go through what we got here because I think the footage tells the best story, and then we've got pictures as well as supplements. We ended up
Yes.
getting 2 different types of tea. Yeah, they did it. Yami, this is a really nice hot pot place. So this place is called La May, and they're like a white tablecloth, or well, okay, a granite tabletop hot pot joint on Harvard Street in Brookline. And they were really, really good here. They were really nice to us. I told them when we came in that I had a little bit of experience with hot pot because obviously, you know, all of the waitresses are Chinese and they look at 3 white boys walking in and they're like, oh, these guys are going to get themselves killed eating here. So, you know, I had to explain to them, no, we've got a little bit of, or I've got a little bit of experience with hot pot and I'm going to take care of these guys. I won't let them blow themselves up.
They still wouldn't let you order the spicy stuff.
Well, I
They-
wasn't going to order the
yeah.
super spicy stuff, but yeah, like even when I was talking about getting the normal top tier spicy, they were like, "Why don't you go 1 tier down?" I was like, "No, look, I know what I'm doing. It's cool." But so they were really good to us here, and I think the waitresses found us amusing. Although we chatted with them and had some good conversation and were friendly and. They were very helpful, and I let Monotone and Mantisman kind of ask questions and figure things out. Yeah, Yami, at the queue, the waitress there the last time told me that even the Chinese kids who go in there and order like the crazy 5 pepper spicy stuff just explode and die.
Just combust on the spot into
Yeah.
ash.
She was like, no, look, we do warn white folks here about not ordering too spicy stuff, but even the Chinese kids who come here get themselves in way over their heads. Yeah, they just die. So,
God, yeah, I'm a little bit sensitive to spicy things, so I have to be careful because I'm an eyes are bigger than my belly situation in that I'll quite enjoy the heat until I really don't.
yep.
Mhm.
And I think we did okay because most of what we ordered here was like they have a hotness scale of between 1 and 5 hot pepper icons in the menu. We didn't order anything over 1 hot pepper icon. If I were by myself, I probably would have gotten like the 3 pepper mala broth. I am not stupid enough to go for the 5 pepper crazy broth. 3 is my limit at places like this. And it's important to know your own limits. But we went with the lowest tier of spice, and that seemed to end up being just about the upper limit for both of you, it sounded
Yes.
like.
Yeah,
Yeah, that is definitely like I'm very.
I mean,
So
I would
like-
eat spicier things, but I would deeply regret it.
Yeah.
Like
Mm.
I do enjoy something having a fair bit of kick to it, but I just have to be very careful, I guess. But yeah, like the Szechuan dumplings, they were perfect for me. I like that's exactly at like the tolerance level that I like without making myself suffer too much. I
Yes.
guess.
And pretty much everything was about that level. I think the mala broth that we ordered was maybe even a little bit hotter than that, but everything else,
Yes.
like we got jasmine tea and oolong tea because I was here and I could go through a whole teapot myself. And in fact, I think I did, didn't I?
Yes.
I think yeah, you had like the entire pot of oolong tea to yourself, and me and Monotone shared the jasmine tea.
That's correct. Yes. And Greywolf, you're almost right. And it's funny you mentioned pork slices. This is sliced beef tongue in mala seasoning. So this was, you know, somewhat spicy. It had the Sichuan peppercorns and the bird's eye chilies. So it had that nice numbing spicy, and it had cucumbers and cilantro in it. So it was really it had a wonderful flavor profile. But no, this was beef. They did offer sliced pork tongue, and we tried to order it, but they said they were out, so we didn't get any, and I was
So
very
that
sad.
so that plate in front of I think no, this is in front of you, isn't it?
Yes, this is in
and
front
then
of me.
The opposite side, there's I think we've got was it lamb and beef?
So you and
on the
I
other
think in
side?
fact all of us got the same thing. The plates of meat that we got were a combination of lamb and beef.
Oh
Yes.
no, I ordered the beef ton.
Oh,
I
you got the
really
beef
like.
tongue. Okay. And then
Yeah,
we
I
also
like to
ordered the
like, yeah.
mushroom combos, or Mantisman and I, or Monotone and I did, I think, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
I
because
did not
Mantisman
order the
wouldn't have ordered
mushroom combo.
mushrooms. Monotone did.
Yep.
I did try a couple of the mushrooms. Still can't handle those.
But good
Uh,
on you for trying, right? You
yeah,
know? That's the best thing you
exactly.
can do.
Mm.
Yeah, I know, Yami. It just refers to the chilies and the Sichuan peppercorns. Um, and I love it. I'm a big fan of mala. So Monotone and I ordered these beautiful dishes of nice fresh mushrooms.
Mhm.
And there were like 6 different kinds of mushrooms in here. There were buna peas, shiitakes, um, wood ears, black fungus.
Mm.
You can't do it, Yami? You can't do what? Mala? Really? Yeah, so gray with up on top, I believe this is beef, and then down here is lamb.
Yes.
Mm.
Oh, the spicy. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that,
With you.
Yami. Now we get to the broth. So this is the wild mushroom broth. This was not spicy at all, but I would just as soon let the two of you share your thoughts on this.
It was very earthy, like very, very earthy. Not.
Mhm.
I mean, again, it's one of those things where it's not something I'd immediately go for out of the bat, but I wouldn't be upset if someone put it in front of me.
Mm.
If that makes sense. Like I'd eat it, it was fine, but of the three, like the mala is where I was at. I enjoyed that like flavor profile. I enjoyed the heat. It was really good.
Mm. And Monotone, you seem to really like the mushroom broth too.
I did. It was unfortunate in that I tried it as I was like coming towards the end of my meal, and so I
Mm.
didn't have as much of it as I would. But I found that it really enhanced flavors. And it was a really, really.
Oh no, we're losing him.
Uh-oh.
Oh, it's my shitty internet. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Go ahead,
Oh,
There's
repeat
nothing
yourself.
I
It's
can do
okay.
about it. Yeah, no, the mushroom broth really enhanced the oh, well, okay, I just can't speak for long. It was good. Mushrooms plus mushrooms are good.
Oh,
Um,
hopefully your internet will cut back in soon.
nah, this is one of those nights where like I wouldn't be able to stream just because it keeps cutting in and out.
Oh, really? It gets
Um,
this bad regularly for you?
yeah, occasionally I just can't stream because there will be like 10, no frames.
Oh, that
aw.
sucks.
Yep.
Well, hang out with us and
Um,
we'll do the best we can because we're not excluding you from this, and I do want to hear your thoughts.
no, no, I know. But yeah, this was a very good broth. Um, yeah, it was very nice.
This one had some dried mushrooms in it when it was served to us. And dried mushrooms, when you dry a mushroom, its flavor concentrates. And when you then infuse that into a broth, such as for a soup base, which is what was going on here, you get an intense, just beautiful, mushroomy, earthy aroma. No problem, Heron. Thank you so much for stopping in. It's always good to see you. Take care, Heron. Enjoy. And sorry for making you hungry.
Yeah. Have a good night. Try to find something tasty to eat.
Yeah, get yourself some food, man. Don't starve to death on our account. But so I really like all 3 of these kinds of broth, but I have to say my favorite here was probably the mushroom broth because we got a whole, each a bowl of mushrooms, and it just enhanced the flavor of the mushrooms so much throwing them in here. Of course, it was difficult to tell which mushrooms you had put in and which ones were already in there for flavor.
Yes, I had that problem a lot.
Yeah, I think we ended up eating half the mushrooms that were originally in the broth, which is fine because they're all still edible. It's just the dried ones are a little bit chewy and tough.
Yeah.
But
Mhm.
That did appear to be like the mini game of how much did I put into this broth and can I find it all before it overcooks?
yup.
It's in here somewhere.
Yeah.
Digging around, trying to find it.
Well, yeah, Yummy, that's what we did. That we just And yeah, Warrior,
Yeah,
you're
that's what it
absolutely
looks like.
right. And that's the point, Warrior, is that Warrior, I think you and I talked about this, didn't we? Because you said you went to a farmer's market a while ago and you found some kind of unusual dried mushrooms, didn't you? Or fresh ones that you ended up drying or something like that. And we talked about that on a stream. And I think I recommended to you using them for a soup or for bread or something like that. I seem to remember us having that kind of conversation. Yeah, dried mushrooms impart an immense amount of flavor into stews and soups. Any kind, beef stew too, but any kind of dried mushroom will go great in a stew. Echo Drop, I'm not entirely clear on the difference between this and Southern Chinese hot pot. You'll have to elucidate that. But this, I mean, mushrooms, scallions, and a nice clear broth, you can't beat this. You just can't.
I do wish that I had dedicated all the mushrooms solely to this.
Haha.
Didn't
Oh,
split them
no.
between this and the bone.
Well, that's all right. You'll know for next time, and you know what your favorite
Yeah.
broth is now. I think you said this was your favorite, right?
It was my favorite for the mushrooms. I
Mm.
actually prefer the bone broth
Okay.
for the beef.
Gotcha. Oh,
Mhm.
they don't do mala in southern China. Okay. It has nicer flavor than the northern style. Southern hot pot is more clear. Okay. So you probably don't see the bone broth or the super chili infused stuff as much. I'm guessing it's more of what we're looking at now, where it's the mushroom kind of clear broth. Then is what it sounds like. And Warrior, you said you couldn't get fresh during the lockdown, so you started using dry. Oh, okay. Yep. Yeah. Dried mushrooms get a bad rap for some reason, but they're wonderful. They're incredible. You get bone broth, just no chili. Gotcha. Grey Whiff, Szechuan comes from, well, technically, Szechuan cuisine comes from Szechuan province, which,
It's northern, I think, if I recall correctly. I could be wrong though.
I'm trying to remember my Chinese geography here. I want to say Sichuan is
south, but is epitome.
I want to say it's further south, or like central.
Yeah, I guess I am wrong.
Uh,
South,
so-
but Szechuan is.
Someone can
epitome of
correct me if
spicy,
I'm
it's very
wrong, but-
popular.
Hmm?
North, right? Okay. Oh yeah, that's it. So Szechuan sort of spicy style is popular in the north of China because it gets very cold. I think. is the
Okay.
deal.
Yeah, but Sichuan itself is like further south, kind of in central China. Yeah, anything Szechuan, Yami, you immediately think spicy because of the style there. So I guess, Echo Drop, when you say south, you mean south, but not including Szechuan province. Because I imagine in Szechuan province, I mean, that's where mala originates, isn't it? They love that stuff there, I thought. Salted pork broth, chicken, seafood, vegetables. Okay. Gotcha. Interesting. Well, this is one of the reasons I love these streams, because exchange of information. All right, well, let's move on to the next broth, because we've got 2 more to cover here, don't we?
Oh boy.
And as delicious as the mushroom broth was, I know that some of you, Mantisman, this ended up being your favorite.
Yes, it was.
Look at that
Like-
chili oil in the mala broth.
Just
Oh.
like being pushed to the edge by the boil, just like chilling out round the edges, just like, hey, it's all here.
And Monotone, you
Yeah.
did try this, to your credit. I know it was spicier than you would have liked.
Yeah, I tried it and it was a bit too much for me.
Yeah.
Good on you
For-
for giving it a try, my friend. I am proud of you nonetheless.
Thank you.
And this was the bone broth, which I believe those red berries are goji berries. And
Yeah.
those, let me dig that up here, because come on, internet. See, my internet sucks now too.
that makes
mean-
sense, Yummy.
I say now. Here we go. It is these. I think they're also called wolfberries. And they are a common health food item. You see them a lot in American, like Western health food stores. But they do have a really pleasant flavor. And I guess in this type of Chinese cuisine, they're also used as a flavoring agent and an ingredient. They're native to that part of the world, I believe. I think they come from Asia.
Seems to be, yeah.
But yeah, the dried ones are really pleasant. They're really nice. I quite like the flavor of those.
No, it was delicious. I did really like the bone. Super rich.
Yeah, and the bone broth will have had a lot of marrow in it. The reason it's so milky white is because of all of the collagen and the marrow.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
there's like you can't see them there, but when you go through the soup, there is like big slices of bone just chilling out in there.
Yep.
It's great.
Yeah, and that's how
Yeah,
you can tell that you've gotten the real deal.
yeah, I
Yeah.
quite like that one. It was really hearty. Like you could definitely it works great for the meats, especially the beef. Um, but
Mm.
yeah, I still prefer the mala. It's just a bit more towards the flavor palette that I like and has that bit of heat that I enjoy.
I'm a big fan of the mala myself. Yeah, and now next time you go to a hot pot restaurant, because I'm sure this is not going to be your last time. Now that you know what it's all about, now you know
Probably
what kind
not.
of
No.
broth to order.
Yes, it depends on if I can find one to go to.
Yeah, they sound very uncommon near where you live.
Yeah, like this is a thing that I didn't even know was a thing. And like I worked in I mean I know it's not really the same, but I worked in a Chinese takeaway where there for a good portion of the time I was the only non-Chinese speaking person there.
That's
And
a good sign, though.
yeah, but like I would never heard tell of this or mention of it. You know, like I'd guess maybe it's not. I mean, I imagine they probably would in London. Yami, yeah, like
Yeah, if next time
it
you're in
wouldn't
London, you
surprise
should
me.
check around Mantis Man, because yeah, I would think in a place like London they must. Yami's right. Um,
Yeah,
but
it wouldn't
that's
surprise me.
why I
But
wanted you guys
outside
to
of that, I
experience
doubt.
this, because I know you'd
Mm,
never done it because we talked about it, and this is one of those things that once you know about it, and you never forget.
yes, it was great.
Mm-hmm.
Like really, really good.
And now we get a good shot of the sliced mala beef tongue, and I think all of us tried a little bit of this. This was one of my favorite sides. This was
Yeah,
I
that
great.
was
loved
really
it.
tasty. I like that a lot.
And the irony
Mm-hmm.
here is, I know about beef tongue because of my Jewish heritage, because
Mm,
beef tongue is a very common food in Jewish cuisine. And thanks to that, I know how delicious and tender it is. So that's why I went for this right away.
Mm.
Whoops, come on. And this was just, it was so beautifully served. It had nice fresh cilantro and cucumber and all that mala seasoning and the chili. And it was just so good, so tender. And
Mm-hmm.
then you got some
yeah,
bok choy, Mantis Man, did you not?
I did get some bok choy. Yes,
Because,
I
and I quote everybody, it seems like I should get something green to balance out all this meat, he said.
yes, and to to my own credit, I did use some of it and I ate it, and I didn't enjoy it, but it wasn't offensive either.
You did. You
It
did
was
try
fine.
some of it, and I am proud of you for that.
I
Yami's
was like,
laughing at you because he knows nobody goes into a place like this and orders bok choy.
yeah, yeah,
Well,
yeah.
Echo
I mean,
Drop,
you're right, Echo. You're right, but I was like,
with
I should
Mantis Man,
make at
it's
least a token effort.
we wanted to ease Mantis Man into it gently because remember he's from the UK and the only vegetable that exists in the UK is overcooked potatoes.
The others do exist, but they are nightmarish things that should not be consumed by humans.
Yeah, yeah. Yami puts it very eloquently. Bok choy is
Yeah,
unoffensive.
that is kind of the reason why I chose it, because it was green and I had a feeling that I would be able to consume it without being upset by it.
And again, Mantis Man, I'm proud of you for stepping outside of your comfort zone and giving this a try. You really did a fantastic job here with everything that we threw at you, especially once we get to it, those chicken feet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like
Speaking of, there they are.
yeah, like
Oh.
I thought they were quite nice, but could have been really good if they were hot. They came out cold, and I think that was drastically to their detriment. Like
Yes, and I'm sure
I
Echo
put
Drop will
one in
want
a
to weigh in on this because he has experience with this particular type of food.
like
But
I put them in in a bowl of broth, and it was infinitely better just because they were warm.
yeah,
Mm,
these are very commonly served cold as like an appetizer.
mm.
Um, but I too, personally, if I were going to eat these, I would prefer them hot.
I think my problem with them wasn't necessarily the temperature, it was the spice mix.
You
I
mentioned
love
that.
the
Yeah,
texture.
was it too much of the numbing, the Sichuan peppercorn that did it for you?
I don't know if it was even that. It just wasn't that appealing to me. I couldn't really put a finger on it.
Okay.
It might have been the Sichuan, but eh, I was fine with it in the other dishes, so probably wouldn't be that. Um, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I feel
I like the
badly that I
texture.
talked you out of getting the other chicken foot dish, which you might have enjoyed more. I specifically pointed you toward this one because this one had more seasonings on it, and I thought it would be more flavorful and more palatable for you. But
It's okay.
Yeah, Grave, if they were peeled, they didn't have the scales on. They were opened across the top, and
Mhm.
basically you could eat them fairly easily. It's just, yeah, I think the fact they were cold was massively to their detriment.
yeah. And Yami, these were boneless chicken feet with Sichuan spices. I think a lot of lemon and probably also a lot of Sichuan peppercorn. I didn't try them. Monotone and Mantisman can better describe their flavor than I can.
Yes, they were like a Szechuan style spice mix. They had some lemon and some Szechuan peppercorns and a few other bits and pieces in there. Uh, but yeah, they were boneless. They were, they tasted mostly of the Szechuan spice mix. I'm not gonna lie. There wasn't really much taste to them. The fact they were cold again, I think, wasn't helping them. I I tried one by itself and it wasn't great. I put another in some in a bowl of the mala broth, and that was a lot better.
Yeah, and we're going to pull up the menu here so that we can clarify some of this stuff because the menu has a better description and it also has the
Oh.
Chinese on it, which I know that Yami can read some of. Um, but
Yeah, Yami, that sounds a lot more up my alley, what you're describing there.
yeah, yeah, and I think that's probably closer to what you would find at a normal dim sum place as well. What we got here was a little bit unusual. I'd never seen chicken feet that way before either. So this is the beef tongue that we ordered.
Mhm.
And I think we actually even got a little bit more beef in this than the picture shows. This one's got a lot of oil. We didn't get a lot of oil. We
Yeah,
just got a lot
they
of
really
beef.
stacked it up in there.
Yeah. Um, and then where else? Yeah, Yami, this is sliced beef tongue. I mean, it says it right here. You can. It says tongue, Tongue.
Oh.
Oh.
No, Yami, the lung is elsewhere. That's something else. There's that's further
It's
down.
say lung slice in Chinese.
Yeah,
Oh
but
Oh,
I
no.
think
no.
what they were talking about was somewhere down here is what Yami. It's this. This is what I think they meant when they said lung. And this, I believe, is
All my life was lied
I'm
to.
sorry, Yami. This might be tripe. It's some kind of
Yeah,
offal, but
yeah,
uh,
that's tripe.
yeah. But then there's okay, yeah, this is beef tripe. And then they had these looked really interesting, but I wasn't sure if we'd be able to finish them. These are just crispy pork slices. I think these are pork skin.
Hmm. The table next to us ordered them, and they looked good. Like
Yeah,
it
I was
looked
kind of
pretty.
sad that
Yeah.
we didn't order them, but we already had a lot,
Oh my god, yeah.
like a ton.
They
Um,
stopped us from ordering more. They were like, "You have ordered too much, probably," and
pretty
they were
much,
right.
pretty much. And then somewhere in here were the appetizers. We got I'm trying to find it.
I
The,
think they were quite close to the beginning, weren't they?
maybe they were. This is like the whole menu, but we ordered the we ordered the fried crispy milk. That was interesting.
That was
That
so
was very
good.
weird.
Hmm. I
It was
enjoyed it.
delicious.
Yeah, no, I think they were great, but they were. I don't know. I don't know what I was expecting when
You
it
were
was
expecting
fried
cheese.
crispy milk.
You were
Yeah, and it
expecting deep
wasn't that.
fried cheese, and it was not cheese. It was more like a very soft yogurt with the bread coating.
Yeah, it was great. Really good.
Yeah, we'll get to those in the video, Afro, and you'll get a better look at them. We also, I think, got this, didn't we? We got the sticky rice cake. Although we didn't get it with sugar, we got it with or no, we did. It came with the sauce on the side, I think. We'll get to it.
Yes.
But the fact that like they sell duck blood and goose intestines ought to tell you everything you need to know about how authentic this place is.
They do pork brain if you didn't see it on the menu.
Yup. And pork kidneys, and they do not adjust for American tastes.
No.
There it is, mala pork brain.
Yeah, it was
Yami
straight up, and
approves.
honestly, like for the pricing, the portions were pretty sizable.
Yeah. We were expecting like to have to order something for each of us, and we got a whole lot. Like by the time we ordered a plate of sort of meats each, we had almost too much.
We did not leave hungry. That is certainly true.
No.
And
I
yeah,
was
Yami, the mala pork brain
absolutely
does look
crushed.
quite spicy. All right, let's see. Here are some of the platters, but I'm looking for some of the stuff that seems to be missing from here. I don't see the Sichuan dumplings here, and
Oh,
I know we
yes.
got those.
We did, and those were great.
Yes, I quite enjoyed those.
I ate many of those.
Yami
They
is
were
popping off over
unfortunately
there. This is the true
beyond-
Sichuan.
Yeah, they were unfortunately beyond my palate.
Hey, but
Yeah,
you
I
tried
like
one. That's the
those.
important thing. You gave him a try.
I did.
Exactly.
Oh, there's crispy tofu. Where the heck are the,
Is this menu not updated?
I guess not. I don't see the Szechuan dumplings.
This
Well-
is not all you can eat Echo Drop, but it is very well portioned.
Well,
Yes.
Echo Drop, they had an all-you-can-eat menu, but we didn't get there at the correct time of day, or I think even on the correct day for that. The cool thing about this place, though, was that you could get hand-pulled noodles. Like, they would hand-pull the noodles right in front of you.
Yeah. And again, the portions were substantial. Like you could, for one person, if you ordered 2 portions of meat, you've probably ordered too much.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And I mean, just the mushroom bowl was a whole, an entire one person's portion worth of mushrooms.
Yeah, like if you're vegetarian and you like mushrooms, there you go. That's your dinner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I was sitting here looking at the mapo tofu because I like mapo tofu, but we already had so much, I couldn't justify ordering it.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't see it here. I don't know why it's not listed on the menu. It should have been around here. The hot and sour chicken feet are the ones I talked Monotone out of, thinking that they wouldn't be flavorful enough for him. And I'm sorry I did, because he might have enjoyed those more.
You're all good. You're all good.
There's preserved egg with tofu and Sichuan cold noodles. But I don't see... See, I also would have liked to... We wanted to order the spicy pork tongue, but they were out. We didn't have any. And the pork ear with hot chili was not listed. It wasn't on that menu. Nor was cucumber with hot sesame sauce, which I also would have liked to try.
Maybe this menu they have online isn't up to date.
This
fully.
might be a non-updated menu. Yeah, because they've got sea snail with garlic sauce. I would have tried this.
That would be real good.
Sliced sea snail with garlic sauce is something I'd probably really enjoy.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah. Well,
Um,
Echo Drop, it was the seasonings on the chicken feet that Monotone couldn't stand. It was Mantisman who had trouble with the temperature.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Like just the texture of them being cold and stiff just did not agree with my palate. But then I dunked one in in a bowl of like hot mala broth and left it there for like a minute or so and took it out, and that was much more agreeable.
Yeah.
Just warming it all the way through.
Yeah, Grey Whiff, we used to give pig's ears to my dog as a treat. He loved them.
Yep, pig's ears, cow's ears. Oh, they love them.
All right, so let's check out what else we got, because we got a fair bit here. And honestly, these did look very good. I'm just not a fan of the texture of chicken feet. I
That's all
just don't
good.
like the texture, regardless of anything else.
I mean, I'm the guy who eats the cartilage off of the chicken wings and chicken legs.
Yeah, you love that,
So
don't you? I still can't wrap my head around anyone enjoying that. But these were the Sichuan dumplings, and these for some
Yes.
reason were not on the menu. But these were, I think, between Mantisman and me, these were both one of our favorite items we ordered. These
Yeah.
were rice paper wrappers filled with pork in a hot mala style Sichuan broth.
Yep. I think I had like 6 or 7 of these. It was great.
Oh, these were
And, like, again,
fantastic.
like for one portion, you must have got like 12 in there. The
Yeah,
portion
this was
size
substantial. This was enough for
incredible.
both of us to have our fill of these. Although I probably would have been happy to eat more, but like these again had fresh herbs, fresh bok choy, cilantro, a little bit of cucumber, and that delicious chili oil and the mala. Like,
Mm.
yeah, Echo Drop, you and Monotone would probably
Holy
have
shit,
a very
that
easy
sounds
time eating together.
that sounds good.
Yes,
That
see,
sounds
Monotone
really
loves
good.
that.
Nankotsu.
Deep fried chicken cartilage. You wouldn't find that at a place like this, but probably one of the Japanese restaurants near here would have had that.
Nankotsu karaage.
Well,
'Cause
karaage
it
is
appears
deep fried chicken, but
right. I look up nankotsu and it's all the raw cuts of the meat, or it's like appears to be grilled. So
mm.
mm.
Yeah, chicken McNuggles. Exactly, Grey Wolf. You're
Okay,
not
that's
even
pretty
wrong.
good.
So here, we came over and I started filming the condiment bar, and then a waitress ran over and was like, "Wait, no, let me clean it for you first." So she ran over and tidied it up a little bit, and so this was really cool. This was if you wanted sauce for your hot pot meat or vegetables, you could come over here and make any of these ingredients. You could take a bowl and mix any of these things into a bowl and make your own sauce depending on what you liked. They had sesame oil. They had all kinds of different other types of garnishes, like the sesame oil was for the base. Yeah, it was even before they cleaned it, it was relatively tidy, Yami, but they came over and cleaned it especially for us. Crushed peanuts.
Sorry, like things like this kind of terrify me.
Really? Why?
Because I'm not very good at like judging what sauces or what flavors complement things very well.
So, Mantis Man, the
Mm.
trick is you get a plate, not a bowl, but a plate, and you take the plate up to the sauce bar and you spoon a little bit of each type of sauce or condiment onto your plate. You go sit down and you try them individually just to see what they taste like by themselves. And then you have a much better idea of what each one is, what it tastes like, and you can decide what it would be good with. And
See, oh, sorry.
go ahead,
No, I was
Monotone.
just gonna say I like the image of you doing this. Hello?
You're here.
Oh.
Go ahead.
All right. I like the idea of you taking all your sauces and then once you get the taste, Bob Rossing it together.
Oh, God.
Little what's it called?
Happy
Shit.
little accident.
Yes.
Well, you mix certain ingredients together, but you don't just go down the whole row mixing them all.
No. You mix the ones that you like.
Yeah. Well, that's just it.
Yeah.
Once you figure out which ones you like, you mix the ones you like into something that you think you want to put on whatever it is you want to put it on, like your beef or your vegetables, and then you just bring it back to your table and you enjoy. But Mantis Man, these
Satay
sauces.
is a sauce I am familiar with, Yami. Normally over here it'd be made with peanuts. I
It's
think.
universally made with peanuts. This is
Yeah.
the preserved bean sauce that we're looking at right now is not satay. That's something different. Satay is Thai. You're thinking,
Okay.
yeah,
Just Yami mentioned satay in the chat. Like,
yeah,
as one of the mixes.
Yami. I think you're thinking of either sriracha or satay, but that's not this. That's not either of these. But Mantis Man, one of the things I regret that we couldn't do is we couldn't give you a chance to try each one of these, because once you've tasted these, you can then go find them at an Asian grocery store and bring them, home and use them in your own kitchen because you know what they taste like and how you would want to use them.
Okay.
Oh, okay, Yami. Yeah. When we get to it, Yami, just stop us. This is one that I really enjoy. This is the sauce made from the flowers of green onions, leeks.
Oh.
It's a very nice oniony, pungent sauce. It's fermented, I think. But I really like this. And this is oyster sauce. This is just traditional. You find this at every Chinese restaurant, in the ethnic aisle at every grocery store.
Let's go. It's delicious.
Oyster sauce, maybe. Or hoisin, Yami?
It could be hoisin.
Could be hoisin. This says barbecue sauce in English, but I have a feeling that's not what it says in Chinese. This, Yami? What is this? You'll have to explain this to us. Because it just says barbecue sauce in English, but I have a feeling the kanji probably tell a very much more detailed story, don't they?
I think, yeah. So this is one of the oddities that I got from working at the Chinese takeaway place, is that they have a thing they call barbecue sauce that really isn't barbecue sauce. It's odd and
Okay.
very different. It is like a thick brown black sauce, and it has kind of a smoky flavor to it, but it is not. I mean, it's not like what you'd consider a barbecue sauce.
Okay. I had a
So
feeling
I
that
guess
might have
it's
been the case.
probably that.
Probably is. Yeah, Yami identifies this as sacha. Okay, I've never heard of sacha, but they use it in Chinese cooking when they're grilling and sautéing. Okay. And Yami, does Mantisman's description of its flavor generally match what sacha should be? Like the kind of smoky, thick. Is it sweet, Mantisman?
A little, but not very much.
A little bit. Not. Yeah, Yami agrees. Your description matches. Okay, this is the base of most Taiwanese style cooking. Shacha sauce. Thank you, Echo Drop. I was going to say we should see if it's on Wikipedia. It's savory. Okay.
Ooh, that sounds good.
Shacha sauce is a savory, slightly spicy Chinese condiment used in Teochew, Fujian, and Taiwanese cuisines. It's made with soybean oil, garlic, shallots, chilies, Chinese brill. Oh, wow. Which is, I believe, a type of fish, if I'm not mistaken, and
Yeah,
dried
just looked
shrimp.
it up. It's a flounder.
Oh, it's a flounder. Okay, yeah, you'd know. You're the
Or
marine
it's a
biologist.
flatfish. No, I just looked it up.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Soybean oil, garlic, shallots, chilies, fish, and shrimp. So it's basically a fish sauce with garlic and soy.
Oh, fuck yeah.
I'm on board with that. That sounds great. Sign me up.
Yes, Grey Whiff. It stands for girlfriend. It is for taking your ladies out to dinner with.
Oh, monotone. Grey Whiff, it stands for gluten-free.
Oh.
Monotone. You knew that. Shut your mouth.
I actually didn't.
Yeah, it was so like it was, for example, like if you didn't want sweet and sour sauce with your sweet and sour chicken, you could get it with this instead.
Okay. Yeah, the
like
article
they-
goes on to say shacha sauce is
Yes.
used in many different ways as a soup base, as a barbecue meat rub, a dipping sauce for hot pot specifically, or as a seasoning for stir fries. It was also included with instant noodles manufactured in Vietnam in their own packet alongside packets of soup-based dried vegetables or other seasoning. Okay, very cool. I learned something new today. Thank you, Yami and Echo Drop.
Yeah, and yeah, Yami's right. Basically, there's like a layer of oil that forms over the top of it when you've got it in like the heated sort of vat that it sits in, and you put the ladle in, and you have to brush the oil out of the way as you come back out, so you don't
Yep,
take the oil.
because
with
you
the
want the
sauce.
sediment, because that's where all the good stuff
Yes.
is. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, now that I know that, I'll have to make sure to try this stuff next time I go out for hot pot. Oh, and we've got Lao Gan Ma. I think Yami and Echo Drop both know what that is, but Lao Gan Ma is a brand name Chinese sauce. It's like you can't go to an authentic Chinese restaurant and not find this stuff. There are...
Sorry, guys, I'm just gonna dive out for just a second.
Yeah, no
I'll be
problem.
like
Oh,
two-
Yami and Echo Drop both hate it.
I hate it.
Incredible.
Let's go.
Very good. Not a
That's
fan,
how
I
you
take
know
it then,
it's legit.
Yami and Echo Drop. Either of you. Let's see. What else have they got? Here's one of my favorites. These are fresh minced chilies. Just hot chili peppers. You don't need much of these, but a little will really add a nice kick. And then this is sesame sauce of some kind. I think this is like a sesame cream-based sauce or sesame milk. I'm not sure what exactly goes into this other than sesame. Yeah, I like those too, Yami. Just sesame paste. Okay. Yeah, it looks like it kind of like a tahini or something similar to that, where it's just the sesame seeds ground up into a paste. Okay. And then chili powder, but this is not your Italian chili flakes. This is Chinese chili pepper powder, like hot stuff. Oh, the sesame paste is your base for Tauntaun Men. Thank you, Echo Drop. I was wondering if that was the case. Okay. That's why. It's sesame paste that gives it that gray color and creamy texture. And then good old sesame chili oil. If you want a little bit of spicy oil, there's your fix. And then vinegar. And it just says vinegar, but I suspect this is probably a Chin Kang, like a Chinese black vinegar, which is it's a fermented vinegar. And the good stuff has really, really great flavor. I suspect this is probably a Chinese black vinegar. Yeah, it looks that way, Yami. And then just show you regular old soy sauce, because you've got to have that. Welcome back. And here's one that I really appreciate. Just crushed garlic.
Minced garlic. Wonderful.
Gotta have that in any good sauce. And fresh cilantro. And scallion, sliced scallion.
We talked about cilantro before, but I never figured out what it's called over here.
Let's take a look.
I bet that would be easy for us to...
Coriander.
Coriander. Let's see here, actually.
Oh, okay. In North America, cilantro refers to the leaves and stalks. The word cilantro is the Spanish name for just the leaves. Where are we? So over here, it would just be the leaves. Would be called coriander, I think.
Okay. Yeah, a cursory search seems to suggest that yeah, it talks about the difference between cilantro and coriander. Coriander and cilantro are just two different words for the same exact plant.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so you guys call it coriander, and those of us who grew up in the States just call it cilantro.
There we go.
There is our answer.
We found them.
We did. Okay, yeah, and coriander in the U.S. is expressly the seeds, because I've only ever seen coriander sold as seeds. Now I know they're cilantro seeds.
There you go.
This isn't often used, but your mom added raw egg to the dip. Which dipping sauce, Yami? The one for the desserts we're looking at right now? Because... yeah,
exactly,
rocket and arugula I've heard of as well, Echo Drop. So, this... The one on the right is the crispy fried milk, and the one on the left here are rice sticks, fried rice sticks.
Was it not you, Breakfast? Was it someone else who was on shift?
Oh, hi, Breakfast.
Breakfast, welcome to dinner.
Yep.
Yeah, right? So, you guys, I want you guys to share your opinions on these. Let's start with the fried milk, because this was not what any of us were expecting, and even I didn't have a very good idea of what it was going to be.
It was great.
But I really liked the fried milk. It was pleasantly light in flavor, and just that little bit of sweetness.
Yeah.
Yet somehow still rich.
Yeah, it had like the consistency of a yogurt that had been just kind of hardened and made into a block and then wrapped in dough and fried.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and like it was definitely not what I was expecting, and I believe the dip that came with it was some kind of yogurt.
It seemed to be, yes.
Sort of
it was
just added a little bit of acidity to it, and that was great.
Either yogurt or condensed milk. Oh, this dessert's new to you too, Yami. Yeah, that I don't know how traditional this is. This seems like something more modern. But yeah, the dipping sauce was like a sweet kind of condensed milk or yogurt. It was a creamy kind of dipping sauce. Um,
Mm.
and then the outer shell was just beautifully crispy and crunchy and kind of soft on the inside. And the sweetness was not at all overbearing. It was very mildly sweet. So it was something that even I enjoyed, which I don't usually about sweets.
Yeah,
And
it was good. It was like just sweet enough that you'd say, "Hey, this is a dessert, I guess."
mm.
But like, it was really light and very easy to eat, especially after all that we've just like gone through.
And then the other
Um,
one, the rice was almost like mochi. It was rice that had
Mm.
been pounded and kind of folded into something more resembling mochi that they deep fried. So that also was crispy on the outside. But the rice one on the left was not at all sweet. It didn't seem to have any sugar in it at all. And so it relied on the dip that it came with, which appeared to be some kind of honey syrup.
Yes,
Um,
like definitely a sweet syrupy style sauce.
yeah, no
And
breakfast. It's
yeah,
just paused.
real quick,
Yes.
on the fried milk, I looked it up, or I looked up some recipes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Echo Drop is right. It is a Cantonese. Um, and also, like, the ingredients tend to just be milk, sugar, and a little bit of cornstarch.
Oh, they thicken it with
And
cornstarch. That's
just
why.
cornstarch.
at least in the recipes that I looked up, I'm sure that there's another way that you can do it. One recipe even suggested using in order to add a different bit of flavor,
Using what?
but a little bit of coconut milk.
Oh, okay, I could see that.
Oh.
Reducing coconut
Um,
milk would thicken it.
yep. But yeah, that tends to be it. And then they just say, hey, fry carefully so you don't burn it.
That's
Yeah,
how they
makes
do it.
sense.
They add cornstarch to the milk and probably simmer it a little bit to reduce it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yep.
There
so
you go.
it literally is just fried milk.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that is fascinating. Yeah, Echo Drop. I wouldn't be able to pin this as specifically Cantonese. This is the first time I'd ever seen either of these desserts, but yeah, these
Apparently
are.
it is a Cantonese dish, so
Oh yes, and I did ask you to break it open. You can see the inside it's kind of stretchy and chewy. It really is like mochi.
Mm. Yeah, they were really, really good, especially with just that again, that little bit of syrup to sweeten them up to taste,
Yeah, it
rather
had a
than them
really
being
pleasant
drowned in
texture.
it already.
Really very enjoy. I would order either one of these again a second time.
mm,
Mm. Yeah, they were
absolutely.
both really, really good.
And
Like,
the sticky rice, the dipping sauce was a like lightened honey, right? Is that what
yes,
we agreed on?
like a syrup or a
It seemed
honey,
to be some kind
something
of
like that.
honey-based syrup, yeah, or some kind of sugar-based syrup anyway. It might have just been a sugar reduction, like a simple syrup or molasses or something.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, lame means hot lady, Yami. That's
Let's
incredible.
go. See, this is where you take your girlfriend.
Oh, it could be a black sugar echo drop. That's entirely possible. You could be right about that. I mean, a lot of the people we saw here were there with their girlfriends.
That's true. Well, they had like a rating, like an approval rating at the front of the restaurant.
Hmm.
Percent approval for dating atmosphere.
Say that again.
They had a 96% approval rating for dating atmosphere.
According to who?
The little paper at the front of the restaurant.
Okay,
Yeah, they
but
had a little notice as you walked in.
Mm-hmm.
are we
Which was
talking like
quite funny.
was it a Zagat notice or
It was laminated,
oh it
so it
was
must be
okay, so
important.
something they printed out themselves and self-styled. Yeah, 96% approval rating for dating atmosphere.
Yes.
I mean, I can kind of see it in a way.
I
Like
mean, yeah,
Pop
don't get
Pop
me
2,
wrong. It
I
is a
can get
nice
that.
ambiance they've got. But
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I understand.
hot pot and
Take
Japanese barbecue are pretty good for. Yeah, there is a certain intimacy that goes with sharing this kind of meal, isn't there? Yeah, Ari, you'd probably really like this. Because this is the kind of thing where you can choose your own ingredients so you can avoid allergens or things that would upset your stomach. And, I mean, desserts like this are pretty innocuous. There's not too much in here you're going to be allergic to unless you're allergic to dairy. Oh, God, Echo Drop, why are you like this? And there we are. This meal came on a perfect night because it was the one night that it rained. And we'd walked in here out of the rain and the cold. And boy, this is a meal that's good for a rainy, cold night.
Yep, it was fantastic.
I'm really
Well
glad we got
timed.
to do this.
Me too.
Same.
Again, it's another one of those nice sort of like social eating things that I'm apparently a very big fan of, I guess.
Well, now you know you're a fan, right?
Yeah, exactly.
If your boyfriend can boil food, then he passed the competency test, right, Yami?
I mean,
Yeah,
very fair.
he's not totally useless. You can keep him around.
If he can't boil the food, then, well, maybe you need to rethink.
First date, last date, right?
Yeah.
I wanted to emphasize the rainy night because I cannot overstate how wonderful it was walking into a hot pot restaurant off of this rainy Harvard Street.
Mm-hmm.
It was great.
There are few feelings in the world that are better than getting out of the rain into a warm restaurant. And that is the end of our playlist, which means it's time for some aquarium photos.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go.
And that will wrap us up, I think, because the aquarium was the last major thing we did.
Yes.
Major thing.
All right, let's see if we can find that. Oh, these are a few more hot pot pictures.
Yep.
And my arm in the background. There we go. Okay, that was the beef, chicken. This was after we had done a number on the Sichuan dumplings.
Yeah, I forgot to take a picture of them. I was like, well, there's still a few left, right?
Yeah, no, Yami, it's not just the weatherman in you. I love it too. There is nothing that calms me down and relaxes me more than a nice rainy night with all the city lights reflecting off the rain and the pavement. I love a night like that. And then here are the the desserts from the side. Outdoor shot. Oh, and we went to Cornish pasty as well. I guess we'll have to get to that.
Yes, we did.
I'm
Cornish
sorry,
pasty
Echo Drop.
was-
My sympathy. My heart goes out to you. He's in California, so they're in the middle of a drought, like a 5-year
wow.
drought.
Jeez.
Oh, breakfast, no. We only took pictures of adorable water creatures.
They are all adorable. It helps.
Yeah.
So you guys, we wanted to take Mantisman to the British pasty shop so that he could rate and evaluate the authenticity of the pasties.
Yes. My final verdict was very good, passable, but not perfect.
I don't think you're going to get perfect ones in the US.
No, exactly. Like, it was, to be completely honest, better than I was expecting. But yeah, the pastry not flaky enough, also not salty enough, which is odd. But yeah, otherwise, great.
I mean,
my
if we
only
could...
my only put down is pastry was too dense and not flaky.
Ah. See,
That's
if we
all
could
I've
even
got.
manage to exceed your expectations, right? Because the average Brit is just always mildly disappointed by default.
Yeah, exactly.
If we exceeded your expectations, then I consider it to have been a success.
I'd give it, if I was being completely honest, breakfast, I'd give it a 4.
That's a kind rating, considering I was expecting you to just light into it and rip him a new one.
Quality of the ingredients was great. The recipe was pretty authentic. It had like all of the things I'd expect to be there. The only thing that confused me was swede instead of carrot in the Cornish pasty, because carrot would be the traditional.
Okay.
Hey, what's Swede for us non-Brits?
Sweet. I don't know what you guys call it.
So
How
I
do you
believe
spell
it
it?
was
SWEEDE.
I believe it was turnips is what we called
Yeah, it's
them,
like
or beets? No, not beets. Turnips?
yeah, because you call it beet
Rutabaga.
Oh, it's
rutabaga.
rutabaga. Here I am looking it up.
That's
Monotone beat
what
me
it
to it.
was.
Rutabaga.
Nah, Grey
Okay.
Wolf beat me to it.
Also, yeah, like because you guys call beets, we call it beetroot.
Mm.
Mm.
Yeah,
So
but at least
it's
there's
close enough.
mutual intelligibility there.
Yes, yes.
Like when a Brit says beetroot, I know what they're talking about. I know they're not talking. We're not going to go there.
It's the root of a beet.
Yeah.
But yeah, like the mash was great. Like if I hadn't had the best mash I've ever eaten in my life on the same holiday, that probably would have been the best mash I've ever eaten in my life.
So we set that record for you twice.
You did. Well, you said it once, and then one just ever so slightly undershot.
Right.
But yeah, Cornish pasty was great.
And then
Really,
you
really
told
good.
me that
I
the
enjoyed it.
banoffee pie was upside down.
Yeah, the banoffee pie I've never seen presented like that before. Uh, it's like normally I'd expect it to be in like a sweet pie like crust with the biscuit bottom and like the sweet pie, and then you'd have the bananas and cinnamon along the bottom layer with the cream as well, and then you'd have like the more pie of like the biscuity pie crust crumbled on top.
Hmm. I
So
wonder if
yeah,
anyone in chat would like to venture a guess as to who ordered this banoffee pie, being a little bit too adventurous and thinking he was safe that it had fruit in it,
Mm. Mhm.
thinking he might not be overwhelmed by too much sugar. Someone who thought he might get away with ordering a dessert once in a while. I love how everyone thinks it's you, Monotone.
I mean, hey, I like adventure. I do like my
but
No, it was me.
yeah.
I ordered the banoffee pie because it said it had bananas and fresh whipped cream and caramel inside. And I thought, well, 2 out of those 3 ingredients are probably not going to be full of sugar because if the whipped cream is fresh, then they'll have made it by hand and it won't be filled with high fructose corn syrup. And so I order the banoffee pie. The bananas are great. The whipped cream is great. I get to the caramel and it is like just pure sugar.
That is what caramel is.
It was very delicious, but there was way too much caramel and it was overpowering. The caramel overpowered everything else in the pie. It overpowered the bananas, it overpowered the whipped cream, it overpowered the crust, and it even overpowered the spoon I was eating it with.
Yep.
I didn't eat the
That's that.
spoon.
Oh, Yami, don't you worry. We're coming up to the dessert I ordered.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Oh
Mhm.
yes.
That's right, because you, my friend, ordered this, didn't you?
The classique El
Yes.
Tradicional
So,
sticky
You
toffee
Mantisman
pudding.
and Monotone, why don't you two take this? I'll shut up and you two can explain what this is.
Oh
uh
boy.
well,
S-
it was the first time that I had ever had it. It was, I believe, toffee,
Yes, a sticky toffee pudding.
sticky toffee pudding, and it was really fucking good. It was super
Yes.
rich. It was super sweet. Putting the ice cream in cast iron pot to then melt and mix with the pudding was phenomenal. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
there is really nothing quite like having a bite of all at once. Uh, and something very light like vanilla ice cream. Blending with the super rich, super dense toffee pudding was it was wonderful. I
Yeah.
liked it so much.
It was great. Yeah, basically the components of it are like a sponge pudding that is already toffee flavored and sweetened, that is then drowned in toffee sauce and cooked in a container, be it a skillet like that or some kind of way to heat the whole thing through. And then you have the ice cream, and you also have a bit of fresh cream to go with it as well, if that is to your taste. This way of serving it is the better way because it keeps everything hot for longer and means that dumping the ice cream into the pudding doesn't immediately cool all of the toffee sauce down as well.
Mm. And Echo Drop, vanilla ice cream is light compared to everything else that is part of this dessert.
Yes, this
And
is
also everything that
the
I've eaten this trip.
this is the densest, sickliest pudding you will probably ever lay your hands on in like as a traditional British thing.
And
It
I will say, Mantis Man, this was my concession and my apology to you for joking probably a little bit too much about British food and culture. I wanted Monotone to be able to experience that even the UK can get it right once in a while with food.
Yes, we do some things well. Most of them are like cheeses and puddings.
Yup.
That's about what we've got.
Greywolf, I
Uh,
believe this had treacle in it, didn't it, Mantis
yeah,
Man?
so it will be the sauce will be a mix of treacle and like toffee flavoring. Uh, it just because that's the only real way to make a sauce. You can't really make a toffee sauce as it would be, if that makes sense. You just wouldn't get it runny enough. So they use treacle, and yeah, like it's if it's very similar. Grow if it's a similar process, you just heat sugar and a bit of milk, if I recall, for toffee, and just
That sounds
heat it
right.
and melt it, and just go for it.
And Echo Drop, I'm not sure. Mantis Man, maybe you can answer Echo Drop's question of whether or not this usually has dates in it. The one they make
Not
doesn't, but
No. Some of them do on occasion. I think I've seen them with them once or twice. Um, but that you might be confusing that with Christmas pudding, maybe?
okay, is Christmas pudding similar?
So Christmas pudding is similar. It's a similar shape, except that would be served with like it would have dates and raisins and almonds and all sorts of nuts and fruits in it, and
Ah,
you would serve it with like a brandy sauce for Christmas. Generally, you also soak them in brandy, uh, and you'd like make them the year before and leave them to soak and preserve for the entire year.
oh jeez.
Ooh.
Yes.
Oh,
There's
that sounds
gonna be
good.
a good Christmas this
They
year.
are very boozy. If you are making them the traditional way, anyway, yeah, you leave them to sit for like the entire year, full of raisins and like fruit like that, soaking in brandy, and then you serve it with a brandy sauce, just because you want a bit more booze.
Damn.
Yes.
At that point, why not just drink brandy with nuts in it? Like, cut out the middleman.
Oh gosh,
Let me have the drunk nuts and fruits.
it's Christmas. It's the one time of the year you're allowed to get drunk. It's fine.
Right, right. Yeah, Echo Drop, if you're ever in the neighborhood, you should check this place out. It's worth it just for the dessert, but the pasties are great too.
Yeah.
Let's
Yeah,
see.
like
Oh,
pasties, top notch, really good. Not perfect, but as close as you're gonna get. That's not going to like a proper like a proper Cornish pasty
and
shop.
that's the best praise you're going to get out of Mantis Man.
What am I? What wiki am I updating? Echo Drop.
All right, so now let's see if we can find the start of the aquarium pictures.
Mel, cut out the middleman and drink the nuts.
Yeah! Wait, what?
Yeah.
Oh really? Does the wiki have them as with dates? Not with not with dates. With yeah, I've never had a sticky toffee pudding with dates ever. How bizarre. Could just be because I'm from the south. Might be a northern spin on it.
Oh, here we
Mm.
go. Now we're back to
Could be
Cornish
regional.
pasty. I forget what types of pasties you guys got, but
I got a steak slice.
oh, that's this one then.
No,
Yes.
I got the Augie. That's that
Oh,
one.
that's okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
That's the OG.
Oh yeah, because
The
this is Monotone's album.
Mm.
yes.
And then another very nice shot of the pudding.
Mm-hmm.
This right
Gotta
here
give
is.
it the glamour shot.
Yeah, you did a good job. Honestly, you guys are getting better with your food porn photography.
Thank you. Thank
Yay.
you.
I'm very impressed. All right, so
aquarium time.
Yes, now it's time that we're past the food and we get to see. We'll go through one of these and then the other. And Monotone, this is really going to be your show here because I don't know what most of these species are.
Let's go.
But this was the touch tank, I think, wasn't it? This guy was in
Yes.
the touch tank?
Yeah, that's a blue-spotted stingray. It's called such because it's a stingray with blue spot.
Awesome.
Most of them are named really conveniently like that.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
marine biologists are very original.
we are. Mostly we name them after our descriptions or our wives.
Your
There's no
wives?
real in between.
Wow.
All right. Oh yeah, I guess this is Friday Night Science now.
Yeah, Echo Drop. Monotone gets in his little bit of a science stream at the end of this after everything. We've gotten in the travel stream, the food stream, and now he gets to science it up.
Let's go.
And here's this cute little bugger.
Yeah.
This was
that's a
the
puffer.
venomous fish tank, right?
Yeah, it is
Yeah.
a tank full of solely venomous fish, which is hilarious because the touch tank would also be that if they didn't trim the tails.
Yeah. Well, the cat sharks aren't venomous.
The
I
cat.
guess.
You're right. You're right. You got me there. The cat sharks aren't a risk, but
Okay, breakfast,
this.
enjoy.
Ooh, good luck, dude. Yeah, this tank you don't want to stick your hands in. You got all sorts of venomous fish. I don't know what species of puffer. One down.
Oh no.
You got two different species of stonefish. I believe the one in the back is the stonefish, and
That's
the other
this
one
guy
is the
here, I think,
scorpion.
yeah.
Yeah, I think the
Yeah.
scorpion fish I got a little bit of a better picture of. He's hiding behind the puffer's face there. You can just see the red of him.
Yeah, let's see if we can
Yeah.
find... Oh, digging through these is going to be impossible.
Yeah.
We got a lot of
they're
footage
in
of the touch
order that
tank
we
from
hit
you,
the
Mantis Man.
exhibits. Yeah. Oh man, I love the touch tank. I'm a colossal child at the end of the day.
Did
so
you
I-
guys
I-
want to pet a ray? You can, right here.
I
They'll even
did
come
a
up to you and
lot.
ask you to pet them.
They did. It was
They're
wonderful.
so good.
There's
I
that
got
ray
to-
again.
I got to touch all the rays apart from the really big one, and he was
Mm.
chilling out over the back.
There's the
There
really
he is,
big
look.
one. Yeah, he kind
Yeah.
of didn't want to be bothered.
No,
Nah.
but yeah, all the cow nose rays, the cat sharks, the blue spotted stingray. There was another kind of ray in there as well. Yeah, they were great.
Oh, we're
There's
on
some
to
cat
different
sharks,
tanks now.
Some tube worms,
Yep.
Mm.
We got a bunch of
lionfish,
and this adorable sea turtle who apparently has been there as long as the aquarium has.
man.
She's been around for a while. I think it's something like 30 years.
Jeez.
I'm so
Yeah.
sad. When I didn't have my camera out, she full on bonked into the side of the tank, and it was the most hilarious thing.
Maybe someone else got it. Oh, here we go. We got a seahorse.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's one of the weedy sea dragons.
Ah, yes. Okay. The weedy ones as opposed to the leafy ones.
Yes, weedy, they have less leaves, and they're a little smaller, but they have this beautiful iridescence on their belly. The males, especially on their tail, their tail will flash a bright blue, which is super cool. And yeah, they're really neat. They're seahorses, so yeah, saying that they're a seahorse isn't incorrect. It's just they're weird in that they don't have that prehensile tail that most seahorses do.
They went full camouflage instead of partial.
Yes, 100% stealth.
My only frame of reference here is that one of my viewers' username is a leafy sea dragon.
Yeah,
You remember them.
it's a beautiful
do.
name.
It is. And check out all of these different types of anemones.
Fuck yeah,
corals.
This is
the
where you will get to
octopus's
see.
garden.
You will get to see the difference between Monotone's photography and mine. Whereas Monotone went for quality, I ended up with quantity.
Hey, no, I only uploaded like one from each tank, so
Oh.
I nitpicked. But
But
yeah,
let's
these
talk
are
about
all-
what we're looking at here, because each one of these fluffy colored things is an animal, is it not?
Yes. Yeah, they're all animals. You have the green anemone there, that big. You have, I think there.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, did we lose him?
Oh, hello.
Oh, no.
Okay,
he's
we can
back.
hear you
He's
now.
back.
Yep. Internet sucks. Yeah, you
Aw,
have pom pom and enemies in the back. Uh, they're the white ones.
I like the pom poms. They're
They're
adorable.
very cute. There was one that I didn't know. I've never seen that species before. They're almost colonial. They grow to, and it was super cool. Um, I don't think I got a picture of it though. But oh,
Trying
we're
to zoom in
zooming.
here a little bit and see if we can.
Yeah.
It's like back left. So up and to the left a little. Can you see the one that the big white one
Ah,
standing out on the
what is this god awful interface? This is terrible.
blame Google? There, your
Combination
cursor's
of
quite
mold
close to
and
it.
loofahs. Yeah,
Like
the loofah thing is pretty accurate.
There we go.
Horribly stun. Uh,
yes.
they are incredibly painful. It's me. I'm the marine biologist in training. Tone.
Almost no longer in training though. You're about to wrap that up.
I hope so. I have 4 more years, maybe, of my PhD program. Uh, dear God, I hope it's only 4 years.
Yeah, Echo Drop.
Uh,
It looks. Thank you. It looks like I've. There we go.
4? Yeah, no, I completed my first year this week. This coming week, I'm gonna be taking my final year will be. Uh, but yeah, so you have some beautiful anemones, a lot of you often these animals hand in uh they're super cool. Urchins are great herbivores. They eat algae like crazy. How long has it taken? I'm in my first year of grad school, and then I'll get 3 to 4 more after this. Hopefully, no longer. Yeah, that might kill me if it takes longer.
I am crossing my fingers for you. Yeah, Mel, we're doing the best we can, but he's on really
Yeah,
crappy internet.
yeah, my internet sucks ass. I am really sorry. There's literally nothing. Uh, yeah, sorry about that. But it's Friday in a busy apartment, so you know. Uh,
All right. Well,
yeah, no, Ari, normally every normally every Friday I stream Marine Bio, but I have taken a pause. School. I do it every day, so I needed a break.
yes, and actually, let's give Monotone a shout out while we're at it. If you guys are interested in learning more about what you see on your screen right now, and you want to learn it from someone really cool and really nice who is a good teacher and has a very friendly, chill vibe to his stream, head on over and follow Major Monotone because you will be really glad you did, I promise.
Oh, thank you.
It's wonderful. Streams are super chill and fun, and even if it's not science, it's always something entertaining like World of Horror or
Warhammer?
Wingspan or Warhammer or all sorts of oddities.
Yes, he plays video games too, and you'll occasionally see Mantisman there as well.
Hi,
Yeah. It's
we play
it
Warhammer
is
sometimes. It's fun.
Warhammer is a good time. Tabletop Simulator is a bless.
It
Um,
is.
and yes, we have Goblin Shark and Smug Cappy. So yeah.
Yes. Also, I gifted Monotone his first real plastic crack on the trip, and that was a
Yes.
sight to see.
I might do a painting stream at some point of my
Let's
first ever
go,
Warhammer models.
Oh no, you got hooked.
Yep.
Nick.
Mantis Man got
Hello.
him.
I did.
Hooked
The
me.
first hit's free. Let's go.
Oh, Nitch, and you picked quite a time to show up.
Hello, Nitch.
Hey, Nitch.
Welcome. How you doing, man?
Good to see you. Nitch, we're just talking about Monotone's favorite subject, cool underwater things that are different pretty colors.
Yeah.
That's the
And
scientific name.
it is, and they're all spineless, like me, which makes them my favorite.
Oh, shush.
Oh,
That's the
Echo
joke
Drop.
that I would make all the time. It's fine.
Plastic crack is the colloquialism for Warhammer miniatures because, especially in America, they have an approximate same street value by weight.
It might even be more expensive.
Also,
Um,
the miniatures are highly addictive. We do
they
not know
are.
why, they just are.
holding them, I felt it. I felt the hit.
It was
This
cute.
guy.
Um,
We have not
oh,
looked at nudibranchs yet, Nitch, but we were just on our way to these this protected marine species of bird, which I forget what these even were. Monotone?
uh, so these
There
are
was a
various
few.
types of sandpiper, um,
Sandpipers.
which are a New England native protect in a lot of beaches because they nest on dunes. Um, and so for certain parts of the year, you just can't walk because their eggs.
Yeah, they,
Uh,
they just nest on the ground and not in any trees or shrubs, right?
Yeah.
nah, they
Just
just
right in the
nest on
sand.
on the sand. The beach is an inhospitable place for most creatures, so it's pretty good to raise your babies.
Yep.
Yeah, you have good
Um,
lines of sight for a long way all around, and yeah, they just go, "Ah, this little crevice will do."
yep.
Just
Or
right
like,
where people walk every other day. This is fine, so people don't
hmm
get to walk there anymore.
They are cute little round creatures, aren't they? You do kind of just want to pick one up and cuddle it.
you
They,
do, and they are very adorable. They're kind of weird because even though they're seabirds, they don't eat fish. They like run along the any little stations that get water.
yeah,
Uh,
they,
it's
they just
very cute.
feed all along the tidal line, basically.
Mhm.
Watching them all skitter around and then run away from the waves as they come in is adorable.
Yeah, they're great, and there are a couple different species in here too, and we think that they were nesting because in one corner of that was definitely babies.
Yeah,
Oh
like
yeah, we
literally
heard the
just
noises.
up and out of line of sight, basically just to the left of how the shot's taken.
Yep,
There's
just out
like a
here.
corner, and then you could just hear all the babies screeching for food.
Yep.
Yep.
Um,
Yep.
but they're
Sandpipers
cuties.
apparently, Greywith.
I think
Yeah,
there was
or
sandpipers and
piping
plovers
plover.
and a few other bits and pieces. I think there was like 4 species in there, but we only got to see 2 or 3.
Yeah,
Um,
they had a tern in there. Um, they had another type of piping plover, sandpiper. Um, and then in the front of the tank, which I didn't show, they have like a intertidal zone exhibit, which is all the little fish and crabs that you like right off the shore. It's really cool.
Yeah,
yeah,
this was a really cool display because it simulated the entire beach environment, like the beach right down to the water and then even under the water a little bit,
it was a
Yeah, and like
wonderful little paludarium.
which Mantis
yeah.
Man might have gotten a shot of. Ari had a question for you, Monotone, about what will you focus on
Oh,
most in your studies of marine biology?
I like invertebrates. I like invertebrate behavior, and I like aquaculture. So if I can do anything involving those, great. My favorite organisms are sea slugs because they're very little studied, they're beautiful, and they're really life history, eating habits, and everything like. Um, and there's a lot of potential human uses that aren't like, oh, we're just turning them into medicine. No, we're using them for ecological good. So that's like the dream. Right now I am not doing that. Right now I'm studying plankton. Uh, and it's okay. It's cool. Yeah, basically I film plankton porn 8 hours a day. Uh, and yeah, it's kind of my job in my life right. Take
Yeah,
me
it's
so that'll be fun. It is pretty cool.
There we
I
are.
mean, it is really cool and interesting to think about as long as you don't oversimplify it to I film plankton porn.
I mean that I film the mating habits of my help, but it's like, yeah, that's what I do.
So
Tank.
here,
Uh, Eri, the thing that jarred me the most was boiling water in the microwave.
we didn't do that though.
You didn't, but you told me about it, and that was upsetting enough.
Yami told you about it just now. I don't remember talking about it while we were together.
We definitely did.
Did we? I probably just traumatized it out of my mind.
Ugh.
Oh, Plorn. Oh no. And yeah, sorry guys for it keeps cutting out and I ran. My bad.
Don't worry about it, Monotone. There's only so much you can do about your crappy internet. But
Yeah.
you can feel free to comment on these. These were cow nose rays, right, in the touch tank?
They're so
Yeah.
doofy. I love them.
They are doofy, and they just like swim up to you and are like, "Hey, pet me."
Yeah, they have like 0 IQ. They're wonderful.
They have such silly faces. I love them.
They're
Also,
like
they kept swimming over my hand instead of under it, so I kept being forced into poking their bellies, and it was weird.
yeah. They I think in the wild they form like massive schools with each other, so they're generally social creatures. So like them being like the token touch tank animal. Um yeah. Is that the thing that killed Steve Irwin?
Not a cow
I
nose ray,
think
I
it-
don't think. That was a
It was an Australian species of stingray,
yeah, much
sadly.
larger.
Yeah.
let's see. A
Thanks for that.
short-tailed stingray apparently did it.
Oh.
Stingrays did kill Steve Irwin,
Dear
but
God, Echo Drop just gifted a tier 1 sub to microwaved water.
God damn it, Echo Drop! Why you do this?
Echo Drop, thank you, I think.
Yeah, so the way stingrays work, uh, real quick, is that their stinger is a modified scale and it grows at the base of their tail. Um,
Yeah.
and it's full of venom and it's barbed. So when it stabs
Weirdly,
something,
it is
hmm,
not full of venom. They
it's
have a
not.
venomous mucus that coats it. It's not like they don't have
Oh,
like an internal like hypodermic toxin or anything. It's a mucus that coats the barb.
no shit.
Yeah, they're weird, man. They're super weird.
Oh, that is fucking weird. But the rest of what I'm gonna say still stands in
Yes.
that they are venomous, and when the barb goes in, it's serrated, and so it pulls out of the stingray's tail and stays embedded in.
Yeah.
Um, and yeah, so the big thing that like is a little sad, but like the Steve died is because he got hit in the chest by it and he pulled it out, and because he pulled it out, it caused a lot of blood loss. So like,
Yeah.
if you get stunned, you leave it in until you go to the.
Yeah, because the venom isn't really likely to kill you. It just sort of sucks. And pulling it out, they are large and often, as he says, very serrated. So they
Mhm,
tend to do more damage coming out than they do going in.
mhm.
Uh, yeah, it's not great.
I
It'll
mean,
suck, but it probably won't
yeah,
kill you.
these are weapons designed to fight off sharks that try to eat them. So, yeah, because
Yeah.
yeah, they're like major predators are like dolphins and hammer.
Yeah, there is a reason that the Polynesian people used to use the stingray barbs as spear tips.
Mm-hmm. It's super cool. But anyways, stingrays are neat and they're actually friendly, doofy creatures.
They are.
The
Kind of
ones in the touch tank here certainly were. We had
Yep, there
quite
was
the,
a
or you
couple of
did, Mantis
species.
Man.
Yeah, I had a great time. Like the blue spotted guy there, he's a stingray, and he was chill. He came over and said hi.
And we got
Super
quite a
cool.
few in here. We got here when the aquarium keepers were feeding the occupants of this tank.
Yeah, everyone got very excited.
Yes.
Except the sharks. The sharks were chill.
They
Yeah,
must
I
already have
touched
eaten.
a cat shark. I got to touch one as it went past.
That's
It
these
was
guys, I
cute.
think, isn't it?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's those little dudes. They were great.
And then we've got some
And then,
tube worms over here.
Yeah. Well,
yeah,
that's actually a tube anemone.
Oh, this is a tube anemone.
Yeah, they look identical. It's just that one will sting you when you touch it. The tube
Ah,
yeah,
worm will retreat.
gotcha.
yes.
Fair enough. Important difference. And then, of course, you guys got plenty of pictures of the African penguins.
I will not
Yeah.
lie. There is a lot of pictures of the penguins here.
There
They're
we go.
goofy
We've got some good
creatures.
pictures of them, too, honestly.
They are cute.
This is a good one. I like the close-up. Look at him. He's just like, what? What do you want?
Why are you
Hey,
taking
he's
pictures
well
of me?
dressed.
I'm not getting paid for this.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, Nitch. They don't really want to kill you. They just want you to leave them alone. And unfortunately, the way that you tend to get the most out of that is by being incredibly dangerous to touch.
It's true. Do not pet the lionfish.
Yeah, do not pet the thing in the ocean. It is probably poisonous, venomous, or both.
Right. Yeah, Ari, the penguins are they're one of the exhibits where you just want to pick them up and squeeze them. But if you do that, chances are they'll peck you and poop all over you. And
Yeah.
God, the keepers were cleaning the rocks and literally like they would spray down the rock and then a penguin would shit
Just
in that spot.
we just re-spray the rock.
yeah,
Yup,
the penguins are adorable, though. They are cute little birds.
Yeah.
they are.
And then what do we got here?
That was one of the coral tanks. I'm trying to remember what was in that shot. I think it just looked nice, so I took a picture of it.
Hey,
There's a whole
Trimmer.
bunch of anemones and things there. They looked neat.
Yeah, they're hard not to love, Ari. They are adorable, even if they can be messy and gross.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
you
and then
guys,
there's
you
some clownfish
got a clownfish here.
looking cute, being awful,
Yeah,
as
that is
clownfish do.
that is a really good shot.
That was.
Oh, and there was one in the anemone.
Oh, there was.
Way in
Yeah,
the
there's
back.
one
Yeah.
hiding out in the anemone,
Oh yeah, back here.
poking out.
Yeah, these guys don't mind hanging out in the middle of an anemone's stinging tentacles, do they?
Nah. They have a special mucus and thicker skin than most.
Hmm.
Uh so yeah, they often form pair bonds with anemone. Will stay with the anemone there.
Well, Niche, you say that, but actually, domesticated lionfish were the problem.
Yeah,
The
that
entire
was the
reason
issue.
that they've ruined so much habitat is because some idiot, I guess, had a mated pair of lionfish that were fertile, and they got too big for the aquarium they were being kept in. So this dipshit just released them into the wild, and they bred. And lionfish have no natural predators. They have no natural competitors. They're an apex predator themselves. Nothing can touch them. And so they
Yeah.
moved into habitat after habitat and just ate it bare.
Yeah,
Mhm.
they eat basically anything that they can fit in their mouths, and nothing else can eat them. It
Yep.
is very difficult.
And it's important to note that in their native habitat, they do have them.
Yes.
Eels can eat around the fin, so it's no problem for them.
Yeah, but now we need to teach sharks how to do that.
Yes.
People are
Yeah, well,
trying.
people are trying, and they're actually kind of doing it.
Oh. Oh, thank you, Ari. That's really sweet of you.
Aw,
Aw.
That means a lot.
thank you.
Podcast, let's go.
Right.
Woo!
What else do we got here? We've got this, what's this guy?
I forget. I think that was.
Some
So-
kind
No,
of flatfish.
It eludes me. It looked
It's
pretty.
a butterfly fish of some
Butterfly
kind.
fish. Yes,
Okay.
that's what I was looking
It's got
for.
the pointed snout of a butterfly fish, and that's all I know.
I'll
Yeah,
take it.
It looked pretty, so I took a picture of it.
I'll take it. And then we've got a few others here. This
Yeah,
I'm not
some
sure.
of these will be of varying quality. I tried to clip all of the ones that didn't look particularly nice, at least.
Yeah, that's an angelfish of some kind, Greywolf, but
Okay.
once again, no clue.
This one you identified when we arrived, Monotone. This was some kind of an anemone, right?
This is a coral, actually.
Coral.
It's called a leather coral. They grow out of one massive stalk as a giant colony and spread.
And this thing is huge.
Yeah, this was
Yeah.
like 2.5 feet across, this thing.
Yep. And it's a soft coral. It doesn't have a hard skeleton. It's just all fleshy. So,
Oh, there were
Yeah.
jellies, Ari. Don't you
We're
worry, we'll
getting
get to
there, Ari.
those.
We're getting there.
mhm.
Yeah, Eri, you should really check out Monotone's stream if you're interested in this kind of thing, because he does a far better job of it than I could.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
oh, sorry. One of the first pictures that I took of the aquarium stuff, I don't know if I sent it through to you, was the upside down jellyfish because they are hilarious to me.
I know
Yeah.
there are some pictures of jellies in here, but then
Yeah.
we've got this handsome lad here.
Yep. The mandarin fish. He was beautiful. He tried ever so hard to get to pose to make really nice pictures for me.
He
and
really
I kind
wanted
of
you to
fluffed it up
photograph
on a
him.
lot of them.
Look at this
Thank
guy.
you, Ari.
Oh, thank you
was
for the
like-
follow to Monotone, Eri.
Aw. He was like displaying like literally 3 inches away from the glass at some points, like displaying directly at me, and I just couldn't get good pictures.
Tiny little
So-
guy, this guy, too.
so
He was like
ashamed.
3 inches long, so a
Mhm.
little bit tricky to photograph.
They are often considered like the crown jewel of a keeping.
Are they?
Yeah, they're very difficult to keep alive and take care of, but they are so beautiful and charismatic.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah, they do
they're-
seem to have quite some personality to them.
They do. They like to cling to surfaces, and that includes the glass of the aquarium.
Ah,
Right.
Yeah, like that one's a little bit better. That sort of
Mhm.
This is
gives
a
you an
decent
eye,
one.
like on his nose there, gives you an idea of like the full coloration of his body. Like he has that bright red tail, and then those beautiful sort of metallic blue and white bands. Just
Mhm.
it's
beautiful.
easy to see why people like these for aquarium pets, yeah.
Oh yeah, and they stay small, so you could keep them feasibly in a home aquarium.
Oh,
Yes.
they don't get humongous.
No, that's an adult.
This guy here is fully grown.
Yeah, 100%. In fact, he's bigger than most that I've seen.
Really?
Yeah, most of them are tiny.
I suppose
But
it
yeah.
stands to reason that they'd be taking very good care of him at the aquarium.
Oh yeah, well I saw that they were feeding them like frozen shrimp that they thought or frozen plankton.
Yes.
Um
Mm.
and it was like that's the perfect diet for them. Yeah, they're doing a great
Yeah.
job.
Excellent.
Frozen
here-
food for fish is often the best food.
Mm.
Indeed. Here are those bastard lionfish. These are the ones. Every one of those spines contains a venomous stinger.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And they're quite venomous, are they not? They can be lethal
Oh
to
yeah,
humans?
they will give you a really rough time, if not kill you dead.
Mhm. If you get enough barbs in you, it usually you only get one, so it's not like that big of a deal. Oh, I love that
Yeah.
picture. That's such a good one, Mantisman.
You are welcome to it if you want it.
The one, I think the next one is the one that I really.
Oh, breakfast, don't do that. See, you can see they have this really pretty coloration and patterning, and they look really impressive, which is why they were a desirable aquarium species, but
Mhm.
letting them into the wild was a terrible, terrible mistake.
Yep.
Yeah, well,
Like-
they look like that to let you know not to touch them. They
Mm.
do not attempt to hide. They are full of bluster and will just swim out in the open in the broad daylight and not give the slightest of shits.
Yeah,
because
because they know
that
nothing's
nothing will
gonna.
touch them.
The only thing I've ever seen successfully clear out lionfish is a human diver with a spear gun.
Yes, it is, Eri, and I'm glad someone else has seen that film.
Oh, okay.
And they
Yeah,
are on the
Grey Whiff is
menu.
correct. Also, Monotone, do you want to address that comment about the
Yeah.
lionfish as food?
So yeah, because they're venomous, you can eat them. Because the venom needs to be injected into your body for it to actually hurt you.
Yep.
And it's all like kept up in the fins, so you're not eating fish fins anyways, I would hope. So just cut them off, and then it's just a flaky.
Yep.
And it's a growing trend in Florida, and like them to be shown because the hope is to have them get the where lobster is like super desirable, and so they want chefs to treat these guys the same way, have them be like a expensive, nice food with high demand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because high demand will help cut down on the population of these bastards.
Yes,
And-
because they desperately need that to be done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And their meat is very tasty. It's a very nice it's almost like sole or scrod. These
Mhm.
guys.
It's something I
is.
would like to try if I get the opportunity.
Yeah, and restaurants up and down the eastern seaboard, mostly the southeastern seaboard, which is where the habitats have been most impacted by these things. Spear fishermen will fish for them or hunt them, and then they'll bring the meat to local restaurants, and the restaurants will make lionfish dishes.
Mhm.
Or in the UK, where they would be deep fried, says Warrior.
I mean, yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I mean, I
Uh,
don't.
I won't
These
even argue that at this point. We do love a deep fryer.
these things would probably make some decent fish and chips, though, wouldn't they?
Probably.
Yeah. Are
Yes,
they?
they are airy.
I mean, well, they're not aggressive per se. Like they won't. They just. The problem is that they eat anything that fits, and that's often baby fish. So
Yeah.
like, they're not actively killing grouper sea bass like adults. What they're doing is eating their babies and stopping their population from getting replenished.
Yeah.
So
Like
yeah.
they sort of harm the habitat by interrupting like the life cycle at the baby end, because they are literally little garbage disposals and will eat anything they can fit in their face.
Mhm.
Oh, really, Mel? No kidding. Yeah, Nate, I don't know that I would want to eat loin fish sushi. I have a feeling that's probably. Yeah.
Loin fish.
Oh dear.
There's a close up. You can see the spines on those fins.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Each one of those is a stinger.
Beautiful.
Yeah. They look great. I think I've got a really nice photo. And then behind him, yeah, you can see the stonefish
There's
up
a
there.
stonefish with its back to us because it doesn't care.
No, I get another fish that just does not care.
The most venomous fish in the ocean, as I understand it, Monotone. Is that not so? The stonefish?
Yeah, that one will actually kill you. Like the lionfish might kill you. That one.
Yeah.
The stonefish will kill you, yeah. And
The
they.
Yeah.
stonefish will just kill you, and there's not really a lot to be done.
There's no
Yeah.
antidote to its venom either, I don't think. And it acts too quickly, even if there were.
Yeah, you've got a
Thank you.
very short window of time. And the
Thank you
problem,
dearly.
they're normally stepped on, right?
Yeah.
So all those spines go directly into your deep,
Yep.
and it's a lot of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have like 7 or 8, and they all inject venom, and it's real poor, and they're
Mhm.
really sharp. So like even if you're wearing like those sort of plimsoll kind of affairs, there's a reasonable chance that they have the length and the sharpness to just punch through the plimsoll of your like diving shoe and
Ugh.
just stab you anyway.
Yep.
Echo Drop, thank you so much for the resub. Happy birthday, Echo Drop. Congratulations. Good to see you,
Hold on.
man. How you
Hey.
doing?
Who's that?
Or I'm sorry, not Echo Drop, Eboera.
Ebuera.
Thank you, Monotone. I'm so used to bantering with Echo Drop because it's been so long. Echo Drop, happy birthday to you too. But Eboera, happy birthday.
Happy
God.
birthday, Eboera!
Happy birthday.
And what do we got here, Monotone? This puffy boy.
I think that's a guinea fowl, but I could be wrong. It could be a dog-faced puffer. Let me. Yes, it is a dog-faced puffer. Haha, I remember
Yep.
things. Also known as a black spot puffer fish for its black spot.
Gee.
Yep.
Yeah.
And he called a dog face because he kind of looks a bit like he's got a dog face.
That was a little.
Yeah. He's got the black
can
snoot,
see it.
big black
Yeah.
eyes.
Yeah, he does have that kind of
And
schnoofy
there's
nose.
the
What do we have here?
scorpion fish.
Yes, breakfast. The box jellyfish is the size of a penny. An octopus bite. The box jellyfish, you
Greetings,
immediately.
undead warrior.
Yeah. If you are stung by a box jellyfish, you know.
Yes.
It does
The
a
pain is
very good
immediate.
job of telling you.
If you
Surfing
don't
Bird, thank
outright-
you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Go ahead.
No,
Monotone.
I was just gonna say, if you don't outright die from the box jellyfish sting, you go into something called Irukandji syndrome, where it makes your heart palpitate and you feel like you're constantly having.
Yeah.
And this is marked with crazy levels of anxiety
Constantly having what?
Wanting to
Sorry, repeat,
die.
please.
You feel like you're constantly having a heart attack,
Ah,
Yeah.
basically.
It makes your heartbeat irregular, in which sets you into a constant anxiety mode. Um, and yeah, you want to die for 3 days, and then one day,
Oh, we lost you for a sec there, and then one day,
it's just gone, and you wake up and you're fine.
yeah,
So
Yeah.
yeah, it's crazy.
and yeah, Ari, that's precisely the driving force behind marine biology. Is we are destroying the oceans faster than we're learning what's in them.
Mhm. Yeah, breakfast is right. Like the big thing is like people who get it will beg like the nurses to like kill them, even though they're actually physically fine. They feel
yeah,
like they're dying.
yeah,
It's
because
crazy.
your heart beats irregularly. Oh, that's the
Mm.
one where the
There's the big close up.
the lionfish just mugs the camera.
Oh, I love
Thankfully.
it.
And what do we have here? A couple of doofy looking google eyed rays. What are these guys?
Yep, those are the same blue-spotted stingrays as were in the touch tank, but these ones have their stings.
Okay.
And they're juveniles.
Yes.
And we've got. I remember talking about this guy here, but I forget what he is.
I don't remember.
You said something with a beak that eats coral?
Oh no, that's a different fish. That's a
Ah.
different
Yep,
guy.
yep.
Yeah.
You'll know him when you see him.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do we have here? We got a reflection on the glass. This one's. Oh,
You think fish are
Oh.
aliens. Ari, what if I told you that we are technically um
technically.
yeah,
Yeah, we're weird fish.
yeah.
Yeah, so that's the guy we were talking about.
This one here.
But
Yeah.
you do say mugs the camera. I think it's just a shortening. At least I
Mm.
do, and other people. I've heard it from other people.
Okay. Oh, we're back to
Um,
penguins.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
these are the
fish that
rock
we
hoppers.
This
yeah.
little cute moment here.
They're adorable.
They are.
are
You
very
really just
cute.
want to snuggle them, even though they're terrible for snuggling.
I
They would
imagine
not
they would
like it.
be awful to snuggle.
Like, look at how chubby and fat they are. You just want to pick them up and squeeze them.
Yeah.
They're so round.
They are really round. Some kind of blurry pictures here. I don't remember what any of these guys were.
I'm sorry.
No,
That's
don't
okay.
apologize.
So
Oh, here's one that's kind of clear.
that's the what is it? One of the my brain. What are you
One of the
called?
triggers, I don't know
The
what kind
triggerfish.
though.
Yeah, he was sleeping. It was cute.
Oh yeah, we caught him taking a nap, didn't we?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
who
here's
was
the penguin
actually
feeding.
Oh yeah, this is the guy. So I think that they were medicating the penguins because they were only feeding some, and it was hilarious. Because like you just had this huge gathering of penguins around this guy with a clipboard and a box of fish, and it just really tickled me how they're all just like hanging out and leaning over the clipboard.
Trying to
It was
steal
really
his
funny.
fish.
Yeah,
and some succeeded.
some did succeed.
No problem, Yami. Get some rest. Thank you for hanging out. Really appreciate having you here, Yami.
Yeah,
Sleep
cheers
well,
for hanging out,
Yami.
man.
What kind of fish is the one with the tray? That's a human. It is a very weird finned fish, technically.
Look at this. You can see a penguin grabbing his clipboard. He's like, nah, I want fish. Mantisman, you got a perfect shot here of that penguin
Yeah.
just trying
Just
to
like,
gank this poor
just
guy.
let me see what's in the clipboard. What are you writing down about me?
The look on this guy's
Look at his
face, too.
face.
He's like, oh, man. These
So
freaking
damn it.
penguins,
I'm
man.
I'm stuck with this again.
The only guy who didn't dress up for the black tie.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, he's the waiter. He's the one taking drink orders right now, is what he's doing. And serving hors
Oh,
d'oeuvres.
true.
Not yummy. All the best.
Good luck, Yami. Hang in there, man.
A few
There we
more
go.
with the African penguins.
Oh,
and
there's a
then
big sea turtle face right there.
sea turtle.
Yeah. She's
Being
pretty.
cute.
There we go. And there's the whole... Yeah, you got her bumping into the glass. Look at this.
No, I didn't get her. That was like after she'd done it and turned around and tried to hide
Ah.
her shame.
Aw. What a
Bless
cute
her.
turtle, though. Like, this is another. This isn't one you'd want to pick up and hold because it would crush you. This is probably a 350 pound turtle. But
Oh yeah, it would be huge.
you want to
Mm.
boob her on the snoot and give her some fish or something.
Oh
Yeah.
yes.
Actually, Monotone, what do they eat? Do they even eat fish?
These guys eat seaweed and seagrass. There are other turtles that will eat coral or crabs, but most
And
of them
some
are
that eat
grazers.
jellyfish.
Okay.
Mhm. Yeah, the leatherbacks, the biggest ones, eat jellyfish.
Yeah.
So they're
The
handy to have
inside of
around.
their mouth is a horrendous nightmare if you ever want to look that up.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, it's
all like inward facing spines. It's
Mhm.
horrific.
Yeah.
Ari, these turtles are very difficult to take care of. Not to mention, I believe, endangered, Monotone. Are they not?
I don't know about endangered, but yeah, you can't keep green sea turtles. There is a freshwater called the fly river turtle, and it looks like a tiny sea turtle.
Okay, so it's got the fins rather than the claws.
Yes, they are fully aquatic. They're very rare, and they need a massive tank, but you could do it.
They're not illegal to keep as pets.
Nope, just very hard to
Hmm.
find.
Yes.
Yeah, Ari, this is a really sweet looking turtle, isn't it? This is like a, hey, I'll sit with you on the beach and hang out and pat you.
Yeah, like I'm so sad I missed her just like full on bumping the glass.
Ah,
It was hilarious.
I'm sure it happens often enough. And here's the helicopter fish or whatever it was.
Yeah, one of the box fish. They're cute.
Yeah, built like a helicopter.
Same
Yeah.
shape and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And here, these were the sea dragons again, weren't they?
Yes, these are. This is me taking pictures of the sea dragons, attempting to figure out HDR. I don't really know if I did a great job of it.
I think you did okay. These are decent
That was
pictures.
pretty good. You can see the spots.
You can. And then this was the
Yeah.
this was the side of the exhibit. There we go.
Yeah.
This sea
Mhm.
dragon looks like it's drinking nectar out of a flower.
Right?
Isn't
Or is
it
that what
cute?
it's doing? Monotone.
No. They poke around for little crustaceans and plankton stuff, and sometimes
Okay.
those are in the rockwork.
So that's what those like pea shooter noses are for.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like eating rice with a straw.
Wow, that
Digging
seems
into
horribly
crevices and
inefficient.
stuff.
It is.
Oh.
Sea dragons and seahorses are some of the hardest fish to take care of because they need to eat constantly.
Yeah, I
And they
bet.
yeah, it's a pain.
Ugh. And then this fish that looked more like a snake but is actually a fish.
Yeah, that's a rope fish. They're like a very primitive fish. They're really cool and interesting, and always try to get into your filters.
Yeah,
They're a
they do
nightmare.
look like rope.
Yeah, it's weird when they get older, they don't really get wider, they just get longer.
Yeah,
Wow. This is that guy again, isn't it? This is that rope fish, or is this something else?
so that was the lungfish, I think.
Ah,
And
Wait,
then that.
one fish in the back, and then
Oh yeah, maybe it was
bicher
the
in the front?
lungfish. Yeah, so that's the bicher that we're on now.
Yeah.
I think.
okay.
Oh, it's the bony ton.
Yes.
Oh, that
Yeah,
was it. Was the bony tongue.
the
that
giant
was
thing in the
it.
background is the bony tongue. This is like a 50-pound fish. And
It's
Are
then
they
ridiculous.
these were the
tasty?
elephant
Unlikely
noses.
echo drop.
Hmm?
They're pretty unlikely to be tasty. They've got a lot of scales and a lot of bones.
Just
And
like a
then you
real
got the
snake.
elephant nose fish that are also
Mhm.
adorable. Look at how doofy they are. They are wonderful.
Hard to
I
tell
love
what's
all
going
these
on here. Oh,
bizarre primitive fish. They're
yes.
so
Mhm.
cool.
Speaking of primitive fish, this guy I think was the bichir, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, that was a close up of the bicher. I didn't do a very good job of that.
Oh, and
but
there
yeah,
we go.
He's there.
This just looks like an underwater snake.
Yeah, I mean
Yeah.
they kind of are. They fill the same role, kind of.
Mhm.
They poke around in thin crevices and places that other animals wouldn't be able to get and eat small fish and insects and crustaceans and things. They're
Indeed.
cute.
Oh,
Mhm.
you
I
want
like
to talk about a living fossil? We got this silly moment.
Oh, this is great.
You guys take this.
Yeah. So so this is a giant, a Goliath grouper that appears to have be taking under consideration whether to eat this poor spiny lobster or not.
I
We
don't know why they
are.
put these guys in the same tank together. Like,
He was just sat there like that, just chilling for like the full 10 minutes or so we were stood around here. That's just how they sat. The lobster was just like, well, this is probably me, I guess. And the group was like, nah, we cool. It's
but then
cool.
the lobster starts poking the grouper with its antennae and is just like tickling his
Yeah,
face.
it
And
was
you
pretty
made the point,
funny.
Mantis Man, that if this grouper had wanted to, it could have just opened up its gills and sucked in that lobster in one bite like Kirby.
Oh, absolutely. It would
Mhm.
literally it would have enough like volume of draw to just draw that entire lobster from where it was sat just into its mouth. It
And
would
it was a
be
pretty big lobster,
hideous.
too. Like, this is a sizable lobster we're talking about.
Yeah, that grouper is probably like 100 pounds. I'd wager,
Oh,
Oh, more than
maybe
that.
more.
This is like a
Oh wait, no, yeah, this sorry,
this is a 200-pound fish minimum. This guy.
yeah.
Like a massive. He took up most of the tank. I don't even know why they
Yeah.
had him in such a small tank.
Well, the
they
tank's kind of large. It extends pretty far back, but
mm,
also the groupers just tend to like sit around.
Hmm.
yeah, groupers are mostly ambush predators. They just kind of cruise.
I am not Eri, but I did spend quite a bit of time being like in the aquarist hobby, and I also have quite a lot of. I guess I have a lot of like interest at a hobby level. I guess like I enjoy all of this kind of stuff.
Yeah,
It's fun.
everybody on stream here, Ari, we all have our own, at least a cursory interest in science. One of us is making a career out of it. The other two, it's a hobby really more than anything. And here are your
Yeah, I
jellies,
mean,
by the way.
yeah.
Yeah.
I did a national diploma in applied sciences, and I was considering going to be an entomologist because that's sort of more my thing. But I
Hence the
instead
name
found
Mantis Man.
myself, yeah, I instead found myself working in a wildlife park, and did that instead for a while, and then didn't go to university like a sensible person would have done.
Mm. Ah,
You didn't need to.
there you go. I don't
Yeah,
know. Did we see any potato cod monotone? Greywith wants to know.
Uh, not that I know of. There were some cod there.
yeah, they were
But
regular cod of all things.
yeah, which is rare enough in New England.
Well,
Mm,
now it is, now that it's overfished. And these, I
Yeah.
forget what
yeah.
kinds of jellies these were.
Oh, those are comb jellies. They're actually not true jelly.
Ah,
Um, but they are jelly organisms. They have a beautiful iridescence, and that comes from all the little teens or hairs that they use to swim through the water. They actually can't sting you. They don't have any stingers. Um, they're beautiful. They're super cool.
Yeah, they're filter feeders, if I recall correctly, right? They just
Some
pump.
are filter feeders, some are ambush predators.
Really?
what do they do to ambush? What's their mechanism of action there?
They slowly swim up, so slowly that they don't disturb the water in front of them, and they follow a scent trail. And once
Ah,
they come close
Oh,
enough to it, they open up what is functionally a mouth where it is in front of them.
oh, that's
There's a
neat.
great video of one eating another one of its in an aquarium.
wow.
Oh,
And it looks like it burps afterwards, like its mouth kind of ripples at the end.
they're comb jellies, Eri.
Hmm. Yeah. If you want the common name, it's comb jelly, and if you want the scientific name, teen-
Look at
is that?
Monotone with the marine biology facts. Thank you,
Yeah.
Monotone.
You're welcome. Yeah, that's Tina 4. Silent C. Great,
Just to
great
confuse
word.
everyone.
And now we're on to
Hmm.
sea urchins.
Yep, I saw a neat sea urchin, thought he looked neat, so I took a picture.
And
They
more
are pretty.
anemones. This is the pom pom anemone, yeah?
Yeah, I think it was called that.
Yep, I thought these looked great.
Yeah, they look very fluffy. I wouldn't want to touch one because they probably sting, but
Yeah, that would be unpleasant. Those were the weird ones.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, that I don't know what those are. They're the first time I ever saw them. Super cool.
which ones?
The big white fluffy anemone.
Ah. Oh, this
And
was
then we
you.
found a tiny fish hiding in a shell, and he looked cute.
We did, and then this was the octopus just chilling on the top of the tank, not wanting to be seen.
Yep. Yep. Just like, I'm gonna be up here. Don't mind me.
You can kind of see
Right
the
at the top
tentacles
right.
here, but yeah, she didn't want to be
Yeah.
bothered.
Oh, she was shy.
And then we got a
Hermit
hermit
crab.
crab, I think.
Yep, it's the hermit crab. He cute. I like hermit crabs. They're funny.
Just chilling. Some
And
fish
And then
hiding
that was the
behind some
actual
seaweed.
cod.
Oh, this was a cod?
That was
Yeah.
the cod.
That was
Ah.
just a regular cod, just chilling out, hiding behind a piece of seaweed,
There we
thinking that
go.
no one can see him.
They can't
he
see
can't
me.
See them.
And I forget what we were trying to show here. What was this?
Oh, I forget what this picture was actually.
Oh, this was the water.
Oh yeah, that's it. This is the front of the exhibit that had all the birds in it, right?
Oh, okay, yes. Okay, so this is the intertidal zone area.
Yeah. There's a bunch of teeny little fish swimming around.
There's a better
Oh,
picture of it
Ari.
here, I think. There we go.
Ari, I did my anniversary stream at the Georgia Aquarium. I walked around the aquarium and filmed a bunch of stuff and answered.
It was wild. Then we got some rummy nose tetras. They're cute.
Ah,
There
yes.
was a fun little exhibit where you could push a button to make the current change direction, and then all the fish would face into the current.
I feel bad for those poor fish having to deal with that day in and day out.
Yeah.
And then these were salmon, I think, weren't they? Atlantic
Yes.
salmon.
Yeah, a whole bunch of salmon. That was pretty neat.
It weirds me out to see food fish in an exhibit like this that shows their natural environment.
Yeah, it's strange to think about, isn't it? You're like, oh, this could be on someone's plate, but instead it is here.
But I mean, it makes perfect sense because if this is a food source, we should know where they live and what their life cycles are. It's just,
It's
you know,
super
yeah.
important.
Normally, when I'm interacting with Atlantic salmon, it is in a frying pan with butter and capers.
Yep.
Yes.
It's just super important to know like how they reproduce and show that to people.
It is. It is.
yeah.
And to know what
I-
threatens them.
Yep. And I found a bluegill.
That what
He's
this
cute.
guy is?
Yeah, I think so, right?
Either a
this-
bluegill or a pumpkin seed.
Oh,
I'm
I
gonna
think
be
no,
honest.
I think this is a pumpkin seed. I might be wrong. I
I
forget,
have no
but
clue. It's
it was a fish
freshwater.
that I've only ever seen pictures of, and it looked cute.
Oh, Ari, that's awesome. Dragon Con actually does associations with the aquarium. That's cool. I
That's
appreciate
sick.
that.
And I think this was this a different picture of the salmon where I tried to get the light passing through all their fins?
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
this might have
I
been the
think it was.
salmon. You did a good job of getting the
Oh.
light.
Those are the brook trout.
Oh, those are the trout. that
Oh,
was it.
okay.
Yeah.
And then we've got some kind of darker images. I'm not sure what this
Yeah.
was.
Some of these tanks are very difficult to get pictures of because they're all like dark water tanks.
Yeah,
think
the
that
freshwater
might-
tanks and the murky one.
Yep.
Ugh.
This one's the electric eel.
Oh, yes. They had a
Looking at
very
the-
cool
the-
exhibit for the electric eel.
Yep. There he is, just chilling out.
They had an ammeter attached to his tank so that when he sent out a pulse, you'd see a visual and an auditory representation of the electric pulse.
Yep. And every time he moved or like twitched, there'd be a pulse in the tank. It was really cool.
Mhm.
And here's a seahorse just asleep
Yep, just
Just-
hanging out.
after a long night of drinks and partying, just falling over.
Aw.
Mantis Man, I bet this seahorse just shoved a kebab into a hedge.
Oh god. I kind of regret telling this now that this is a thing. I hate it.
Hey,
There's this guy looking a bit out of it too.
what can I say? Yeah, this one is hung over, vomiting into the bushes.
They're not the most graceful of creatures, I'm gonna be real.
No,
Yeah.
they are not.
This
bless
colony of mussels just looking on, going, ha ha.
them.
Yeah, you drank too much, didn't you, idiot? That'll teach you.
I mean, the mussels are drinking more than anyone.
Then we
I-
got some cut.
Well, they're filtering, I guess, yeah.
Yeah. My
Mhm.
favorite kind of exhibit. I love a Blackwater. Blackwater stuff is really cool. This
Ah,
is what I
yes.
used to keep like when I was doing aquarium stuff before
This is
I
meant to simulate brackish
moved.
water, I think, isn't it?
Blackwater, so it's like deep forest rivers and things like that, where a lot of
Ah.
wood and leaves fall into the water, and all the tannins leach into the water, and
Oh,
like
that
lose
explains the orange
visibility.
color. Okay,
Yeah, it's
gotcha.
like this is simulating an Amazonian river. You've got the angelfish there, and the little cardinal tetras at the front. They're really
Okay, so
cool. I
this
like
is
them
where
a lot.
there's a lot of forest detritus decomposing, leaching into the water.
Yeah,
Mhm.
exactly. And the way you'd replicate that in tanks is by either you can buy like seed pods and leaves that are like specifically cleaned for it and put them in your tank and they'll leach tannins into the water, or you can just use rooibos tea.
Okay, yeah, I love the fact that you use tea in an aquarium
Yeah.
for
Yep, just use a
anything.
small amount of rooibos tea. Got another picture of the angels there, a little bit better.
Not a bad shot. And this one,
Yeah, they're cute enough. I like them. And then we got some piranha action going on.
oh yes, we did check out the piranha tank at the end, didn't we? Here, this is a better one. Apart
Oh
from
Yeah.
your
yeah.
fingers reflected in the glass.
Shh. I'm not good at this photography thing,
You'll
right?
get the hang of it. It just takes practice. Don't worry. Oh, and we're
Yep.
back to Luke's Lobster now, but I think there
Yep.
were.
And then that was the end of the aquarium because we got kicked out because we were there for too long.
Well, I
And
mean,
then
we
it
didn't
was
so much get
closing.
kicked out as we stayed till the end.
We stayed
Mhm.
till the end.
And then
It
there
was
are all these
closing.
videos that just don't work.
Yeah, sadly, I don't know how I could fix that. It's a shame because some of them are really pretty with like the jellyfish
Mhm.
doing stuff, and there's a bunch of
It is.
um
Yeah, and then this
like
crap just redirects us back to
schooling
YouTube.
fish.
I don't know what the
Oh,
deal is with that. Uh,
but yeah, and it was the sandpipers singing and being cute and digging around
ah.
in the sand. And
Let's
then
see if
yeah,
there's
then it
anything
goes
else
back to
after this.
the stuff we did afterwards. I think that was probably all of it.
I think that was
I,
it too. Yeah.
I think the only aquarium pictures I didn't send you were the ones of the sea lions because see you couldn't really see the sea lions.
Well, I
Uh,
mean,
Yeah.
they were swimming around in a big tank, right? So it was
yeah, they were like all under the water, and there was no way to get down there to see them.
exactly.
Mhm.
Yeah. I assure you that the videos are very pretty, Afro, but sadly, I have no real way to share them. I'm
Maybe there's
sorry.
some way that we can. You might be able to upload them directly to Discord.
And
Uh, I
sea
can,
lions. God damn
I
it.
can try. The only thing is, I think they might be too long. I'll try sending one to you directly and see if it'll let me.
Well, you
Um,
can always upload them directly to YouTube and then just share the links.
Mm.
yeah.
Um,
Uh,
but yeah, that pretty much covers us. I think we've managed to get through everything that we recorded. It took us
Yeah.
almost 7.5 hours, but
we got there. We got there.
We
we
get
did.
distracted.
We did. But it was a good
Yes.
distraction.
Mm-hmm.
And guys, I am proud of you two for sticking with it for this entire stream. I know this is longer than either of you normally stream, so I appreciate it.
That's fine.
Hey, it was fun.
To be
Yeah.
fair, my sleep schedule still is ultra busted from traveling through time zones, as I imagine yours is too.
Yeah, join the club. Monotone is the only one who didn't have to leave his time zone. He was in the same time zone the whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think so that I can let my guests go to bed because we are at the end of everything we had to cover. I am going to call it here, and I would like to give everyone in chat a huge thank you for hanging out and keeping us company. I once again would like to give a shout out to Major Monotone, who is our resident marine biologist. And Mantisman, if you want to link your Instagram in chat as well, because I know you do some photography, and he does have an Instagram. Feel free to do that.
It's mostly miniatures and things, but I will link it. Give me just a moment.
And
And
thank you again for having us, Franz.
yeah, no, it's
Oh,
been
please,
wonderful.
it's
Like,
always a
seriously,
pleasure.
man.
I'm glad we could do this. And
How
what
do
I think we're going to do, once you get that Instagram linked,
Much obliged.
is... Oh, what is this? Echo Drop, thank you so much for the 3 gift subs
channel point
to
reveal.
Saifa Romiab, Zanzibar Hero, and Exertion. Really appreciate that, Echo Drop. And Echo Drop, thank you for being here
There you go.
and contributing your expertise on food.
Hmm.
There's the Instagram. Thank you, Mantis Man. So what we are going to do is we are going to raid a very good friend of mine by the name of Corgi Pasta.
Let's go.
And for those of you who do not know Sam, please stick around for the raid. She is one of the sweetest and kindest and just most energetic and fun and adorable people I've had the privilege of becoming friends with on Twitch. And she is, it looks like, either doing some just chatting or about to stream some Kingdom Hearts. So let's go make her night. She will really appreciate this. And I look forward to seeing all of you next time. I don't know when that will be because I'm still very busy with work on my project, but I will see you all then. Good night, everybody. Say good night, my guests. Always a pleasure.